How's it going? Nobody's in here yet, but Jenny's over there barking. I'm gonna start playing this new video from a friend of mine. I met this girl on the Don't Die app. She started her YouTube channel doing these workouts and stretches. So definitely go check out Workout Bestie, subscribe to her. But I'm gonna finish playing this and finish doing my workouts. See kind of what she does.
Driving at night, windowless ride, feeling alive. Nothing in sight, forever in flight. Follow those lines, we'll make it this time. Blurry street lights, work as a guide to memories that we're making tonight. Oh yeah, we'll make it tonight. Yeah. I'll do anything that I feel like I wanna do. I'm living life like I got nothing left to prove. No end in sight, just always staying on the move. I'll go all night if that's just what I gotta do. Life's too short to care about what you can afford.
Guess I should probably turn myself at least. Let's see if I turn this around.
Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? I'll just breathe in. Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? I'll just breathe in. I'm in a race that everybody's chasing fast. They wanna be that someone on the screen at last. They ain't looking inside for their needs in life. They wanna be like by everybody in sight. But trust me, being free ain't spotlights. No, it's long nights and it's long fights with yourself all the time to get your mind right. But if you put in the work, you can find the light. Alright, I'll do anything that I feel like I wanna do. I'm living life like I got nothing left to prove. No end in sight, just always staying on the move. I'll go all night if that's just what I gotta do. Life's too short to care about what you can't afford. Memories are in what you explore. So just don't be ignored. Go ask for more. Go ask for more. Cause I've been living life right like I
What's
could
wrong,
just
guys?
die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? I'll just breathe in. Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? I'll just breathe in.
Looks like somebody's in here now. This is a friend of mine. Started her YouTube channel that she does exercises and stuff like that. So check her out. Jesus, it on there. Alright, I'm gonna play something else now that I had a couple videos set aside that I wanted to play.
This is the end of the road for these sheep sold to this New Zealand slaughterhouse, which is owned by a company that buys sheep from farms that raise them for food or wool. PETA Asia's investigation into New Zealand's sham humane wool industry led to this slaughterhouse. Sheep were forced onto conveyor belts where a worker shot electricity through their brains. Sheep like this one seemed so scared that they refused to move, but a worker continued to push this one forward. One by one, they watched in terror as those ahead collapsed down the ramp. Each time the door swung open, there was a glimpse of a worker cutting the throat of the sheep just before them. A veterinary professor who reviewed the footage pointed out that the stunning was unreliable and that these sheep may be conscious and suffering, as indicated by the movement of their ears and tense heads. There is no retirement home for sheep used for wool. In the end, after their wool is repeatedly and violently sheared off their bodies, they are butchered. Their slaughter is the last abuse after enduring a lifetime of pain. The tails of gentle lambs are painfully sliced off with a hot iron. Even at disingenuously called humane certified farms, sheep are pinned down as shearers step on their necks. Shearers slam them onto hardwood floors, throw them, and punch them. The fast, rough shearing leaves many of them with painful cuts, but no pain relief is provided. Once farmers are done with them, their agony continues while they are forced into trucks to be taken to slaughter. Sheep endure abuse until the very end. Please don't be fooled by brands that try to tell you otherwise. You can help end this suffering by thinking of gentle animals like her and choosing not to buy wool products.
For the animals, it's that they're no longer being exploited.
Can't tell if anybody's here or not. Drop a chat.
It's that you're no longer oppressing animals, and you can say,
"This is Jade for Justice again."
Like, I'm against animal exploitation, and not be a hypocrite. Because you're already against animal exploitation. You already don't want to exploit them. It's just a matter of aligning your beliefs with your actions. Will you be vegan from now on so that no other animals have to be exploited by you?
Do my best on it.
If you were in the animal's position, like if you were a cow and somebody was holding a gun to your head, would you want them to do their best to not exploit you, or to just put down the weapon and be done exploiting you? I don't want you to do your best, honestly. I want you to just decide to go vegan and be done exploiting animals, because I'm here to be a voice for them and to stand up for them, because they can't stand up for themselves.
I understand. Yeah, you're right. I don't want you to put it down now. So, yeah. Watch this right now.
Yeah. So you'll be vegan from now on.
Yes.
That's so great to hear. It's really easy when you think about it from the...
Yeah, those are the best conversations. It's not very often where you meet honest people that'll just listen to you and realize what they're doing and just actually want to change.
The victim's perspective. You know, it's hard to be slaughtered for somebody's food. It's hard to have your breast milk stolen. Vegan.
Thanks for being here. I was just testing out like an early morning stream. I'm probably not going to have as many people online, but I figured it would be better for people that are outside the US, possibly, or a different time zone. So I was going to test it out a little bit and see if I'll probably have different people here because it's at a different time. But if you guys want to recommend any videos, just drop a link or something and I can check it out. But I just had a couple of just random videos. Yeah, I'm on the East Coast in the US.
It is easy.
Yeah, that was a good one. Sometimes I like watching just fail videos. So I just had this in my playlist just to watch a couple of them. Where are you from? Like what city or state? That was awful. Oh man, that's cool. I was just up in Vermont like 6 months ago. Beautiful.
Am I able to move this over a little bit? Yeah, you can. Do you need help? Yeah, I got it now. Oh my god, he's so strong. Look at him go. Steroids, 100%.
Oh,
Går det bra, eller?
yikes. It's gotta be scary. I want to get a paramotor. Have you ever seen those things? Just like, you just strap a big ass fan to your back and you can fly around like with a parachute.
After me. I state your full name.
I state your full name.
I am Conway.
Yikes. I gotta do some more of my exercises and do another set. Let's check out my dogs. Well, only one's mine. I'm watching the other one.
You're okay, right?
Sure.
Ow.
Hey, hurry up, dude. Let's go. We gotta go. Hurry up. Come on, hurry up, dude. Let's go. Let's go. Hurry up. Let's go.
Big magnet go on this, and then like,
So much dog hair.
No creo, Bah.
oh no!
Have you ever heard of rain bolt? He's what is it called? There's a name for it. I can't think of it. He finds people from like an image or like a location or anything like that. Like I was gonna play one of his videos next.
I'm gonna find her, but I'm also gonna find the exact mascara that she was wearing.
This is kind of
This video
crazy.
is
Check this
sponsored
out.
by Maybelline. you
I haven't
guys
seen
heard
this
that, right?
video,
I'm
but
officially a beauty influencer. Let's do this. Okay, I'm actually super excited because finding this photo was actually super easy because of experience I've had in the past that I've never been able to showcase in a video. And today I finally get to show off the tools that I can use and that you guys can also use, specifically in New York City, which has a lot of resources available. So I'm super excited. But first, I want to tell you guys how I found the exact mascara that she was using. Have I ever tried to do a geolocation on mascara? No. But I saw that she posted on Instagram last week in front of beauty, right? And on the first search was just keyword searching yellow mascara Maybelline Ulta. I mean, this is just like, entry level. I guess you could call this OSINT. I found the Colossal Bubble Mascara from Maybelline that looks exactly like it. And then you can see I found the Jeffree Star video.
I mean, look at that, y'all. The top looks so good.
Facts. I mean, it looks the same, right? You're probably wondering, how did you confirm that? And I'll get into finding actually how I found the location too. And to 100% confirm, on the Ulta website, we can see there's like these product images. We have the eyelashes. Look at this bubble effect that's on both this image right here on her eyelashes on the after. That's a one-to-one match on the bubble effect. You guys think I'm kidding? I'm not. I'm obviously the #1 geolocator for mascara in the world, so. I mean, honestly though, look at the lash inflation. It's the same thing. So that was half of the puzzle, right? Which was actually a pretty easy puzzle to solve. And this other part was actually pretty easy. So what I did here to find this, and you're probably wondering, why is this so easy? Well, it's because about 2 years ago, I looked at every single park in New York City. This is the most recent update map I could find of every park I've looked into, but I was working on another geolocation, and I pretty much committed, honestly, over 300 hours of my life in New York City parks. I'm like, my knowledge in my head on like how to geolocate in New York City parks is probably above average, just because of the experience of like everything I have, right? Which doesn't like immediately mean I know exactly where this is. I mean, I did have to recognize that this was going to be New York City and then confirm it with this photo with the yellow taxi, with the yellow plate. And I found the Ulta Beauty store in their shoe that she was at pretty quickly using that. And actually using this gave me kind of a radius of where I thought she would be. So I thought it was going to be like somewhere over here in, Manhattan, like a park nearby. I didn't think it was going to be Central Park, but one of these parks. And after I have the radius now, right, with like the general region. And the next thing that I learned that I think is the coolest thing about New York City, look at this. Every single tree in New York City is mapped. You guys think I'm kidding? I'm going to zoom in here, and you guys will see what I mean. Watch as I zoom in.
It's crazy.
About this level right here, this is the coolest public resource for OSINT ever. Or just for like any, anyone that is just
next they're going to start tracking all the squirrels.
What I did here is I actually was able, because of the experience I have in New York City parks, and I've used this exact technique before, I recognized that this tree right here was the eastern white pine. And this is the even cooler part. We can type in eastern white pine right here, and it will only show me eastern white pines in New York City. So you can see we have like the dots all over the map here. I mean, this is just the coolest resource ever for geolocating in New York City. It makes everything so much easier because the data is actually full. Like, it's actually very accurate data. And you can actually specifically click into a tree. Let's say we want to look at this tree right here. It tells me everything about this tree. Trunk diameter 3 inches. Closest address. It has its own ID number. You can even nominate it as a great tree. So what I did was I realized that she was like over here a couple pixels. So I used the eastern white pine, and I quickly scanned through a couple. And actually, you can see here in Carl Schurz Park, there's 1, 2, 3 eastern white pines in this park. And we can just go into Street View here. We can go to Carl Schurz Park. The 2 trees were right here in this park, and we can kind of see that these trees are...
He knows some of this stuff. He's been doing this for a long time, but even once you just learn like how he kind of does it, it's not as hard as you would think. But some of the stuff he does is like really, really impressive.
Actually don't line up. Well, one, because of the yellow tip fence that we can see right here isn't visible. So I immediately knew it wasn't going to be these two. And then I go to look for the one up north here. And when I click in, guy sunbathing, and I click over here and I can see that in the distance right here next to this eastern white pine, we have these yellow tipped fences. Confirming, I think, that this is going to be the right location. I did this all in about, I think, 10 minutes. 5 or 10 minutes. And then to 100% confirm, what we can do is we can go to satellite here. And now we can actually use those buildings. So if it was, this is actually lines up perfectly with the window line right here. This is a better visual I have for you guys to like 100% see how I confirm this. So yeah, this window line right here, that building, but then we can see orange is that line, green line. That's the window I was mentioning right there. And the vantage point of exactly what you were stating. It lines up perfectly with the angle of the buildings. And then to 100% confirm, I did match every single branch of these trees 1-to-1, including the fence with the yellow tip right here in the purple box. So I don't turn down a challenge. It doesn't matter if it's mascara. It doesn't matter if it's a tree in New York City. I'm honestly just super excited that I could show you guys this process that I think is a really cool way to find things in New York City, which is actually not always that useful. It's really useful in this scenario because the eastern white pine isn't as common, but with other trees, it's, there's thousands of them. It doesn't really help as much, but I got lucky on this one. And there's also this website I use that wasn't really applicable to this, but I think it's a good thing to showcase just for people interested. This is called Now and Then New York City, and it actually is a really good tool. So let's go to Carl Schurz Park, which is right here. You can see how it changes over the years. So the left side here is going to be 2024, and the right side is going to be 1951. So let me just do this. I'm just curious to see, this is really good to see how things change over time. But this one actually, this park looks like it stayed the exact same over the years. I guess it makes sense on the water, but that's really interesting to see how things change. That's the beauty of geolocation OSINT, is there are so many different ways to navigate the internet and to get to one answer. So thank you, Maybelline, for sponsoring this video, and I'll see you guys next time.
On today's menu, a delicious...
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Google Maps actually called him up. I think he's got a video about that, and they were like adding streets in certain places or something like that. But they are like, and making more areas like more secure. And like they reached out to him and to try to see if he could help them. I think that's pretty crazy. I know Chip's gonna start in a couple minutes, but I wanted to show this recipe.
This recipe is so easy to make, you won't be able to keep calm and curry on. A simple lentil curry.
Red lentil curry. This is about 2 years old, from Young Man Cooking. This is one of the first like plant-based dishes that I like intentionally made myself. I like really tried to put a lot into this. And when I ate this dish, this was the first like plant-based dish that I ate and made that I thought like I would be totally happy, like never eating an animal again. And it's like before I was vegan. And I didn't go vegan until like a while after that. But I didn't really make the connection until after that. But it was like, this was maybe one of the first things that kind of got me thinking about it a little bit more. Like at least taste wise. When I made this dish, this was probably one of the best things I've ever eaten in my whole life.
Lei Homa, that's as it going in Cantonese. I'm Will Young from YoungManCooking.com. Welcome to the channel where you can cook with confidence. This recipe is incredibly delicious, really easy to make, and will definitely make it to your weekly menu. A big thank you to today's episode sponsor, Shopify, which we'll mention in a little bit. But first, as always, let's get started with the recipe. 1 cup basmati rice. Rinse and drain the rice 3 times to get rid of the excess starch. One cup water. Medium-high heat. When the water begins to bubble, give the rice a good stir and turn the heat down to medium-low. Cover and cook for 15 minutes.
Let's see.
1 onion, finely chopped. 2 pieces of garlic, finely chopped. 2 tomatoes, diced. These here are amazing red lentils, one of my favorite.
I'm just gonna skip through it kind of quickly because I know Chip's gonna start in a few minutes.
Ingredients, because there's no need to soak them. Just gotta rinse it a couple times, drain it, and you're good to go. Rinse and drain 1 cup of red lentils and set it aside.
Yeah, you don't have to soak them. You just rinse them. Best part about this is getting the whole seeds for your spices and toasting them and crushing up, making your own spice. That like really took it to a whole nother level.
1 teaspoon cumin seeds, 1 teaspoon coriander seeds, 4 cardamom pods. Toast the spices for about 3 minutes. Coarsely crush the spices using a pestle and mortar. Not gonna lie, it smells like heaven on earth. It's up to you to remove or keep the cardamom shells. By the way, if you enjoy easy and delicious recipes, then definitely check out or pick up a copy for more information about starting an online shop in 3 minutes. Garlic and chili peppers. Saute for about 2 minutes. Toasted spices. Half teaspoon turmeric. 2 teaspoons garam masala. Half teaspoon salt. 1 teaspoon sweet paprika. Saute for 1 minute. Tomatoes.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Saute for 3 to 4 minutes. Use the juices from the tomatoes to deglaze the pan. Red lentils. 400 ml can coconut milk. Cover the pan and let it simmer for 8 to 10 minutes. Let the rice steam covered for another 10 minutes. There is one reason why I love these kind of recipes, is because every bite you get this explosion of all different kinds of flavors. Visually, this is one of those really rustic, casual looking dishes. It's got this beautiful golden glow to it. And like I said, every spoonful you get just an explosion of so many different types of flavors. Of course, there's all those amazing spices that just melt into that paste.
Yeah.
The garam masala, the sweet paprika.
If you follow those steps, oh man, it's amazing. It's so good. Definitely check him out if you haven't seen him before. He's got amazing plant-based recipes, and he does like a vegan sushi. I'm not that big into sushi, but I think that's what got him to where he is, was like his sushi masterclass. But yeah, I wonder if Chip is live. He's supposed to be. Oh, there he is. Wonder if I can just watch his live on my live.
I think it would
probably not the same flavors because, you know, flesh tastes specifically.
Yeah,
I should just go watch him on his.
Somewhat with a lot of flavorings,
but he's already in a conversation.
So, but I just feel like currently it's still a lot more expensive to get to that level where it's completely.
I can explain to you why it's not. Like a lot of the times we think it's more expensive because we check the plant-based options like plant-based meat and plant-based cheese. By the way, where do you live? Do you live here?
No, I'm just here for a holiday.
Oh, okay. So usually plant-based meats are actually cheaper here, but let's imagine that they're more expensive in your country. Doesn't really matter because if you eat normally like a whole foods plant-based diet and from time to time you have some of these plant-based meats, you still end up being considerably cheaper.
Sure.
And also animal products are cheap because they're subsidized by the government. They're not actually cheap. So this subsidizing by the government is, if you care about the environment, is not only costing you as a taxpayer, it's costing you even more because it's also doing damage to the environment, which yet again costs you as a taxpayer, right? So it's a lot of reasons to no longer, you know, pay for animals to be oppressed. But for me, it's mostly about the animals because if you consider yourself that you respect animals, I understand that you don't actually see the horrors that they go through.
Yeah.
But when you pay for it, it still happens.
Chip is really patient. I learned a lot watching Chip. I watched him a lot for a couple months, like before I went out and started doing my own outreach, and other people too. But I definitely like how Chip talks to people, and you know, he's pretty knowledgeable about a lot of different things. And I think it's really cool that he went and got a nutritionist certificate, like that actually like shows that he really, like, it means a lot to him, you know? A lot of people don't put in the extra effort like that.
Of course. I mean, that's why I think that, like, you know, farm raised and animals that were raised in more of a dignified environment are a lot better of an alternative to still just like huge mass production, which is still not good. But it's
still not good. Yeah,
it's still not good.
Yeah,
I feel
they're
a
still
lot
not
better
free.
choosing
They're still
that.
exploited.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know, for example, dairy cows what they go through?
Dairy cows. Yeah, I mean that's a whole. I know of it. I know that it's a whole.
Let's just go through this and then I'll let you go.
Okay, sure.
So dairy cows, they what do you think they produce milk? What's the biological reason?
I mean, the biological reason is because they're having cubs, right?
Yeah,
Not cubs,
they
but
have,
cows.
babies. Yeah. So do you think they get pregnant when they want to, or do you think farmers impregnate?
Oh no, they're impregnated. Yeah.
Do you think that's okay to?
No, of course not. But this whole thing.
Yeah.
Is
Okay.
not
I just want it clear because there's people who say it's okay. Believe it.
I think we talk about like everything that we're talking about here. The reason we're talking about it is because it's not okay, and I think anyone who says this is perfectly fine and it's what God's plan or whatever, I think that's not true.
Yeah. Well, let's just go through this. So when the babies are born, they separated from their mother. Do you know why they do that?
Well, so that the mother produces more milk that is not taken by the cows.
Exactly, so that the calf doesn't drink the milk, essentially, so that they separate them. Yeah, and if the baby is born male, they don't produce milk, so what do you think happens to them?
I mean, they're probably slaughtered later down the line.
Yeah, that's where veal comes from.
Oh, yeah, right.
And if the baby is born female, they impregnate them every year, take their babies and exploit them for their milk repeatedly year over year.
Yeah.
Up until the age of 8 or 9 when they kill them.
Yeah.
Cows can live 24 years. Do you know why they kill them at that age?
Well, because I assume the meat gets older and then it's less valuable.
A lot of people think that, but it's mostly because they can't get them pregnant.
Okay.
So they kill them, because they're useless to
Yeah.
them. Is this nice?
I mean, no, obviously not.
No.
None of this is.
But you
then again-
recognize that when you buy
Yeah,
these products,
sure.
you are supporting it, right?
Sure, absolutely. I don't. I actually, I've been drinking less and less milk products. So I've been.
Cheese also.
Not cheese.
Yeah, I know.
That's
A lot of people
things.
forget about
yeah,
that.
a lot of people. But I do
Butter and
have.
stuff.
I've been drinking plant-based milks and like oat milk and all that sort of stuff, which I enjoy, and I want to slowly transition and whatever because I do not support any of it. It's just.
Well, you do support it financially. You don't support it mentally.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like I like to believe less so than the average person. But then again, I feel like I don't know if you buy the cap you're wearing or the T-shirt you're wearing.
I got it as a present. Yeah.
But
this
it's
is
still,
ethical. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. This company that I work for
Really?
specifically tries to find the best ways to ethic.
Oh, okay.
The
So they're
branding that
not
they have.
like made in China and all that, and like exploitation and all that. Okay, that's fair.
That's
Okay,
fair.
then.
But
then
either way, I try to do my best,
Yeah,
and
sure.
that's essentially at the end of the day what it boils up to. So if you
Alright.
scan this QR code, there's
Yeah.
a thing there called. I'll give you this.
Okay, sure.
There's a thing there called Challenge 22.
Okay.
They will help with a nutritionist, send you recipes every
Okay.
day, and help you adopt a plant-based
Sure.
diet for free.
All right.
And
I'll check it
you
out.
have 2 videos on top.
That's a tough question. So,
Right into another one.
no, I reckon to my mind that they should not be enslaved. But would you live in a city? Would you allow all straw dogs that could be potentially dangerous to be around? Maybe they could find a solution. Like maybe.
By the way, enslavement means treating them like property, right? If you have a dog and you keep them on a leash for their benefit, it's not treating them like a property. You're doing it for their benefit, right? But if you're keeping them on a leash to show that you're the master,
Look at my Nova.
then it's treating them like property.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course they
You're
have
a star,
rights.
Nova.
They need to have rights, and so I totally agree with the fact that they need to be free, and like, especially some types of dogs or some types of animals, they need, like, I don't know, like open hair, and they need to, I don't know, like run on parks or to live their nature. It's like you
So
cannot.
She is free range. I have a little. It's not a big backyard, but I have a little fenced in yard and a doggy door, and just is able to roam around. I'll go outside whenever she wants to. She's wasn't trained when I got her, but it didn't take too long. Just giving her lots of treats when she was outside. She was really smart. She learned really fast.
We should live free of our enslavement.
Yes, I will say.
I only have the one dog, but I am a pet sitter, so I know a lot of the dogs in town. So I have, I always have other dogs here normally.
Say yes, but still, like, It depends on the animal. Like for example,
Some animals don't deserve it.
Yeah, like for example, I have dogs, and of course I always try to let them, free. But at the same time, I think they really love me, and like since
Yeah, but you do
give
it for
them
their
love,
benefit, right?
Yes,
As
yes,
I
yes.
said, right? Like you don't treat them like property. Do you
No,
treat
no,
them
no,
like
no,
property?
no.
Do you think there's?
But
cer-
I feed them.
Yeah.
But it's like that doesn't mean they are my property.
Do you think
I
that there's
just-
certain industries that treat animals like property? That's
But
enslave
are
them.
are you speaking about like meat industries?
Maybe animal agriculture, yeah, is one of them.
Yeah.
Do you think animal agriculture treats animals like property?
Sometimes they do.
Sometimes, not always.
Yeah.
Do you
I don't know.
think? Do you think they kill the animals ever in the interest of the animal?
No, no, no. Of course not. I'm not speaking about that kind of industries. I'm like,
Do you think they bring the animal to life in the interest of the animal?
no, I don't know.
No. So they
I'm
all they
not-
do is in their interest, right?
But
They bring.
actually, I'm not that aware.
So why do you think a farmer farms animals?
For money.
For money.
Yes.
It's for their interest, not for the interest of the animal,
Yep.
right? Do you think that's fair towards the animal? To treat them like a property, do whatever they want to do to them so that they get money out of them?
No. But I don't like, about zoos. Importing an animal from Africa.
Zoos are bad, yeah.
Yeah. When it comes to meat, instead, I don't know, because even if you would let them free, some people would still hunt them for their own benefits.
But don't you think we shouldn't be bringing them into existence in the first place?
Shouldn't we? What do you mean? Would you help them to reproduce?
Well, farm animals, we control the reproduction process. We bring them into existence. They don't.
Dog that I've watched since starting my pet sitting thing about like 6 months ago. She's Tom's, and her and Bub love each other. It's really cute.
Their own. We bring them into existence. We use them, and when we can no longer use them, we kill them.
yeah, that's really bad.
It's really bad, right? Do you guys think you have some form of responsibility in the matter?
Consuming meat
Yes.
as one of those factors.
Dairy products also, maybe if you consume eggs.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't eat meat. I try sometimes. So when it comes to meat, I try always to choose not to eat meat. you know?
Yeah.
But it's like with our culture in south of Italy, it's really difficult sometimes because you feel like that we have a lot of meat, like meat resides. But like,
Let me ask you this, it's just hypothetically. Let's say the culture in southern Italy changes overnight because there's a virus, wipes out all the domestic animals, cows, chickens, and pigs, they're wiped out. But the farmers say,
not that
Less
much,
often.
not that much.
not that much, but it does happen. Sometimes they
also, like,
actually
it's
kill. Sometimes when they have issues with cows, for example, when there was a disease rampant through the cows, I don't know how to put it, through the cow farming, they started killing horses. So you as a consumer may not even know that you may be eating the meat of somebody else, right? Like a dog.
Yeah,
or a cat,
but
it
like
doesn't really matter.
the city where we live, like we buy meat from.
I started telling people that if they like using animals so much, they should get rid of their car and just ride a horse around.
People we know, like they
Local farmers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
they
like I'm
have-
just curious because if you grant this consideration to cats and dogs, why not grant it to all other animals? Don't you think all of them deserve the same consideration?
Yeah, I'm not saying that. But like, I don't know. It's also a cultural thing that we are used to eat. I don't know, like cow meat or pork meat, and like it's really bad. I would like to change it, but I think it's a process that needs to be natural. I don't know. Like, of
Well,
course,
how
it's
can it
great.
be a natural process, right? Like if you've been programmed your whole life to consume animal products, then you're not gonna stop on your own, right? You need a little bit of push on, like you need a little bit of will on your own.
Some dumb dog and cat have it nice. I'd trade places with my dog, or I would trade places with my cat. They get treated better than some people do. But yeah, it's crazy what we do to other animals for no reason.
To stop,
Yeah,
right?
no, but I agree on that.
Yeah.
It's just maybe we need to like speak more about it with younger generations because the older
What are you
older
doing?
they are. Okay. They have strict minds, especially in Spain. By the way, we need to go. Thank you so much.
Sure. I'll just ask you one final question. That's it, and let you go. How many more animals should be exploited and slaughtered for you until you change?
How many animals would be exploited?
Should be exploited for slaughter and slaughtered in your name until you change.
For me.
Zero.
Let me just give you a card.
Yes,
Scan this QR code. There's a thing there called Challenge 22. They hook you up with a nutritionist, send you recipes every day, and help you adopt a plant-based diet for free.
Yes, thank you so much.
Same for you. You have these two resources on top. Can you promise me you'll watch one of them? You just scan this QR code and they appear on top. Just to know about animal agriculture, okay? To get a little bit more educated. Thank you so much. Cheers. Have a good one. Hello, everyone. You want to try the social experiment?
What kind of social experiment?
I just asked you some questions, get you to think a little bit.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Are you okay being live from my YouTube channel?
Well, until it gets uncomfortable.
Okay.
He's gonna go right into another one. That's pretty quick.
What's your name?
I'm Nick.
Nick, nice to meet you. I'm Chip. So, where are you from, by the way?
I'm from England.
England, okay, love it. So, Nick, I'm an animal rights activist. I fight for the rights of animals.
Yeah.
Do you think animals should be treated like objects?
No,
No,
not really.
No.
You know.
He just had people like watching him, waiting to come up.
Do you think they deserve the right to be treated like the individuals that they are?
Yeah, mostly.
Mostly?
Yeah.
What does mostly mean?
Well, I'm not so sure. You know, I'm not sure they're equivalent to humans.
I didn't say they're equivalent. They are individuals, though.
Yeah.
They are individuals who experience life, right?
Yes.
Who feel, who go around having positive or negative emotions.
First.
No. I mean, you already know. So let's imagine that you know. You can make your next step, and there's an ant in front of you. Are you going to choose to step on the ant?
No, I'll probably avoid it.
Exactly. So, do you think that animal agriculture treats animals like objects?
Very often, yeah.
Do you think that you giving them money means that you're supporting the objectification of animals?
What, farming in general, or
farming of animals?
I'm not sure about that. Right.
Which one are you not sure? Are you not sure that farming objectifies animals, or that you are supporting it by giving them your money?
Depends what you mean by giving them money.
Well, you buy the products, right?
I buy the product, yeah. So, for instance, I don't eat red meat, but I eat fish. I drink milk.
But why don't you eat red meat?
A choice, personal choice.
Is it like a health or?
No, I was never a big fan of it anyway, and when I'm cooking, I don't like to feel it on my fingers. Right, so 30 years ago or so, I gave up that idea, and well, you know, fish I can cope with.
Yeah, but do you think that these individuals don't deserve to not be treated like objects? Cows, dairy cows. Fish.
Yeah,
chickens.
I'm ambivalent in many ways, as you can tell. So I don't really know.
But you say dogs don't deserve to be treated like an object, right? So why is it that then a cow deserves to be treated like an object?
I'm not sure a cow's being treated like an object, right?
Well,
until such a time as it is slaughtered. And
let's talk about the dairy industry, right?
Yeah.
Why do cows produce milk? Do you think that they get pregnant when they want, or do you think farmers control that process?
Farmers control that process too.
You guys are so funny.
That's controlling their breeding.
I'm not sure about the word objectification in this case.
But why do you think farmers breed animals into existence?
Husky time. Like more than to make money out of it and that kind of thing. That's why they do that. And left to their own.
Do you think farmers care about the personalities or individuality of any animal?
Some of them do.
Well, but not enough that they don't kill them or use them, right?
I imagine quite a lot don't. You know, the owner of the huge farm, right, who's got like, you know, thousands of heads of cattle.
Funny how everybody has a problem with large farms, but it's the small farms that usually mistreat the animals the most.
Yeah.
But let's move on. Like when the babies are born, they separate them from their mothers. Do you know why they do that?
I have no idea actually. Sounds unfair to me.
It's very unfair, yeah.
I would have thought it'd be reasonably fair to have the young animals suck on the mother, for example.
No, that's exactly why they separate them, so that they don't drink their mother's milk.
And yesterday I was sitting by the canal. There was some ducklings. Wouldn't even harming them. They're fine.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't eat duck either.
Yeah, they're cute. We see that when we see the animals ourselves, we're like we find shelter in them somehow.
Yeah.
But the things that we pay for it to happen to them is insane. Like this is the separation of the baby is just one of the things. The impregnation is just another. What do you think happens to them if the baby is born male?
For cows?
Yeah.
I imagine quite a lot of them might be slaughtered right away, sent for veal, whatever.
Exactly.
Right?
That's where veal is coming from.
But I also imagine that in some cases they're kept. Otherwise, where you get a bull to impregnate
for a year or two, and then they get killed. Also,
you get a bull to impregnate the cows in the future.
Yeah. They have to jerk off a bull, indeed. So they have to have a bull. But on small farms, they can't afford to keep a bull because they have a much smaller margin.
So
of
they
profit.
rent one or they buy a bucket of semen or whatever. Yeah.
So they buy the semen. Most of the times. Yeah. So that's one thing. If the baby is born female, they suffer the same fate as their mother. Every year, impregnated babies taken and exploited for milk, repeatedly year over year, and around the age of 8, they kill them. Cows can live 24 years.
Yeah.
Do you know why they kill them at that age?
It gets old and tired. I don't know for sure.
Because
I don't know a lot about how the dairy industry.
That's okay.
But
I'm trying to get people to interact a little bit with it. So it's because they can't get them pregnant.
Yeah.
Do you think that any of this is not objectifying the cows? It's like literally we don't care about what is in here. We just care about their body and what their body gives to us. Right?
That might be a fair assessment.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you think we do the same?
Most farmers, I imagine.
Do you think we do the same to all other animals in farming?
Probably, yeah. Yeah. Right. Chickens, maybe. I don't think they're well kept.
Well, chickens are an even interesting one. Chickens can live 10 years. Do you know at what age chickens for meat are killed at?
6 months, a year maybe.
42 days.
42 days, wow.
Yeah, and nowadays what they're doing is they're starting to grow bugs, other sentient beings, to feed them to chickens so that the chickens grow faster so that they can kill them even faster. It's clearly to them, they don't see the individuals, they just see them as, you know.
And there's another impact as well, which is farming produces a lot of CO2.
It's very bad for the environment.
Bad for the environment. That's one of the reasons why I gave up eating red meat, for example. Because
but dairy is just as bad for the environment.
Yes, but the cows if they're simply dairy, the cows live a longer life. All right, they're eventually killed for meat, but, you know.
Do you think that you have some responsibility for what happens to these animals?
Indirectly.
Indirectly, yeah. Do you think that there's animals being killed in your name because you pay for it?
I hadn't thought of it that way, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, it's a possibility that you could argue that we're all complicit in it, right?
Yeah. Do you think you can choose to stop supporting them and adopt a plant-based diet, for example?
Already partly plant-based anyway.
But like, I understand you're already partly plant-based, but think about it this way. If I say I'm a feminist and I respect women's rights, but then every Tuesday I go and slap women's asses, you know, I would be like...
I'll call you a disgusting pig.
Exactly, right? So I wouldn't actually be a feminist if I would do that, right? So it's the same thing, like, even if you do it once a week or once a month, like, God.
I think I might have been a bird.
It was a little poo, yeah, it was right there. It nearly hit me. Even if it's once a week or once a month, it's still...
Did that bird just poop on his back? That sucks.
To those animals who go into a slaughterhouse for you, to the animals that get exploited, it's just as bad as it was. Like, I'm sure if something like this were to happen to you, you wouldn't care if it happens to... if the person who's doing this to you is doing it, they're doing it once a year or once a month. You just care that they're doing this to you, right?
Yeah.
So don't you think we should be thinking a little bit also from this perspective of the victim?
A little bit, yeah. Right. I don't know. As I said, I'm ambivalent about this question.
It's okay. I understand it's a little bit of a difficult thing, and also we've all been programmed this way. But I'll just give you this. Scan this QR code and watch these one of these two things on top, just to learn a little bit about what happens. If you decide that you don't want to be part of it, you have several resources to help you out there for free. Okay?
Yeah.
I appreciate you having this conversation with me. Okay. Do you have any questions for me?
I'm curious why this is a social experiment.
So normally when I ask people this, a lot of people already start switching, right? Where they say, yeah, animals deserve rights, animals or something. Yeah. But then when we bring up farm animals, they go like, well, no, not really. I like eating meat, therefore it's okay to kill these animals, to mistreat them.
So what are all those guys who like kind of must have steak? What are they like when you talk to them?
Kind of
the meat heads.
Like how you just did that, kind of like steak,
yeah.
Steak.
Yeah.
I try to be logical with them. I try to bring it to a logical point.
Yeah.
And a lot of the times they realize the logical point. They realize that it's wrong, but then they say, I don't know, I like my meat. That's it.
Yeah. You're making a fair point, making it well as well. So
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Watch one of those videos. Maybe.
The hardest people to talk to are the people that just say, I don't care. Like, you're not going to get to them. They just don't care. Like, there's probably other things that they don't care about that are, like, they probably got really messed up values. When people just, like, don't care about a lot of basic things, like, they start justifying, like, crazy stuff. They say, like, they'd probably eat people, and they, like, justify slavery, and they think that, they just, like, it's kind of crazy. It's hard to talk to those people, for sure. Yeah, apathy.
Maybe you won't, like, I regret that I didn't change sooner, because it's pretty fucked up what it is. And I don't know, I feel like in order for me to sleep nice at night, I need to know that if I can make choices where I don't oppress the most defenseless creatures, why wouldn't I make those choices, right?
Yeah, very good. Anyway, thank you.
Have a good one. Nice person, huh? The birds pooped.
They didn't hit me. Okay. They pooped right here. There's a couple of parrots here in the stream.
It did get him.
Right here. Yeah. Hello everyone, thank you for being here in the stream. We're going to be having an interesting stream today. Not a long one, maybe like an hour and a half, something like that, because afterwards we're going to be doing some We the Free outreach. I have some VR headsets over here. It's going to be pretty cool. Ooh, parrot, yeah.
Nice.
You need better mods.
Hey, that's really cool. I don't have the bag here. Actually, I do. So I'm going to kind of be doing the same thing. On Tuesday, I'm going to go back out to Gettysburg, and I got a bunch of jerky, vegan jerky from Primal Spirit. I got a whole variety pack. I'm going to go in front of the jerky place and show clips from Dominion, and then I'm going to try to give people jerky. The jerky place is closed on Tuesday, so be able to do it without having to worry about the people from the biz coming and bothering me.
Why is that, Arian? I think we have pretty good mods. Somebody says I am clueless. What exactly am I clueless about? Which clue am I missing? Tell me. I no longer want to be clueless, as you're saying, so tell me which clue am I missing? Can someone kick trolls? Well, the thing is, I don't want people to be kicked just for them being trolls. I do want people to be here, to be listening, because you never know when the things clicks, you know? Don't. There's several people who went vegan simply for listening, for coming in as trolls. Timing me out for no reason, bruh. Didn't spam, didn't even call anyone names. I don't know, Arian, what you did. Hey, God says love you too. Love you too, God. You, not the God. Draculum. The mods are fine. Yeah, I figured the mods are fine. So if you have a problem with the mods, just drop in the comments what you said, what you did, and what happened to you, and then we can assess. Otherwise,
I talked to a guy the other day who, when I asked him if he liked animals, the first thing he said was birds. He said, I love the birds. I try to feed them as much as I can. And then we started talking about what he ate, and he ate a lot of chickens, and it was and then he was somebody with
I'm just gonna hear one side of the story.
Sure. Yeah.
Do you
are
think
not an object either.
Exactly?
So,
do you think that animal agriculture treats animals like objects?
could you repeat?
Do you think that animal agriculture treats animals like objects?
Of course, but I hope there is still some places where they treat them well, what they deserve.
When farmers kill animals, do you think is that not form of objectifying them? Because they kill them for their body, for their flesh, not for who they are as individuals or in their interest, right?
Yeah, sure. Being extremist, I would like a life where we eat animals when they are already finished. They don't suffer, and we don't use them only for treats, our treats.
So, do you think you can live without consuming animal products? If we can live without consuming animal products, okay, how can we justify bringing animals into existence only to kill them?
I didn't get you the last part. Could you repeat the last part?
Sure. How do we justify bringing animals into existence only to kill them?
No, there is no way to justify it. I think there is no way.
So it's unjust, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you think that you supporting it is also unjust?
It just started carrying this at my grocery store. I like this brand. It's got 10 grams of protein. It's only 4 ingredients. So that's my breakfast. I'm gonna have some of this yogurt with some seeds, hemp seeds, chia seeds, flax seeds, sunflower seeds, and then some berries. I like blackberries. And then I normally have like a slice of bread with some peanut butter and sometimes I'll have like a glass of like cashew milk or oat milk, or I like walnut milk, but that's a little bit more expensive. But yeah, that's like my breakfast.
Everyone could support whatever.
Say it again?
Everyone could support whatever.
Sure, but do you think that when you're supporting animal agriculture in the name of buying animal products, don't you think you're going against the values where you're saying animals should not be treated like objects?
Yeah. The minus part it is.
Yeah, that sounds good. I haven't tried too many of the plant-based jerkies before, so this was maybe the second second brand that I've tried. I was never big into jerky myself to begin with, but I'll have to try that out. I'm interested in trying some of the other ones.
So there are a lot of farmers that are like more eco-friendly, and they let, for example, the chickens live without being suffered. So somehow
But they still kill them, don't they?
Somehow they still have a better life. But
and they bring them into existence. Why do you think farmers bring animals into existence?
Because in the past it was the easiest way.
No, but like to use them, right? Do you think a farmer would bring an animal into existence to take care of them or to use them? What's the purpose? They control the breeding process.
Well, animals are, of course, humans have owned a good mentality through the past of the year, well, a better mentality. Still, we have a lot to learn about it and to improve. And somehow animals in the past, they were suffering a lot more. Nowadays, they are suffering less, but anyways, they're still suffering.
It's not about them suffering. I'm just asking, like, is it fair to bring them into existence to kill them only? For money?
That's suffering, yeah.
Okay, if you call that suffering, that's okay. But like, do you think it's fair to bring them into existence only to kill them?
No, because we don't choose life.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
I could be a rabbit. I could be
exactly.
I could be whatever.
Exactly. So then, don't you think you have a bit of an obligation to not pay for it if you think this way? Because as you said, you could be born a rabbit or a cow or something, right?
Yeah, and nowadays we all invented a lot of pills where we can take vitamins.
We can take vitamins if we need
vitamins,
to. Yeah.
So yeah, there is no way to justify it.
Exactly. How would you call a person that does not participate in any of this, that doesn't support animal agriculture?
I don't know the name in English, but in Spanish it would be like hypocrite, world and their well-being. So
vegan.
Vegan, yeah, vegan.
Yeah.
But well-being, they care about their well-being.
They care about the animals. Veganism is about the animals, right? Do you think you could be a vegan? Because your values are in line with veganism, right?
Yeah. Probably, if I could take a closer vision of it, and maybe meeting some people who are already vegan and could show me how easy it is. I
can give you resources for that.
Definitely vegan, yeah.
Okay, well let me give you resources then for that. There's actually, if you scan this QR code, there's a thing there called Challenge 22. If you subscribe to it, they hook you up with a nutritionist, send you recipes every day, and help you adopt a plant-based diet for free.
Right.
So it's access to a nutritionist and free step-by-step guide on how to adopt a plant-based diet.
Right. I'll save it then.
Yeah. So how many more animals should be exploited in your name?
How many?
Yeah.
Zero.
You gotta go vegan for that, Alex.
Okay. So
you're awesome, man. I appreciate the way you think. I like that. But just keep in mind that just because we don't see the horrors, it doesn't mean they don't have them.
We don't choose who we are. We are just born. I could be like, I could be Chinese, I could be a chicken, I could be
exactly.
I could be a plant, I could be anything else.
It's insane how many people don't actually get that. It's insane how many people say, well, I was born human, therefore it's okay to do whatever we want to animals.
Yeah, well, it's, as I said, it's the easiest way to fool your stomach. So they don't even care about. They don't have the eyes. They have the open eyes. So.
I appreciate you, Alex. Have an awesome day. There's also 2 videos on top. If you scan this QR code, the minion and the most important speech you'll ever hear. You might like the most important speech you'll ever hear. If you scan this QR code, it'll appear like the second thing there.
Right.
Can you give that a watch? Gonna do it now.
If it's not a virus?
No, it's not a virus. What kind of virus would it be? That's funny. Yeah, so this is the minion and this one. I think you really like this one.
This is
the minion. It's kind of showing you what happens, but I think you'll really like this one. Yeah.
And can I listen to it?
Yeah, you can listen to it. You can also listen.
How much time it takes?
So the speech is 30 minutes, and afterwards it's questions and answers. But I think the speech will be just good enough.
Because I can listen to it at work.
Yeah.
While I'm working, so.
What do you do for work?
I own a recycling plant.
You own a recycling plant?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
It's what's in Bivol?
No.
It's an agency that provides you a house and a work to do.
I felt the same way when I started cooking. I fell in love with cooking a couple years ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and now I used to take pictures of all vegan, so I still get reminders, memories from years ago when I used to cook all these animal product meals, and it's like every time I see them, it's like, oh, it always makes me sad. It's like I wish when I started cooking I was just vegan from the beginning, but yeah, so I kind of know what you mean.
And for foreign people who are working abroad, I'm from Spain, and I went to an agency that recruited me, and they told me to work on different jobs, and I chose the recycling plant. It's a hard job, but outright.
That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. So in your work, you're also trying to get the environment to be better.
Yeah, it's the phrase is working for the future.
Working for the future. I like that. Okay, Alex, have an awesome day. Watch that video. You'll enjoy it. Okay. Cheers, man. It's a pity you guys couldn't see Alex.
Chip's really good at giving those cards out. Opening minds. I guess maybe people there probably are a little bit more open-minded than Pennsylvania, but I need to get some cards like that too. But I actually get a lot of people like taking pictures of my folder, which is basically the same thing.
He's a cool guy. Vessi, these are vegan shoes, brother. They're a vegan brand.
Dude, Vessis are cool. I want to get them too. I didn't know that Chip had Vessis.
Vessi, V-E-S-S-I. Sadly, they're only available in the US, but I bought them when I was in the US. This bacon is so good watching this. Oh yeah, let me make your bacon eating experience nicer. Are you ready? I'm gonna make your bacon experience eating nicer. Look at this. Look how nice this is. Look at this. Isn't this nice? Are you enjoying this? Imagine being so selfish that you only think about what you enjoy, not about the fact that innocent sentient beings are put in gas chambers, pigs are put in gas chambers, and then have their throat cut. All of it for nothing. Imagine that. Imagine.
This is that Chip guy. If you're not following, go follow him. That Chip guy.
That. Imagine the nonsense that. Shoe, please. I already showed you shoes. As I said, these are.
Going on here. Sorry, my internet's having a moment, I think. Maybe it's crashing. Can you still hear me? It looks like my video is still playing, maybe.
SSI. They're vegan shoes. I want to catch you. Show me your shoes. Show me your shoes. Show me your shoes. I'm sure. Show me your shoes. What the fuck is this nonsense? Stop oppressing animals and stop trying to make me out like a bad guy so that you don't have to listen to my message.
Sorry, it's probably my internet. My internet cuts out every once in a while for a couple seconds and then it comes back.
Even if I would be a bad guy, you should still listen to the message that I'm trying to say, because it's not about the person, it's about the message. And the message is stop exploiting animals. There's no need for it. Stop supporting needless animal exploitation. Stop being an oppressor to these innocent animals. You wouldn't put a dog into a slaughterhouse. Why would you put a pig into a slaughterhouse? There's so many similarities between dogs and pigs, like even from the outside. Pigs are more intelligent, of course, but the similarities are mind-boggling. And either way, from their perspective, from their standpoint, they're all individuals who just want to live their life and experience life. You choosing to end their life simply because you get pleasure from it, I don't think that's nice, man. That's not what a nice person would do. A nice person would not kill the most innocent creatures on earth, bring them to life only to kill them and use them. Hi. I ask people some questions, but is your mom okay with being on my YouTube channel? Gotta get consent. My cousin had a pet pig and it was my bestie. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like, the thing is, it doesn't really even matter if you like the animal or not. It doesn't even matter what relationship you have with them, because at the end of the day, it's not like if you don't have a relationship with a human being or any other animal you see on the street, then fuck them, you can do whatever you want to them. This person that I was speaking to, this English guy before, was saying that he was sitting by the canal and saw a mother duck with their ducklings. Just think about this, a mother duck with their small ducklings just navigating along on the water, minding their own business. If you see that, it just brings you joy. You're just like, oh, that's so cute. It brings you joy. You're like, you all of a sudden feel this thing inside of you. And imagine if somebody then comes and just fucking cuts the throat of all these ducks. All of them. The babies, the mother, all of them. And then they're like, I gotta have my bacon. I gotta have my bacon. Imagine that stupidity. Imagine somebody being such a fucking asshole. This is who you are to these animals. This is what you do to the animals that you feed and to force them in slaughterhouses. This is what you do. Literally, they're cute, they're nice, they're individuals, and even if they wouldn't be cute or nice, this is what you do. You're like, oh, I gotta eat what I want to eat. And then you cut their throat and drain their blood and cut them into pieces, also that you can taste their flesh in your mouth. Ugh. You may not like how I say it, but that's the reality of it. And that's what you pay for. You want to try a social experiment?
What are you talking about?
Just asking people some questions, talking about animals.
Yeah, why not?
You want to try it? How old are you, by the way?
16.
Are you 16 also?
No.
Okay, so I need some consent from somebody who's over 18, because I'm live on my YouTube channel.
22.
You're 22? Are you like her guardian thing person?
What are you doing?
I'm just asking people some questions about animals.
Yeah, go ahead. Have fun.
Okay, because I'm live on my YouTube channel, that's why I'm asking. So you want to come here so that your interview? What's your name?
Emma.
Emma, nice to meet you, I'm Chip. So I'm an animal rights activist.
Yeah.
I fight for the rights of animals. Do you think animals deserve rights?
Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
Well, yeah.
All animals shouldn't be treated like objects.
Yeah.
But in our society, a few objects, a few animals, the ones we eat, are treated like objects. And I think it needs a bigger wave of rethinking the whole vegetarian eating thing to, really change something about them.
Yeah. Do you think it's fair to treat those animals like objects?
No, it isn't, but society just ignores the fact.
Completely agree with you, and it's unfair that society does that, right?
Yes.
Do you ignore it
You
also?
should licking each other.
Yeah, I do. But we don't eat a lot of meat at home, but we do eat it.
So only some individuals are treated like objects for you?
Yes.
Do you think you can choose something else?
Sorry?
Do you think you can choose something else so that those animals are no longer treated like objects?
Yeah, you could choose, just don't eat meat anymore.
So let me put it this way. As I said, I'm an animal rights activist.
Yes.
I want animals to no longer be treated like objects, right?
Yes.
And I'm speaking to you. Do you think you can help me make these animals no longer treated like objects?
Yes, every person who doesn't eat animals anymore is helping.
Or any form of animal products. Because, for example, do you think in dairy production or in egg production, animals are still treated like objects?
Yes.
Yeah. So do you think you can choose differently?
Yeah, I could choose to eat vegan.
Yeah, exactly. What is a vegan, by the way?
A vegan is a person who doesn't eat animal products of any kind.
Yeah, but it's not a diet, by the way, right? So
Yeah.
veganism is to animals what feminism is to women. It's about respecting their rights. And as a consequence, we don't eat their flesh, but we also don't wear their skin. We don't go to zoos or stuff like that where they exploit and use animals,
Yes.
treat them like objects, essentially. So what do you want to do going forward? Are you going to help me? Are you going to be vegan?
Maybe in the future.
Maybe in the future.
Right now it's a little difficult
Why is it difficult now?
because I'm living at home.
With your parents, right?
Yes.
So let me put it this way. I'm just going to throw a hypothetical out there to kind of understand where your position is. So if your parents start eating cats and dogs, are you going to eat cats and dogs?
No, that's a very hypothetical question.
So like everybody you talk to that's open-minded, like they always say that it's hard to change overnight. Like they get it, but then they just don't want to. Like that's like another really hard point when you're talking to people. It's like once they kind of figure it out, how do you get them to actually make the first step?
It's just difficult at home for my mom or for myself to cook different every time, every meal.
Yeah.
For her to cook different. But
There was a study that Mike the Vegan did a video on that showed like a correlation between trauma and people that are vegan. So like it just showed that like a lot of vegans have gone through some type of like traumatic event in their life, and that could be why like they're able to relate more to like what's happening to the animals. What are you eating? Can I have it? I thought that was kind of interesting. So like a lot of people that don't want to make that final step, maybe they haven't experienced anything that is that traumatic, because I know that kind of makes sense in my situation. So
But maybe in the future.
But you could cook on your own, right? You're 16.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, you're right.
I'm just curious, like how many more animals should be treated like objects for you from now?
I hope not a lot anymore.
Not a lot?
No.
Not a lot. So if I would be a person who's a a misogynistic asshole, if I were a misogynistic asshole, and I would treat women like objects, and you'd ask me, how many more women are you going to treat like objects? And I'll say, not a lot. Would that be a fair response? No, of course not. So that's why I'm trying to bring attention to the victims also, because when we buy these animal products and we consume them, we forget about their life, about them as victims. But they are victims, are they not?
Yes, of course they are. Just in a way, if you think that way, yes, they are.
Is there any other way to see them as? What do you think they are in this whole situation?
No. We shouldn't treat them. We should treat them with respect and not as objects. You're totally right about that.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna give you a card because I feel like I appreciate everything that you're saying. I don't want to push you too much. So, scan this QR code and watch either Dominion or the most important speech you'll ever hear. They just appear on top. Maybe watch with your family just to know kind of what you're paying. Because a lot of times we imagine we have this image in our head and we just say, oh, they just killed. That's it. It's not that bad. Although that's already pretty bad. If you see what's happening, it's way worse. Okay. What was your name again? Emma, you're awesome. You're 16. I'm 37. I regret not going vegan earlier. Don't be like me. Okay, be smarter than that. Okay. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Cheers. I did not want to push Emma too much. I just want sometimes people to just go in there and get the resources. Man's telling us what we can eat. Yeah, I'm telling you, you can't eat humans. How dare I tell you not to eat humans? How dare I tell you not to eat humans or dogs? How dare I? The nerve of me telling you not to eat humans. Imagine that. Planting seeds. Yeah.
It's funny watching Chip sped up a little bit. I don't normally watch him sped up like that.
I feel, yeah. It's hard when they're 16, you know, and when they're, I made this rule for myself that when they're essentially children, you know, especially if they're not adult, like even legally, I will not try to push them. I will just try to inform them and get them to watch next. How dare you, says Dave, exactly. Bro's actually comparing humans and animals in the same light. Yeah, I am comparing humans and animals, yeah, you know. We have feelings, they have feelings. We think, they think. We have a subjective experience of the world, they have a subjective experience of the world. We're subject of our universe, they're subjects of their universe. My life or our lives mean everything to us, it's everything. Their life is everything to them, it's everything. I would say it's a pretty good comparison. Oh, the only big difference is that, what, they look different? I don't think we should be judging somebody based on how they look like, but that's just me. But if you want to be that person who is oppressing individuals based on how they look like, okay. I mean, I would think that's a dick person to do that. So they look differently, and what else? Oh yeah, they're not as intelligent as us. But surely you don't think we should be oppressing individuals based on intelligence, right? If I'm more intelligent than you, does that mean we should be oppressing?
I think there's animals that are way smarter than some people.
Be oppressing you or something? Should the most intelligent people on this planet oppress the least intelligent people on this planet? No. You see, so when you break down the barriers, this individual called a human or an animal, when you take down all these barriers, because that's what we created this clear barrier of this is a human and this barrier of this is animals, you realize that we're all kind of the same, huh? And we shouldn't be oppressing any one of us. Especially given that we all have an experience of the world. Alright, I'm gonna end this debate right now. How many vegan barbecues have you been to in your life? Well, I don't normally go to barbecues, but maybe 4 or 5, I don't know. That's just how many, I think, animal-based barbecues, maybe 8 before that, when I was stupid. When I was ignorant towards what I was supporting. Yeah. Hi.
Hi, what is the social experience?
I just asked people some questions, get them to think a little bit. How old are you, by the way?
21.
21, okay, that's okay. Are you okay being live on my YouTube channel?
Yes, that's all right.
I'm Chip, nice to meet you. What's your
Nice
name?
to meet you, Ilke.
Ilke. Yeah, love it.
Hey.
Where are you from?
From South Africa.
From South Africa. Nice. I don't meet a lot of South African people. So, Ilke, since you're from South Africa, what's your take on oppression?
Wow. It's very different in South Africa than here.
Yeah.
And it's very enlightening to see what it's like here compared to South Africa. I mean,
You're against oppression, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that, I'm going to ask you some questions, even if they seem ridiculous, let's just go through them, okay?
Okay.
Do you think that an individual with power should have the right to oppress an individual without power?
No.
No. What if the individual without power does not realize that they're oppressed?
No, that makes it even more wrong.
That makes it even more wrong, okay. And what if the individual with power has been doing this for a long time, it's part of their tradition, all this kind of stuff? Does that?
No, I think it's a popular excuse, but it's also very wrong.
Appreciate that, okay. And I'm going to ask you 2 more questions, and then you might change your mind. You might start defending oppression. So let's see. That's what most people do. Let's see. So, 1, do you think we should be judging whether to oppress somebody or not based on their biological category, that they belong to? Like, take for instance, somebody with a different sex than I, should I be oppressing them simply because they're not part of the same biological category called
No,
sex?
I definitely don't think so.
Okay. So, and here
because that, opens up to like all women should be oppressed or all men should be oppressed, and I don't believe in that.
And here's the difficult question. What about species? Do you think we should be discriminating whether to oppress individuals based on their species? Like, should we be oppressing animals?
I mean, I think animals being oppressed and people being oppressed, it kind of looks different. But
to their victim, I would say they feel the same, wouldn't they? They would still feel the same oppression being done to them.
I don't think they feel the emotions the same.
Why? Why is it so different? I really don't think it is. The more I think about it, there's no difference at all. It's the same. I don't think that humans are more important than animals.
same way we do.
I don't think you and I feel the same way we do emotions,
No, we
but they feel emotions nevertheless, right? It doesn't really matter.
do.
And they feel emotions how they feel emotions.
How would you say animals being oppressed would look like? Like animal testing? Or like
Animal testing is one good one. Yeah. What else comes to mind? Do you think zoos are oppressing animals?
I do think so, yes. I think it's very sad.
What about animal agriculture? Do you think animal agriculture oppresses animals?
It depends how it's done. I think some ways can be very beneficial to humans, obviously, but that can be selfish.
Do you think we can live without oppressing animals for food, for example?
I think we can. It would be very difficult and it would take a long time
for the society
to adapt. But I think it's possible.
Yeah. Do you think that you as an individual can adopt a plant-based diet and not oppress animals?
I think you can try to change the system, but I think it would be a drop in the ocean.
It would, right?
Yeah.
But let's imagine that the richest people on the planet choose 100 individuals on this planet to kill. There's 8 billion people. It means nothing to kill 100 people, right? But if you're one of them, it's really bad. It would be really bad.
It would.
Yeah. So don't you think you adopting a plant-based diet could save up to 100 animals per year? That's why I specifically mentioned that number. Don't you think that to them it would mean everything, even if it's a drop in the bucket, right?
Yeah. No, I respect people who choose to adopt a plant-based diet just for that.
And then we gotta ask this, because if you say you're against oppression and you're supporting it by paying for animal products, which are a form of oppression,
yes,
and you have alternatives, are you really against oppression then?
Are you advocating for plant-based diets?
I'm advocating for animal rights.
Okay.
Sadly, one of the biggest ways we use animals is for food. So yes, I talk a lot about that because most people have an issue adopting a change in that direction. But all I want is people, like, obviously I don't want people to oppress animals for cosmetics, right? Testing on animals. I don't want people to go to zoos. I don't want any of it. Like people to wear leather also because that's their skin. But the biggest,
so it's animal oppression.
All of them are animal oppression.
Interesting. Good view on animal oppression. Wow,
yeah, because at the end of the day, right, if we consider the victims in this situation, if we replace the animal with a human, any form of farming that you can imagine, even the best case scenario, wouldn't that be oppressive?
Yes, it is. It is.
Yeah.
Well, I've definitely taken a new view to it.
So what do you want to do with this view? I don't want to push you, but what do you want to do with this view?
I'll definitely try to eat more vegetables and less meat. Yeah. So, well, it's anyways, for South Africans to eat meat in Amsterdam is anyways crazy expensive. So
it is cheaper to be plant-based.
To be plant-based, yes, definitely.
Yeah, but in most of the world it actually is cheaper, because sometimes when we imagine that being plant-based is expensive, we think of the plant-based meats or plant-based cheese, which are usually expensive.
Eating like beans and legumes and stuff like that.
You already know it. You already know it.
Yes.
So here's the difficult question then, because I feel like I don't want to keep you for too long. A lot of difficult.
Okay.
Yeah. How many more animals should be oppressed in your name until you change?
That is
a difficult question.
That's such a manipulative question.
I'm sorry. So this, by the way, to understand this question, it's not for me to point the finger at you.
No.
It's more like to understand the responsibility you have, and the fact that all these are individuals. Because when we make a choice, we don't really see the individuals who are suffering, but they are being exploited and killed.
Yes. Well, no more, to be honest, but I will definitely be more aware of it in the future.
I appreciate you saying that.
Thank you so much.
Let me just give you a card real quick. You have my YouTube channel there. If you scan this QR code, there's a thing, Documentary Dominion, or The Most Important Speech You'll Ever Hear. They both appear on top. Can you promise me you'll watch one of these two?
I will watch them.
Okay. You have also resources there to help you adopt a plant-based diet.
Awesome. I'll definitely actually use that.
It's called. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Have a good one. Cheers.
So I've been looking up other resources like Challenge 22, and Veganuary has like a 30-day challenge or something like that. And I think PETA has one. And there's a couple other ones too.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, everybody. On Sundays, people are nicer. Hello. You guys are early.
It's hot at that apartment. I had to get out. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Yes.
Hi, Jan.
Chip, nice to meet you. Shall we start?
You got bird poop on you.
Oh, so the bird did poop on me. Okay.
Oh, you're filming. Oh.
Yeah, that's okay. No, that's okay. That's okay. I mean, where do you want to do this, by the way? Do you want to do this here? And our spot is full of the burnt flesh table. We can also just like either go between two benches, but that would be difficult for us to move around.
Move around to have other people to get behind the stand and stuff.
Or we could go at the end of that. It might be closer to move if it starts raining.
If it starts to rain, that we go under the cover. Is there something also happening there? I see a lot of times.
It's just these things, these people who. Yeah.
Maybe we get back. I was thinking if we move, because usually when we're under there, we don't have such a good luck with, so many people. But maybe today.
We can also sit on this side, maybe. Do you think we can sit on this side? We Could be good.
Maybe. Never done it, but
Okay. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm gonna end the stream, everybody. My activists are here. My activists, well, the activists are here. I appreciate everybody here. Axel.
Thought maybe he'd get one more talking, but like, maybe not.
Go walk around the market.
Okay, go walk around the market. I'll have more conversations. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Cool. It looks like he might have like one or two more.
Yeah. Okay. I'll see you soon. They want to walk around a little bit, and we gotta start anyway in like 30 minutes. Answer my question about populations. What questions about populations? Obviously, I didn't see it. I'm not ending it. Somebody called me a loser. Yeah, for fighting for the rights of animals. Oh, you must be a very nice person. Look at that loser fighting for the rights of animals. Look at that. How would anyone know if a plant feels? Well, there's a couple of things we do know, right? In order for somebody to numb your feeling, they give you a pill that cuts off either that part of the brain that generates pain, or it tries to numb the central nervous system. So based on that, you can make an easy assumption that pain comes from brain and or central nervous system. If a plant doesn't have that, it's safe to assume that they probably don't have any form of pain.
Yeah, in my last stream, we were asking ChatGPT about the different animals that have like neural or nerve nets. Was kind of interesting. Like jellyfish and starfish. Like they don't have a brain, but they have a nerve net. And that's how they move around. And then like sponges are kind of even like below jellyfish.
It's not about being pain though. Like I don't care. Even if they did have pain, I do.
But that's like the evolution of the nervous system. So they might not be sentient at the bottom of that like evolution ladder, but they still have some type of like nerves, which is interesting.
It's not about that. It's about them having a subjective experience of the world, right? Them being subjects of their own universe, and it's about realizing that even when you consume animal products, you kill more plants with that choice. You exploit.
Yeah, I still wouldn't eat any of them either. Like I feel like that's where we should draw the line. Like instead of sentience, like it should include those other animals too, I would think. I don't really know why it would just stop there and not include the other animals. I guess technically they're animals. Maybe they're not technically animals, but whatever they are, they're in that weird class of something. I don't know how to pronounce it, but yeah, I wouldn't eat them either. You can just eat plants. You don't have to. Like there's no reason to. It doesn't make any sense.
Exploit and slaughter an innocent animal.
I mean, even when it comes to plants, I don't want to waste plant lives either. You know what I mean? Like, why? There's no point to that. You know what I mean? That wouldn't make any. It doesn't even make any sense. So, like, yeah, I'm all about like efficiency too. That's kind of what got me into.
So, it doesn't really matter if they are sentient or not. It doesn't. All we know is that they are most likely not. Well, at least not how we define sentience. One. And two, that even if they would be, it would still be preferable to adopt a plant-based diet. It'd still be, because you would be...
Hi, Alicia.
Remember to like, sub, and comment, says Cup Media. I'm assuming you're also...
This is that chip guy. If you're not, sub to him. Go find him. That chip guy.
I'm supporter, so what can I say about you? There's probably no form of empirical evidence that I can show you to this, so that you no longer believe this nonsense, right? Bragging about harming the innocent is really dark. Yeah, exactly. Lions are immoral. They should eat trees. Yeah, lions. Lions are the ones who change. Not you who has the options. Not you who doesn't depend on this food. Lions, they're the ones who should change, not you. Lions who need it, lions who have no alternatives, lions who do it out of necessity, sure. They should change. You? Nah, you should continue paying for animals to be exploited and slaughtered for an optional product. Wow. Chip loves Biden. No, I don't love Biden. I don't really have any positive or negative feelings towards Biden. Would I choose Biden over Trump? Every single day. Would I choose demented Biden as he is now, Biden with dementia, over Trump? Sure. I mean, Trump also has dementia now. But yeah. Anyway, I don't want to talk politics.
Trump apparently has some health problems, though. I saw in the news the other day saying there could be he could have a problem with his heart or something like that, possibly. Or
I don't really care about politics too much. I dislike politics so much. If you want, we can discuss policies, but not politics. I don't give a shit about who's in power. I just want things to be done properly. I don't really care. These people would support slavery because to them, if it looks different, it's an argument. If it looks different, it's an animal. And if it's an animal, it's okay to enslave it. Yeah, Schizo, you're right. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to say something else, but you're right. You're right. People would support slavery. I mean, people do support animal slavery, right? You want to try the social experiment?
Yeah.
Are you okay being live for my YouTube channel?
Yeah, sure.
How old are you?
21.
21. Okay, that's good.
Hey guys.
What's your name?
Emily.
Emily, I'm Chip. Nice to meet you. Where are you from, Emily?
Michigan.
Michigan. Okay.
USA.
So I'm an animal rights activist. I fight for the rights of animals.
Love it.
hopefully, she's an open-minded American. What do you guys think?
Do you think animals deserve rights?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay. Do you think animals deserve the right to not be treated like objects?
Not be treated like objects.
Yeah, me too. I spent my 21st birthday in Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Obviously.
So I'm going to ask you a couple more questions and you might change your mind in the meanwhile. So do you think animal agriculture treats animals like objects?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm vegetarian.
You're vegetarian. So do you consume any animal product?
No.
So
I guess vegan.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What is a vegan to you?
I don't eat any meat or really any animal products like butter, milk, honey even.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just veggies.
Yeah, that's just veggies. And veganism is not a diet, by the way. It's about the animals. Veganism is to animals what feminism is to women.
Right.
It's about respecting their rights.
Right.
That's amazing that you're respecting their rights. I'm sorry for saying that. Most people actually change their mind and they start defending it. You know?
No, man, I'm right there with you.
You're right there with me.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. How long have you been vegan for?
6 years.
6 years?
Yeah.
Wow.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I love it. I love
Yes.
it. Is it difficult? Is it? I'm difficult it there.
Just like when you're out and about, it's hard to find restaurants that accommodate.
Yeah, you can't just go to any restaurant. You might have to go to certain places, but there's places all around.
Oh, I see. Restaurants, I noticed that restaurants are difficult.
Yeah.
My sister lives in North Carolina, and we went to a restaurant that had no options, and I was like, what the fuck? I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
Never, ever.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I just went to a different restaurant, and they allowed me to bring it in. So
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, let me give you a
We're
card
headed out.
anyway.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know if your family's vegan or not, but if they're not, maybe show them the minion.
Okay.
They'll know why.
Thanks.
I appreciate
it.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye. There you go. We found another vegan.
Jesus.
Looking at
Yeah, before I had my ticket for, it was the same show. Somebody fell and died, so they canceled the next night that I was scheduled to go see. But yeah, that was crazy. I remember that. A lot of crazy stuff happens in Vegas. I actually went there. I went back there again a couple years later. But yeah, I wasn't vegan way back then. That was like over 10 years ago. Yeah, 10 years ago, probably the second time I went.
Topless stream when? Says Stone. First of all, Tom, thank you for the super chat. Second, topless stream. I don't know, man. I'm very self-conscious. I maybe will try it at some point. Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you? Are you
I'm
okay?
good.
Are you okay being live for my YouTube channel?
Am I what?
Are you okay being live for
Of
my YouTube
course.
channel? Okay, love it. What's your name?
Amanda.
Amanda.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. I'm Chip.
Nice to meet you.
So, Amanda, I'm an animal rights activist. I
Yep.
fight for the rights of animals.
Yep.
Do you think that animals deserve rights?
Of course.
Of course. Okay. Do you think they deserve the right to not be treated like an object?
Yes.
Yes. Most people, after I ask the next two questions, change their mind. Let's see if
Okay.
you go like
Okay.
most people. Do you think animal agriculture treats animals like objects?
Yes.
Yes. Do you buy animal products and thus support animals being treated like objects?
Yes.
Do you think you can choose otherwise?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I appreciate that. Okay. Do you think that is there anything holding you right now to the position of wanting to pay for animals to be treated like objects?
No.
No. Okay. What would you call a person that does not treat animals like objects?
Kinda.
Kinder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of veganism?
Yes.
Yeah. So a vegan is a person who respects animal rights.
Yes.
As a consequence, we don't eat them. We don't.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you ever considered going vegan yourself?
I do try to be more vegan for health reasons as well. So yeah, I do. I eat chicken more than anything else.
Do you know? So chickens can live 10 years. Do you know
Yeah.
at what age chickens are killed at on average?
Probably less than 6 months old, I imagine.
42 days. Yeah. And nowadays, what they're doing is they're starting to farm insects so that they can feed the chickens so that they can kill them even faster.
That's not nice.
This is animal agriculture. When we treat individuals like objects, this is where we get at. Because for them, it's about profit, it's about making money, and this is where we're rich. We treat all of them. Doesn't matter if they think what they want to do.
Yeah.
Just kill them. Yeah.
You've made me think more.
I made you think more.
You have.
Well, at least that's
Just
good.
by stopping and yeah.
Yeah. So here's a difficult
Yeah.
question, okay? How many more animals should be treated like an object for you or in your name until you make a change?
From today, none.
From today now. I appreciate you so much. You're awesome. Let me just give you a card. That would mean going vegan, by the way.
Yeah, that was nice 2 quick conversations there.
So on this card right
Yeah.
here, maybe you want to watch the minion or the most important speech you'll ever hear.
Cool.
If you scan the QR code, they both appear on top. You adopt a plant-based diet for free.
Lovely.
Lovely.
Oh, nice to have met you.
Same.
Take care.
Have a good one. Yeah, everyone. We do have a Discord server that is full of activists almost always. So if you want to have a conversation, you should join that Discord server. Maybe I should put the link in that description for that Discord server. Topless chips says Axel.
A 23-year-old chicken? Wow. That's like twice as long as they normally live. That'd be like a person living to 150.
Don't topless chip. You guys. You guys. No, I'm you want me to be really, really uncomfortable, right? That's the whole point of it. Make me as uncomfortable as I can be. Sure.
Wow.
I'll try it at some point.
If she had more than one, then she must have been doing something. Maybe it was just, maybe they were the same family, like genetics. Yeah. Combination of both, you know. I wonder if they had any more that lived really long.
She looked... Yeah. What website if I want the same experience? What do you mean? Dude has a great physique. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Actually, today in the gym, the workout was not that good. Because of the... Hey, you want to try a social experiment?
Yeah, very social experiment, no?
Are you okay being live for my YouTube channel?
What are we gonna talk?
Just, I ask you some questions, get you to think a little bit.
Okay.
You want to come a little bit closer so that you're in view? What's your name?
My name is Roald.
Ronald?
Roald.
Roald?
Yes.
I'm Chip. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So, I'm an animal rights activist. I fight for the rights of animals.
Yes.
Do you think animals deserve rights?
Sorry?
Do you think that animals deserve rights?
Yes, of course.
Do you think they deserve the right to not be treated like an object?
Yes, they're not an object. It's just like me and you.
Okay, I'm going to ask you two more questions. Most people change their mind after these two questions. Do you think that animal agriculture treats animals like objects?
What?
That animal agriculture...
I knew.
...treats animals like objects?
Yes.
Yes. Do you participate in this? Like, do you pay for animals products or...
No, yeah, I pay. I think every product is not good for animals.
Yeah, do you think you can...
He's standing in front of where he normally stands, right? But he's just further down back on the street. Do you guys know? It's in the Netherlands, right? It's by the But yeah, this is that Chip guy. If you guys aren't already subscribed to him, go check him out. That Chip guy.
Choose otherwise?
Yes.
You should go by what your values say. Don't treat animals like objects, or do you want to go with what you've always done, and that is pay for animal products?
I think the last one.
The one that you've always...
It's gonna happen because you're not gonna change
the system.
Yes.
Yeah. Does that matter? Like, let me put it this way: there's murders happening all over the world.
Yes.
Murder is always going to happen. It's never going to change.
No.
Is that justified for me to commit murder?
No.
No. So then this system continuing and
Yes,
happening.
everybody doing it. Then
Yeah.
it's never gonna stop.
And it's also
check
never
it
going to stop
out.
exactly
Yes.
if everybody do it. And you as an individual could save up to 100 animals per year if you would choose to adopt a plant-based diet.
Okay, I'm gonna do it.
You're going to do it?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
What's your name, man?
Roald.
Roald. Let me give you a card, Roald.
Yeah, he's
So
ending.
just scan this QR code and watch one of these two videos. They
Okay,
have
sir.
okay?
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Cheers. I don't think he's going to do it, but he was going to leave. Whatever. I'm not sure. We'll see. I think he just realized that there's no reason to... But by the way, everybody, I think that's it. The activists are back, and I want to start doing the... We got to start with the table and everything. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I appreciate you. I don't know when I'll be back. I hope tomorrow. Maybe I'll do the TikTok thing tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure yet. But yeah, if you're new to the channel, I hope you've enjoyed the conversations. If you want to come back. We have conversations like this. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're... But a lot of the times we get different people. It's interesting that on Sundays we almost always had just these type of people who were open-minded or something. I don't know. Anyway, thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I gotta give a shout out to Draculum because he was the first to comment on this channel. We have this little contest. The first person to comment on the stream gets a shout out in the next stream. So Draculum was the first. I don't know how Draculum does it, I'll be honest. He's faster even than me closing the app and opening the other app. Like, it's insane how fast Draculum is. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. Have an awesome day. Speak up for animals if you're vegan. Try to have a conversation with somebody. Topless Chip. We'll do Topless Chip at some point. I'll do it. Fuck it. We reached 5K. Let's celebrate by me doing a topless stream. Okay, let's do that. I'll see you in the next one. Probably topless won't be the next one won't be topless, but I will see you in the next one. I hope you're having an awesome day.
That's funny.
If you're not vegan, there's a 3-minute video in the description of the stream. Give that a watch just to see what you're paying for. Okay.
Yeah, that was a nice stream from Chip. Yeah, 5K topless stream. Congrats on the 5K, Chip. That's cool. Let's see.
Donald Trump gets caught trying to con his supporters It's not that hard when you tweet out your plans. This is just another day. With the pressure mounting on Donald Trump to release everything he's got on his former travel companion...
Hold on. So how's everybody doing today? It looks like some people just came here from Chip's stream. I wanted to watch...
This...
Your daughter-in-law said that the truth...
I don't know if you guys are going to be interested in this or not, but I saw this come up, yesterday? I watched this guy, the behavioral arts. He does a lot of like body language stuff, and I think it's really interesting. But I don't know if you guys will be interested in watching this or not. So if you have something else you want to watch, you can put a link in the chat. Definitely go check out Chip if you weren't already subbed to him. But yeah, let's see what he says here.
Transparency in the Epstein case. Do you agree with her, sir?
The Attorney General's handled that very well. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release, yeah.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to the Behavioral Arts. My name is Spidey, and I use my degree in sociology and psychology, my certifications in criminal interrogation and body language analysis, and over 10 years' experience as an award-winning mentalist to teach people behavioral analysis and practical psychology on stages and television shows all over the world. As the controversy...
So I think learning a lot of stuff from him will help with outreach and like reading other people's body language when I'm talking to them and things like that, and just help me with mine. So I've been following him for years. I think people should know more of some of these basic things that'll just help you in life, you know?
Around the Epstein files continue to escalate. President Donald Trump and Attorney General Pam Bondi faced some follow-up questions this week, and their answers left a lot to be desired. But what do their body language, facial expressions, and word choice reveal? And what is the huge, scientifically proven psychological mistake?
Yeah, I saw you say something about that earlier. Trump, you think Trump defunding those labs could have something to do with like Epstein? And it's pretty interesting. He was tied to a lot of different things
that Donald Trump made on social media. Let's dive right in. Okay, for those of you who aren't caught up with the story and what's going on with the Epstein files, I'll give a very quick summary. So, for a very long time now, the administration has been promising that they're going to release the Epstein files, and there was talk of a client list. However, 2 weeks, things that stood out as rather odd. However, since then, things have continued to escalate, and it seems like the story's changing a little bit, or is it? This week on the lawn of the White House, President Donald Trump was asked follow-up questions, and then Attorney General Pam Bondi was also asked some questions about what Donald Trump said. And it seems like their answers don't quite match up. In addition to this, Donald Trump published a couple of social media posts that seemed really emotionally charged and got a lot of people and media sources talking. And in this video, my guest and I are going to look at all of that. We're going to look at his statements, Pam Bondi's statements, as well as these social media posts, and a huge psychological oversight that we can all learn from and apply to our day-to-day lives. I am really excited to introduce this week's guest. He is a clinical and forensic psychologist and body language expert who has been making some huge waves with this whole Epstein topic right here on YouTube. Everybody welcome, for the first time on the channel, Dr. G.
I'm thrilled to be here. I'm a huge fan. This is going to be awesome.
So I actually just saw a video from Dr. G for the first time. He does like similar things. But have you guys heard of either two of these guys? Yeah, if you're trying to find VPM, I don't think it'll come up if you just type in VPM. You actually have to type it out. And what's like the best way to communicate with animals is through body language, really. So people want to just act like they can't communicate with animals, or animals aren't communicating with them, and it's kind of ridiculous.
It's going to be so exciting. And before we jump into this analysis, I want to talk about on body language, but I think you and I have a mutual understanding that body language doesn't give us all the answers.
That's right. It's absolutely my goal to stay as neutral as possible. That's part of being a psychologist. You have to be able to do that. So I do that when I do my videos as well, as much as I can. And it is extremely important to me that people don't overinterpret what we're seeing when it comes to body language, because I think there's so much fascinating, real information we can get from it. I try to limit it just to that.
Yeah, exactly. Like we could get some great clues, but it's rarely like the whole answer just based on one movement. And I love that you can be realistic. So I'm really excited. Let's start by jumping right into this clip where Donald Trump was asked some questions while he was on the White House lawn. He was being interviewed by some reporters, and they brought up this Epstein topic. So let's start with that.
Mr. President, your daughter-in-law said that there should be transparency in the Epstein case. Do you agree with her, sir?
The Attorney General's handled that very well. She's really done a very, you want credible evidence for something like that. And I think the Attorney General's handled it very well.
Okay, a lot of interesting stuff here, both verbally and non-verbally. So Dr. G, why don't you start by walking us through behaviorally what we're seeing? Go ahead.
So I'm someone who has analyzed President Trump quite a lot. I've watched his speeches. I've watched him talk about just about everything. So I'm very used to seeing his body language. And what stood out here was how little body language we're seeing as far as using his hands. For anybody
That's actually what I noticed too when I was looking at it. Like he was really just kind of stiff and just like talking, like, and that's not normally like him. Like he normally talks with his hands more, and yeah. So that was the first thing I noticed.
That's watched him speak. He does tend to do this a lot with his hands. He is very emphatic. He really wants you to listen to every word he's saying. It tends to be very important to him. But this time, his hand stayed by his side. He moved around a little bit, but you really saw very little in that regard. And why that's important is that typically, at least in my experience, because I do a lot of forensic work, when people sit still, that means they don't want to be seen. If you think about if you're out in the wild and there's a wild animal and you spot it, the first thing you do is you freeze. And so typically when people don't move much, they typically do, or if they stop moving when they're talking about something, that's something you pay attention to. So as I saw him not moving and emphasizing as he normally does, I started to think he's really talking about something he does not want to be talking about right now.
Yeah, amazing. And we also see some of the same thing in his face as well, don't we?
Absolutely. Research shows that all over the world, we all use eyebrows to make people pay attention to our face. When we want to be heard, when we want people to listen to what we're saying, we raise our eyebrows up, especially at the end of a sentence or in the midst of saying something that's really important. That really works well to emphasize. And something we saw none of during this clip was President Trump raising his eyebrows. It's something that he typically does pretty much all the time. Almost all the clips that you're going to watch of him, when he really has a point to make, you're going to see those eyebrows go up. And since they didn't at all, that likely means he really does not want you to pay that much attention to what he's saying right now. Once again, he's really just trying to pass on through. Nothing about what he did makes it seem like he wants to emphasize or for you to pay attention to anything specific that he said at all. So hopefully that's helping you understand some of what we're seeing behaviorally. But I know, Spidey, you took some amazing notes on what he said verbally, and I really want to hear more about that.
Yeah, let's go into that. Let's go into the verbal stuff. So the first thing you'll notice is that the answer that he provides doesn't really address the question. The question was about transparency. So it was like, your daughter-in-law said there should be transparency, or do you agree with that? And he immediately shifts the topic to how great of a job the Attorney General is doing, Pam Bondi. And this is something we're going to go into a little bit later as well. He's really been very keen on talking her up, even on social media. But here he just jumps immediately on this. She's doing a really great job. He doesn't go into details as to why she's doing a great job, what that great job entails, just that she's doing a great job. So in behavior, we call this resume statements or convincing statements. When we build ourselves up, in this case, it's on him, but the administration, we build it up in order to compensate for another shortcoming elsewhere. So I'm not going to really tell you this, but look how great we're doing at this other thing. And there's been a lot of that throughout this entire Epstein story recently. Another thing that really caught my attention is two sentences that he said in a row. He said, when you look at it, you'll understand that. I would like to see that also.
I think that when you look at it, you'll understand that. I would like to see that also.
So there's a lot going on here that confused me. First of all,
hey Martin, I saw another like short or something where somebody said, or Trump said, that he what he said, he admitted to being in the Epstein files, but he said that it's all fake. Whatever is in.
There's no list to show. So he says, when you look at it, look at what? What is it that we're going to look at that we're going to understand? And these are very vague terms. When you look at it, you'll understand that. What it? What that? Then he follows with, I would like to see that also. So first he's saying that if we see it, we'll understand, suggesting that whatever this thing is, he's seen it. Then he follows with, I'd like to see it also. So he hasn't seen this ambiguous thing that we will understand when we see it. And that's my last point about this. He says, I would like to see that also. Whatever this is, whatever she's working on, that she's doing a great job with, he wants to see it also. However, just last week at a cabinet meeting, when he was asked about Epstein, he immediately shut down the topic, saying, are we still talking about Epstein? Like suggesting that it's extremely unimportant.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
So now, why are you saying that you would like to see it also? Where is that, are we still talking about Epstein attitude? He didn't shut this one down, whereas a week ago he did. And he was very adamant about the fact that it's talked about way too much. Here's going, no, I'd like to see it as well, and she's doing a great job. So we're getting a lot of inconsistencies. And that's the theme of my analysis today. I want you all to focus on inconsistencies, whether it's between what President Trump is saying and Pam Bondi is saying, whether it's between different statements that he said. There seems to be a lot of inconsistency.
Sorry, yeah, my internet cuts out for a couple seconds. Every like 15 minutes or so.
On how important everyone believes these files are. So let's keep looking out for those. Back to some behaviors here, but not with Donald Trump, but more specifically with Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary who's standing right next to him. And we both noticed something, Dr. G, in her body language here. That
Yeah, I think she's kind of the most interesting in all of this because some of the things that she's said are just like complete opposites. It's just really strange.
That doesn't quite mean anything now, but we're going to keep in mind for later. So can you walk us through what we saw with her?
Absolutely. So something that you notice when two people get along is that they mimic each other's behavior. And they also not in agreement if they agree with something someone else is saying. So as you can see, when President Trump is speaking, Caroline Leavitt is sitting there nodding her head. And this is something that it's subtle, but if you're paying attention to her, you'll definitely notice.
Yes, and more specifically, she's nodding her head when he's complimenting the Attorney General.
The Attorney General's handled that very well. She is...
So just put a pin in that when she agrees with the point that's being made, we are seeing signs of that agreement. All right, now we're going to look at the second part of that same interview to look at what changes and what's the same, and most importantly, what's important to him. But before we do me a huge favor, hit that subscribe button, turn those notifications on for more behavior analysis and practical psychology content.
How many more states? The Attorney General briefed you on the DOJ and FBI review, the findings of that review. The Attorney General briefed you on
what? On the
DOJ and FBI
on what?
review.
On what subject?
Epstein. Okay. On Epstein, of the review of the files. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A very quick briefing.
Did she tell you? What did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No. She's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that these files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama. They were made up by the Biden. We went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through.
Dr. G, take it away.
So now we got to see some real body language. There were actually things that we could watch, and I'm going to talk you through what we saw, sort of in order of how I saw it. So the first thing you saw was that he licked his lips. I think that the emotions are building up a little bit in him. So he's licking his lips. That soothes us a little bit. Shortly after that, when the journalist starts asking a question, you see him raise his head up. It's very brief, very, very brief, but that's a universal indicator of pride. So it also exposes the neck. The neck's very vulnerable. Any times that we're being vulnerable, that's another way that we can sort of show that we're above all of this. So I do think that as he's being asked these questions, it probably feels a little bit frivolous to him. He doesn't want to take it too seriously, doesn't particularly like the fact that a journalist is continuing to persist on this topic. In terms of his tone, the way he was speaking, that also changed. You may have noticed there was a little bit more of an edge to his voice. He was speaking a little bit more loudly. He was leaning in as the journalist was speaking to him. He sounded curt. He sounded irritated. And he also made the journalist repeat what she was asking about. In other words, what was the topic? And she had to say Epstein. And what that does is it can make you feel intimidated if you're having to say something like that, because clearly he's feeling annoyed, making you say it out loud, which I assume he still knew they won't ask questions like that. So the idea is, if people see how I react to this, they're going to be less likely to ask me questions like this. And then towards the end, there's a couple of other major things that I noticed. One is that he really was using the emphasis again. You want to see his body language come alive, act like he normally does. As soon as he starts talking about Comey, Obama, you see his head moving forward. You see his hands come out as soon as he starts talking about Russia, hands spreading apart again. That's what he emphasizes. Now he wants you to listen again. He has an audience. He wants you to pay attention. So he's doing all of these indicators. He's got his hands back out. That's really when he shines. And so you know that he feels like he's in his element when he's talking about these things. And after the journalist asks him about Epstein, you're going to see pressuring. Something else you may have noticed is that when the journalist reaction, you didn't see any anger, you didn't see any fear. There was nothing to say, but you didn't see any sort of to have any or much of an emotional reaction to that at all.
Yeah, I love that. And I love that you're saying that it is something that we often see with him. In fact, there's other topics too where he's been accused of things and he kind of brushes it off and moves along. So we can't look at that and go, oh my God, he's for sure on the list. He didn't react. You know, that goes back to what we were saying earlier. Body language isn't that conclusive. It's just interesting to note that last week when the topic of Epstein alone came up, he was all angered by it. We're not talking about Epstein anymore. Why are you guys still talking about Epstein? But at the idea of him being on the list, we're not seeing any reaction. In fact, he's getting off the topic as soon as he possibly can. He doesn't address it at all. He doesn't even answer a question. Instead, he goes towards this very ambiguous, very vague, you know, we talked about it really quickly. She briefed me really quickly, and we really don't get any answers at all. Earlier, I was talking about the importance of incongruity or inconsistencies. And in the statement alone, there's a very big inconsistency. So he starts off by saying that she gave me a very quick briefing, and this is a way for him to say, I really don't have too much. There's some credibility. It's not 0%, it's not 100%, it's somewhere between those two, because he's not saying she briefed me and there's nothing credible there. Then he goes into saying that the files were made up by Comey, by Obama. These are made up. They have no credibility whatsoever. So we go from some credibility to no credibility. They're completely made up. And then he ends with a very important statement right at the end. He says, whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. But a second ago, he said that it's all made up by Comey and Obama. So what do you mean she should release what's credible? What's credible? A moment ago, the whole thing is made up. Before that, some of it's credible. Now we're going back to there's some credible stuff that she should release if she deems it to be credible.
And in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen, these files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
So that statement creates an inconsistency with what he just said, but it also creates a massive inconsistency with what he said at the cabinet meeting. When he said, we've all been talking about Epstein for so long, are you guys really still talking about this when there's so many other things? And he dismissed it as unimportant, but now he's saying in this answer that there are things that he himself would like to see, and that whatever is credible, she should release. So we're getting these big fluctuations in the credibility, the importance, and the legitimacy of this entire thing. Okay, I want to talk about Caroline Leavitt as well, Dr. G. So we see something different here, and the first thing I want to point out is how she turns to him before he starts answering. So if we look at this entire sequence with the reporters, and I watched the whole thing, in most cases, she turns to him when he starts speaking, and sometimes even after. She stays with the reporter a little, and then eventually turns to him. This is one of the rare times. It happened with a Putin question as well, where it was much faster. It was like a millisecond before he started answering.
Well, we're going to see what happens with President Putin.
But on this one, she turns to him well before he starts answering.
No, she's
I think she's curious about this answer herself. She hears the question. She wants to know what he has to say. But that's not the only indication of that. There are more. Dr. G, what's another one?
Well, I think we're all captivated by this, and we want to know what's going to happen next. So I think we're all actually quite curious what President Trump's going to say. And clearly, so was she. She was looking right at him. She would look away a little bit, but for the most part, she was really dialed.
We have to be careful. We can't suggest in any way agreement, which is something we have seen with her before. So Dr. G, maybe you could talk about a few things that would, to you, indicate, okay, there's some kind of agreement here, she's on the same page. Like, what are some things you would expect?
Well, the most obvious would be that I would expect her to be nodding her head, even gently nodding it a little bit, because it's hard for us to not do that when we strongly agree with somebody. We just tend to, when we feel something, we tend to show it in our body somewhere. So I would expect her to be nodding in agreement more. I would expect her maybe to be smiling, like there were some brief smiles, but I might expect her to have a smile that suggests that she's approving of what's being said. And to me, it looked more like curiosity than anything. She was just paying attention to what he was saying, and she was listening. Rather than being a participant in it, she was more inactive in that way. She was just listening.
Yep, she was in learning mode.
Right.
All right, now we're going to look at a clip from later that same day, but this time with Attorney General Pam Bondi. And she was asked some questions about Epstein, more specifically about what Donald Trump had said in the clips we just saw. Because what he said was that whatever she has that's credible, she should release. So some reporters were like, okay, well, is she going to do that? So let's look at how she handled those questions.
He said that he would support you releasing additional credible evidence from the Epstein investigation. Is that something that you are open to do?
Let me take that first. This today is about fentanyl. This is about a wall of people right outside this room who have died from, I appreciate your question, but this today is about fentanyl overdoses throughout our country and people who have lost loved ones to fentanyl. That's the message that we're here to send today. Nothing about Epstein. I'm not going to talk about Epstein, but thank you. Anything else on topic today? Only on topic, guys. Go ahead.
The president said today you would release credible files related to Mr. Epstein. Are you prepared to do that, and when would you do it?
Our memo speaks for itself, and we'll get back to you on anything else. I haven't seen all of his statements today. Thank you.
How would you respond to the MAGA base that has expressed a lot of frustration about it?
We're going to fight to keep America safe again, and we're fighting together as a team. That's what's so important.
So for anybody that's been following this story and had watched Pam Bondi when she was in her cabinet meeting, this is a different Pam Bondi. In that meeting, she was very accommodating. She was smiling. She was nodding. She wanted to try to get along with people asking questions and to be informative. This time, the gloves came off. She was trying to be dominant. You could see immediately she walked over to that podium. Her arms go out. It's kind of like if you think about a CEO who's talking to all the employees that they have that are failing and is angry. That's what it came across like, taking up as much space as possible. And when we want to be dominant, we take up more space. Kind of like if you think if a police officer stands with their hands on their hips or somebody does something like that, it's take up as much space as I can because I am in control here. You're going to do what I say. You're going to listen to me. So that's what she was trying to do. And as you could hear in the tone of her voice, it was also very commanding. So she tried to set this boundary, but the journalists weren't having any of it. This topic is just too hot. So they kept asking questions. But you'll see when she mentioned the name Epstein after she had tried to shut it down, you see eye blocking there. Her eyes close. And the reason that people do that is they don't really want to see the reaction of the person that they're talking to. They don't want to see what happens when they say an answer or where they're talking about something they don't like. It also sometimes blocks what they're trying to think about. It can be both, really. Do you have any thoughts about this, Spidey?
Oh yeah, lots of thoughts. So yeah, the research shows that typically like we close our eyes when we're trying to focus on something. So the way I like to put it is the eyes are the garage doors to the thoughts. So whether we're trying to keep something in, like trying to remember something, or keep something out, something negative happens and you close your eyes because you don't want to face it, we do this. But you're absolutely right. Sometimes we do it because it's not a thought we don't want to let in, but we don't want to see that reaction of the person. We don't want to deal with that. And something that's really interesting about this is that when we watch magicians, and myself included, I noticed this a while ago, the moment that I would do the sneaky thing, the secret thing in my magic trick, I would close my eyes because I didn't want to see the spectator seeing what I did. I didn't want to be disappointed by the disappointment or catching me. I don't want to face it. So especially if it was like a new trick I'm working on, at that moment where I did the secret move, I noticed in footage watching myself that I would eye block because I just didn't want to deal with it. And we see this a lot with magicians. And I often say, if you want to know how I do my card tricks, don't look at my hands, look at my eyes. Because when the sneaky stuff happens, I tend to look away myself. So I agree completely with what you're saying. We see those eye blocks the moment she mentions Epstein, and it could be the irritation with the topic. I don't want to deal with this, but it could also very well be, I don't want to see the disappointment of these reporters because I don't have answers for them and we're not talking about this. It's hard for us to know, but there's some kind of conflict there for sure.
You've got to have a pretty tough personality to have a job like that, but that doesn't change the fact that anybody under this amount of pressure would feel incredibly stressed. So I can imagine that doing these press conferences or talking about subjects that are unrelated to Epstein and having people ask questions about it, I'm sure is probably very irritating and very frustrating for her. So as we see this body language sort of changing and coming out of her in this way, I think it's pretty understandable because everybody in the news is talking about her right now. So I can only imagine what she's going through dealing with all of this. But what else? The other part that we're seeing is towards the end, after she's continually asked questions about this, you see her back up from the podium. She's disengaging. Something that I often talk about is that when we're trying to communicate with people and we're trying to connect, we tend to lean forward. Or we're trying to disengage, we tend to lean back. So as you can see, she just full on steps back there. She is fully trying to set a boundary and say, like, I'm out, I'm done. Like, stop asking me about this.
Beautifully said, completely agreed. And the verbal stuff supports the nonverbal really well because again, right in the beginning, we have a non-answer and a refusal to deny. So she's being asked a question. The president said this, are you going to release these things? She doesn't deny it. She doesn't confirm it. She doesn't answer the question. She immediately shifts towards, we're not here to talk about that. We're going to talk about this way more important thing. And there are people suffering from this, almost insinuating like, how dare you talk about that thing when we're here to talk about this much more important thing. And what I find interesting is that she could have just as easily said, no, there's nothing else to release. Now can we stick to the topic, please? Like it would have been as easy. Why don't we have that answer? I think it's because we're seeing again a lot of inconsistency between what he's saying and what she's saying, between all the promises that she made. We all saw the Fox News interview where she said that list is sitting on her desk.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Now, they've tried to say that what she meant was the file was sitting on her desk, but for them to come out and say there's nothing and that, she's got nothing to talk about, and here she's talking about, our memo was very clear. But I don't really know what the president said, so there seems to be a lack of synchronicity there. So it's weird. These incongruencies are just too weird for me.
So one of my observations throughout watching this and having watched a lot of footage of both Pam Bondi and President Trump is that the body language is different here. And I think that has to do with the fact that the circumstances are so different than anything that President Trump has dealt with before. He's dealt with lots of adversity, people accusing him of things, as he talked about before, the Russiagate situation, all of that. But this is a situation that he created. And so it's very different. And so as he talks about this, it comes across very differently because he's never been faced with anything like this before. Sure, he's done things that people have created certain situations, but this is very unique in this sense. He's never had backlash in this way from a lot of his base supporters and so on and so forth. So, but as we're seeing this progress, he's getting more frustrated. He's using shame as a tool to get people to stop talking about things. These are different tactics than he oftentimes uses. We just don't see that much from him. And I think that largely does have to do with the fact that he's the one that created this situation, that this is his administration, his attorney general. Obviously, he didn't create the Epstein situation, but in terms of the way they presented the information, that is his administration. And I think that he's flummoxed as to how to feel about that at this point.
I completely agree, because usually he's countering something that's coming from a different source. This time he has to tread softly because the thing he's countering may have come from his own side. So they're out of sync, and that's a dangerous thing to be here. Because like you said, maybe not him specifically, but his administration is one that got people hyped up about this, and now they're coming out and going, yeah, there was really nothing here all along. All right, now we're going to look at some of the social media posts that he published in the last week that have a very interesting vibe, because usually he's conveying information in a very convinced way. And in this one, we're seeing some things that we haven't quite seen before, starting with this one, which made the rounds in the news and is really, really interesting. So I'll leave you guys a couple of seconds with it for those of you who haven't read it, so you can take a look at this thing that he posted earlier this week. And then we'll talk about a little bit what we're seeing here psychologically in this post.
So one of the things that I noticed was that he's basically creating in-groups and out-groups. And what we do with in-groups and out-groups is that when we have an in-group, those are our people. That's who we relate to. That's who keeps us safe. All of those kinds of things. And so when he talks about so-called friends, I think that was an expression he used, he's trying to point out that if you don't agree with him, that you're just like the people that we don't like. You're just like the Democrats. You're just like the people that are trying to harm my administration and those sorts of things. So as he continues to focus on that, he's basically saying, you're either with me or you're against me.
One thing that is really, really important here is that he made a massive, massive misstep when it comes to in-grouping psychology. So earlier you said the term in-group, and this is any group that we feel that we're a part of. This is our clique, our crew. And he did something that we know through research is a really big mistake. And I'm quickly going to go through one of my favorite studies on this because I find it so interesting. And it was conducted at the Petrified Forest, which is a natural landmark in Arizona. And they noticed that a lot of the visitors were stealing little wood chips as a little souvenir. So they put up a sign that said, you know, there's been a high theft rate recently, please don't steal. But it wasn't really working, so they brought in the experts to see what they were doing wrong. So the experts split the park into 3 sections. One section, no sign. That's called the control group. They want to see what the theft rate is if you don't say anything. And the theft rate was 2.9% approximately. That means about 3% of people were stealing wood chips. The second section had a sign that said, don't steal. That's it. No extra stuff, just don't steal. That went down. 1.6% of people were stealing. The sign was effective. They were paying attention. But what's really interesting is what happened in that third section. When they said there's been a high theft rate, do not steal. In that section, the theft rate went up. Not just a little, but significantly to almost 8%. And the reason for that is because although they thought they were just putting some information out there, we've had a high theft rate, you know, please don't do that. What it was doing, it was telling other visitors that my in-group, other people who have been here, are stealing. That's not a bad idea. Maybe I should do it myself as well. So without wanting to, they were cueing the people on how to behave. And Donald Trump did the exact same mistake in this post that we just looked at. Right in the beginning, he said, what's going on with my boys, and in some cases, gals, they're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi. So in an attempt to try to be open about his frustrations, he is cueing his followers on what his other followers are doing, basically saying, everyone else like you, all the other people who follow me, he says, they're all going after Pam Bondi. And although he might think that that's a way for him to get them on his side, it actually might have the reverse effect. And they all go, well, wait a second, why are all the other supporters against Pam Bondi? Maybe I should be against her as well. So you think in terms of your in-group. So he thinks that he's got the authority here, but he's cueing them on what everyone else in their in-group is doing. And this is something we can all use in business, marketing, sales, in relationships. Basically, social proof is the idea that when you tell someone what everybody else is doing, it encourages that behavior. And sometimes it's positive. Like, for example, on a book, when you say New York Times bestseller, that tells people, oh my God, a lot of people bought this, I should buy it as well. But if we don't want that behavior to take place, we should never advertise that other people are doing it. So Dr. G, when we saw this...
See, these are good tips and tricks to use if you guys ever do outreach or you're talking to other people about living vegan.
Post, I actually texted you. I don't know if you remember, pretty much immediately, and said, this is going to have the reverse effect. He's going to have even more people questioning it.
Yeah, you called that immediately. Absolutely.
And then a few days later, what did we see? More of his followers.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah. Unfortunately, and the funny thing about this stuff is that it's all unconscious. The unconscious mind is so powerful. So most people aren't going to be picking this apart like we are right now and realizing the effect that it has, but it absolutely has these effects. You called it immediately, and that's exactly how we're seeing it play out. So it is funny, though, when we reflect on how much of this is reflexive, how much we just take in the world around us and react in ways that we don't consciously think about. It just sort of is. So this is a great example of how that works.
100%. It's subconscious and it's related to our need to survive, because historically, if we acted the way the group acted, we would survive. And if we didn't, we'd be outcast, and that would compromise our survival.
Just wait until I play the next video. You'll see what happens when you believe some of the Russian propaganda a little too much.
Survivability. There was another line in this post that you and I both, let's say, noticed. But to talk about it, we have to accessorize a little bit. So are you ready to accessorize? I love how it goes over the headphones.
I always wear my headphones. It's got to.
So this is not us doing our impressions of Hershey Kisses. This is us.
Uh-oh, they got the foil hats out. You know this is going to be good.
Putting on the tinfoil hats. Now, the reason we need our tinfoil hats is because... Talk about what line that is?
Absolutely. There's a very short line where President Trump says, all over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. Now, that's a very interesting word choice. I've heard a lot of theories here. I'm just, you can't dispute the...
Yeah, I've seen that before, and I thought the same thing. That is a very interesting choice of words to use.
President Trump did say that.
He said that. And look, granted, I'm just going to do this for a second. He most likely means we're keeping him alive by talking about him. That's likely what he means. You know, like the guy died, we're still talking about him, so it seems like he never dies. But really interesting choice of words. Like what an odd choice of words to talk about someone when he knows that there's a ton of theories out there that the guy didn't die. Somebody got him out of there. We all know that theory's out there, and we can all look at it and go, that's a crazy theory. But then that's a really interesting word choice. That's all I'm saying. Interesting word choice. That's it. All right, finally, Dr. G, I'd love for you to talk about the follow-up post. So there was that first one, and we were speaking.
What do you guys think about that theory? Have you heard that Epstein was like a spy for the Israelis or something like that, or some other country, and they just like snuck him out of the country, faked his death?
To each other, and I said, this is going to blow up. He's basically cueing his followers to look more into Pam Bondi and turn on her. And then later, a couple of days after that, on Wednesday, he had another post. I'll put it up on the screen, but can you walk us a little bit through what you're seeing here from a psychological standpoint?
So really what he's doing is he is more explicitly stating the in-groups and out-groups. He is saying, and unfortunately this is some of the language he uses, that you're weak, you're stupid if you believe this, that you're doing the Democrats' work for them. He gets very pejorative with his word choice. He's really insulting, saying basically, you're my past follower.
Yeah, that's pretty deep. Banksy, you think it was Banksy said you die twice, once when you die and once when the last person speaks your name.
If you believe this stuff, I don't want you to follow me anymore if this is what you believe. So it's truly creating like, if you are not with me, you truly are on the out group and I don't like you anymore. So what that does, he's someone who bases so much of how he operates on relationships. And so, and I think I mentioned that before. And in essence, right here, he's saying, I'm not going to have any sort of relationship with you if you do not agree with this. And the fact that people continue, or other things that he says are in the win column, and people aren't talking about that. They're asking him about something.
How come when Biden was elected, all the that Trump's elected again, you're just going around saying, well, he's your president, you can't deny it. Like, it's funny.
He doesn't want to talk about. And to him, losing that kind of control is going to be immensely frustrating. He's used to being able to talk about whatever he wants, have people receive it well, and that's just not happening. So we're really seeing him tighten the reins and say, look, you're either part of this group or you're not. I was listening to the playwright David Mamet talking about President Trump, and he's someone who's a big advocate for President Trump. And he basically said on TV once, somebody said, hey, do you think that the election was stolen? He said, no, I don't. And President Trump personally called him and said, hey, why'd you do that? So for people that know him, you actually have to answer for what you say publicly. He is very big on the idea that if you are in my inner circle, if you're with me, you are with me. And if you're not, you absolutely are not. And that's what he's doing to his base right now.
Yeah, beautifully said. And it's confusing for his followers, right? Because they were like, Epstein is important. Yeah, let's look into that. And all of a sudden, Epstein's not important. Oh, I thought Epstein was important. Oh, now I can't even think about Epstein because I can't be part of this group if I am. So yeah, it's exactly like you said. It's like, this group doesn't care about Epstein. If you want to be in this group, it's like he's doubling down on that in-group and those parameters of saying, no, you can't look into this topic if you're on my side. As opposed to just going, here's what it is or here's what it's not, openly, and that's it. You know, like there almost seems to be this tightening this in-group out of a sense of fear of a topic. So I guess that with this, we could go to our conclusion. Dr. G, you know, you've covered this case at great length with some more information coming in this week. What is your conclusion behaviorally, psychologically, as to what's going on here? Is there really nothing to see here, and we're just seeing these odd behaviors because they don't know how to handle that? Is there something more? What's your overall thought on this?
Well, my personal thought, just logically, is that there's more to see here. I think I have that same feeling that many people do, which is like, there's things that don't necessarily pass the smell test, that there's just nothing to see. But in terms of the behaviors that we're seeing, I think it's a combination of the fact that maybe they feel like they fumbled it. There are a million ways they could have presented this information and said some similar conclusions, but said it in a different way, which would have been received releasing anything. So the fact that they did it this way, I'm sure there was some frustration that they chose to approach it this way, whether that's frustration with himself, with Pam Bondi, with somebody. I'm sure that there's frustration. And I think that that's showing because there's no control here. President Trump is someone who's always had a voice that people listen to. And right now, I think he's lost that in a way that probably is tremendously frustrating for him. So I think we're seeing that play out. And like I said, this is a unique situation. So in essence, I'm not sure that he knows the best way to do this right now because he's never dealt with this with the people who voted for him.
Dr. G, thank you so much for being here with us today. I think the insight you bring to this case, to this story, is wonderful. If you guys want to follow Dr. G on YouTube, which you absolutely should, the link to his channel is down in the description. Let us know in the comments if you'd like some more collaborations. I'd love to have you back on the channel. Thank you so much for this, dude. It was amazing.
I'm so happy I got a chance to do it. Thanks.
So there it was, and I think we've said everything that there is to say about this story. And for me, at the end of the day, the thing that stands out the most is that inconsistency. The way one part of the story doesn't match up with this part of the story, doesn't match up with what they said last week and what they're saying now. Even within the same statement, there's contradictions. When he's saying, I would like to see that, and then seconds later, he's saying that it was made up by Comey and Obama, and then seconds after that, saying whatever credible information she does have, she should release. Well, if it's all made up, then there should be no credible information. So yeah, to me, these inconsistencies usually indicate that there's a giant red flag here. Because when you tell the truth, every time you tell it, it all works together. It all meshes together. And there aren't these little things like, oh, wait a second, you said this, but now you're saying that. And now, wait, what? She's saying that, but he's saying that. All these inconsistencies, too much conflict here. But I suppose it's possible that the reason we're seeing all this nervousness and tension and stress is because they're aware that they overpromised and underdelivered, and that in itself is throwing them off. It is possible that's what it is. But again, like Dr. G said, there would have been a way to handle that. To say, listen, we know it's surprising, but we did an extensive investigation. We didn't find anything. We understand your frustration. Level with this audience a little bit who was expecting something and got nothing. But let me know in the comments what you think. Do you believe that all these inconsistencies point to there's just got to be something more to this story? Or is it simply the stress of them knowing that?
What do you guys think? Is there more to it? Do you think they're going to release files eventually? They keep putting pressure on him. Yeah, I live in the US. I mean, Trump's my president. I'm not a leaning left or right, really. I'm somewhere in the middle. Let's see.
Your daughter-in-law said that there should be transparency in the Epstein case. Do you agree with her, sir?
The Attorney General's here.
Hey everyone, how you doing?
All right. So this guy, Huffman Time. I just saw a news article about this guy. He's an American that moved him and his family to Russia, and they started making YouTube videos. This one was 5 days ago. Istra, Russia. Wonder where that is. So they moved there. I'll see.
About why our family moved to Moscow from Texas. A little background on that. Because it started a couple of years ago with the LGBT indoctrination of kids. You can't even turn on the TV these days without child cartoons talking about sex and gender, teaching it in the public schools. They're trying to push, make it mainstream, make it normal. DEI initiatives. As a white family, being told we're racist and not given the same opportunities because of the color of our skin. My daughter's growing up in this world. We just couldn't have it. The food in America is so unhealthy.
Damn. Those are some crazy statements.
They want us to be fat and dumb, controllable. It is better for them for us to be sick and continually paying money than it is to heal us, to make us better. There's so many foods that have illegal ingredients in many other countries, but in our country, perfectly legal. Red dyes, all kinds of chemicals.
So just don't buy those foods, right?
Fluoride in the water. On and on and on. And we didn't want to live that way. Unhealthy, sick. I didn't want my kids indoctrinated, so the first step we took was to start homeschooling them. And we've been doing that for like 2 years now. And we started to think to ourselves, where could we move?
What do you guys think about homeschooling? Any of you guys do that? Like, if he's really worried about things like that, then like that makes sense to me. That could be a reasonable step, right?
Somewhere, that shared our Christian values, where we weren't going to be discriminated against, where the crime wasn't out of control, where we were living, we weren't even comfortable with our daughters running around in the neighborhood. That's how bad it was. And in Texas, too, a red state, where you would think it would be unsafe. But Houston, the surrounding area, is not very safe. So as we started looking into it,
homeschooling makes weirdos. Were you homeschooled?
I stumbled across an article that talked about an American village in Russia for English-speaking Christians, American, maybe Canadians, just Western Christians. And so, read that and got really excited, started doing research. And from there, we found Tim Kirby and the American Village Project, which at that point was in its infancy and still had a ways to go. But that got us excited. So we started, just doing all the research. How do we even visit? The language, which is really tough to learn. What requirements are needed? Will the girls be able to go to school? Can we homeschool them there? Just many, many questions. So the first thing we did was we got visas and figured if we really wanted to make the move, the smart thing to do would be to come and visit and actually see the country, see what it's like, see if it's a good fit for us. So that's what we did. We got our visas real easy and took a trip to Moscow and spent a week here in 2023 October, and it was amazing, absolutely amazing. We just fell in love with the place, the architecture, the culture. People are fantastic, very nice, very interested, very helpful. It's nothing like you see on the news or the TV, the movies. They are not evil. They're just like us, living their life, happy, just want to have a good life, want to raise their kids. And that was really all we needed to see at that point. So got back and just said, okay, what's next? We were put our land up for sale and just kept preparing, saving money. It was a costly trip. And eventually the American Village Project got to the point where it was a go. So after selling our land and taking all of our saved money, we decided to sign up. It's been about 9 months. May of 24, I came out, paid a big deposit towards the house, and got the ball rolling. And now here we are, living in our new house. The winter conditions, they can't do grass or anything and repair the yard from the construction till the winter is completely done. So, but it's mostly done, and it's absolutely amazing. The company, Smart Story, Pavel, the owner, his wife Yulia, they've been fantastic. Honestly, it's the most transparent process building a house. We had a live stream camera on our customer portal. Literally shows you every single dollar where it was spent. I could check in every day on the live stream camera and see the progress of the house. They would upload new photos, once or twice a week, showing progress, constant communication, as far as design options, color, upgrades, all that good stuff. It went really well. And now that we're here, the house has exceeded expectations. And
wait, you're saying your company won't hire homeschool people anymore? Did you take English class? But also that that makes no sense. They can go do things with other kids. The only reason you don't have social skills is if you just stay in the house all the time. That's nothing to do with being homeschooled.
It's just beautiful. It's only a 2-bedroom for now. We plan to add on the extension. We had the slab poured for that, and we're going to add on to the extension. Excuse me. As soon as we have a little more funds. So for now, the girls, my 3 daughters, share the master bedroom. And then me and my wife Deanna are in the other bedroom, the second bedroom. We have one bath. This tall ceilings. Very technological house. Just beautiful, gorgeous, almost routine. They just are oblivious to what's going on there. Of Russia is amazing. These are good people, and just like us, they really want a good life. They want to raise their kids. I think that's our biggest barrier. I thought I knew a little more than I do.
So I actually know a guy that's from like Moscow or lives right outside of Moscow, and he's a really cool dude. But he said he'd never go back there. He'd never live back in Russia again. But yeah, I agree with some of the things he's saying, right? I'm sure if you go there and you meet the people that are living there, like, I'm sure they're great people. I'm sure they're good neighbors, you know? It's not like the people, it's not the people, the individual people in Russia that, like, are doing all the crazy stuff.
Getting into real conversation, it's tough, but we're going to continue to take lessons and study, try to get the language down. We'll be applying for temporary residency soon, here in the next week or two, and then hopefully after that, permanent residency and on to citizenship.
So let's go to the most recent one.
You are doing a great job in your beautiful artwork. You are so talented. We need to read the directions and put this on the dog today. My table is a disaster.
We were talking about my painting. How that turned into the dog?
Because it was like this. Your drawing, absolutely beautiful. You just did this all by yourself. Great work.
All the colors, all the
Organized
details.
all of the markers. Great job. Potatoes on the table that came. Don't look at you.
No, you have to tell them what I'm doing.
Yes, I'm coming around to it. This is something the girls were using outside on their outside art projects.
It's not art.
And okay, well, it's a form of art using the material of wood to create something, so it's kind of art. My kitchen is a complete disaster. I've been cooking all morning. What did we make for breakfast? Bellini. What else?
Yaitza and mashed potatoes.
Yaitza with sear and I can't remember how to say vegetables, but vegetables.
And I'm making
look
this.
At how good this looks.
It's diamond.
I think Martin just proved you wrong right there. Speaking 3 languages, then you have to be able to work as a team if you own a business. Unless you just do everything by yourself. I guess then you still have to have customers and, like, I don't know. It would be, in a very small situation, maybe you can have a business and not work with other people. But if you're a business owner, I'm pretty sure you're going to have to be able to work as well as a team. So, pretty sure Martin just proved you wrong right there.
Diamond. There she goes.
And I'm making diamond art when Grandma comes so I can give it as a gift.
For who?
For Babushka.
Your babushka. She's coming to visit?
Yes, your mom.
My mom.
Yeah.
Well, good morning. Happy Monday. I just wanted to come on really quick and tell y'all we had a wonderful weekend. I haven't been filming a lot. I know y'all know this, but it has been a whirlwind of stuff going on. Nothing bad, of course, just a whirlwind of stuff going on, working, daily life. This weekend was just really hang out at the house and try to figure out what the week was going to look like for our dinners and make sure that they had different meals that would be ready for them, making mashed potatoes and soups and stuff like that. I also played chess with the girls this weekend. They really enjoy doing that, and it was a lot of fun. Also, per Sophia's request, I dyed her hair. She had brought some money from America and has been saving to decide what she wanted to do with it. All the girls have, actually, and that's what she wanted to do with it, so she got her hair dyed. Mostly the underneath, not the top so much, just underneath, and it's just a little bit of a darker red. Honestly, it's subtle, it's very pretty, and I like it. Another work week ahead, just trying to get that all done. My mom is coming out to visit. She finally was able to get all of the stuff done for her passport and her visa. So expensive, of course, but she's getting it back and she's booked a ticket and she'll be coming out to visit. She'll be here about a month, so I'm super excited about that. Always a good time when my mom's here. We laugh and we play and we joke. She's an excellent cook, so she helps me make things that I don't usually make for the girls, so there's more variety in our meals, which is always nice to have some extra hands and somebody there playing with the girls and whatnot. Update on my husband, he's doing fine. He is alive and safe, and just counting down the days. He will be finishing up his army and coming home and visiting. We miss him very much, and we have an appointment set for me and the girls to go down and do our citizenship.
So, did you guys catch that? The father is not there anymore. They said, he said okay, so his story is he was going to join the army, and now they're reporting that they're sending him to the front lines. So he might not be coming back.
Paperwork with our lawyer. We were supposed to do it 2 weeks ago. Unfortunately, our lawyer got sick and was not able to go with us, so we are now rescheduled. We are planning on going and doing our citizenship paperwork in about 2 weeks also for me and the girls, and our temporary residency we have to go verify, I believe. I don't know, I got this text message saying to come in, and so we're going to go do that, as well as the filing of our citizenship.
It is sped up a little bit. I could turn it down a little.
Citizenship paperwork, and we're going to do that. We're very excited to go and get that done. Means a lot to our family to be able to even have the paperwork filed, to even say that we've come this far, and girls are doing really well with their learning, and we have a couple of teachers that we are working with to get them to learn, since the teachers are only able to do a class or two a week. We have a couple of teachers because the girls really need to learn, and so we're doing what we can. And check out our video.
Yeah, that's right. When is she coming?
She's coming like, oh, I've always won.
Hat.
Okay.
Sound, well, Pa's house. Grandma's house is a different house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy. He was only there for a few months, and now he's in the front lines of the war. Looks like.
Hey Deanna, hey girls, I love you very much. I'm very, very happy to get to send you this video, let you see my face, see I'm doing well, probably see I've lost a few pounds. I miss y'all more than you can imagine, and I can't wait to see you. Hopefully I get a vacation at some point, and I get to come home and spend a couple of weeks with you, but man, you're on my mind 24/7, and just know that what I'm doing is important to me.
Just imagine these girls. They had no choice in this. They were living in Texas, and he felt that they didn't have enough freedom in Texas. So he moved to Russia and joined the war. And now he might not come home, and his family might be stuck in Russia. And they can't even speak Russian. All they know is babushka, which I knew that.
And important for our family, and I will do whatever it takes to be safe and to come home to you, and take care of each other. Take care of Mom. She's got a lot on her shoulders, and Deanna, man, I love you. I'm so proud of you, and I know how much you're struggling without me, and I'm so grateful that you're doing this for me so that I can do this for our family, and I miss you so much. I love you. Today's Father's Day. Wish I could be there, but I'll be home for the next one. So y'all take care of each other, and I love you very much. Bye.
Let me pull up an actual news article here that has some more information on him like going to the front lines. Alright, let's pull this out. To protect his kids from the LGBTQ indoctrination, right? That was the first video we watched. Seeking more traditional values. He joined the military with expectations of non-combat work such as welding. And the Daily Beast reported that he's being thrown to the wolves. Sent to the front lines. Asked for prayers in a video on Reddit. Praying really hard that he can actually be utilized for his skills and not just be put as a fighter. Unfortunately, there was a few things not quite done that probably should have been done. He was denied less money to have more control over his role. They said no. Doesn't seem like that's happening. Has to lean on his faith. He has to pay for supplies or help pay for. Why would you go to Russia and join the Russian army? That's just. Really feel sorry for his kids. Money is power. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people that have a lot of money shouldn't necessarily be like that. The more you say, the more I dislike you. Yeah, you guys are funny.
There's not much that would make me drop everything, spur of the moment.
Are any of you guys wrestling fans? You guys watch Maven? Do you guys want to recommend any videos? You can drop a link in the comments. I could play some. Yeah, I used to watch it a lot. My brother's big into it, so I still try to keep up with it so I can talk to him about the different things that are going on. Yeah, it's changed a lot, and my brother totally agrees, and he wants to bring it back to like kind of the way it used to be, which is kind of cool because he's 10 years younger than me too. I don't know who that is. I was born.
Moment. drive over 800 miles in one day. But this situation is anything but normal.
Hi, Pia. Yeah, AEW is pretty cool.
Hey, brother. I'm close.
I'm coming down to the road.
Okay.
All right, so right in front of this Mustang, to my left, you can block me in and Bagwell in.
You got it. Thanks, brother.
Yep.
All right.
The man you're about to meet was one of wrestling's biggest stars, Marcus Bagwell, known to millions as Buff. In the 1990s, Bagwell had it all: the body, the championships, and the fame. But the spotlight, it would fade. And in recent years, Mark has battled personal demons, including a car accident and DUI arrest that marked a painful chapter in his life. Now, Mark is stepping forward to make an announcement, one that will change his life forever.
You think anyone's ever talked to Maven about being vegan? He does seem like a pretty cool, open-minded guy, so maybe he would be open to it if somebody actually, like, challenged him on it.
Yo, what's up, Chase? Hey, how are you? Good to see you, brother. Stacy Maven, nice to meet you.
Nice to
Pleasure to
meet
meet you. There's the man. What's going on? No, don't you dare get up. Don't you.
Do you know any vegan wrestlers? I know what Batista is plant-based. I don't know if he's 100% vegan. I think he still eats eggs or something. Maybe. But I don't know if there's any, like, I actually have an Austin Aries t-shirt. That's cool.
I love you, brother.
So, Buff, what's going to be happening in a little? How did we get to this point, to where amputation is your only option?
August of 2020.
Bryan Danielson. I never really liked him, but if he's vegan, I guess I'll like him a little bit more now.
I was driving a car under the influence. I'd been drinking the night before, and I really thought I'd kind of kicked out. You know, I got up and did my normal couple of Xanaxes or whatever I did every day, but I wasn't drinking. I switched to a Diet Coke because I'm getting ready to drive a vehicle.
Right.
I'm going down the road, and I look back on it right now, man, and it's like, it was like a dream where right now I can remember like bumping cars going down 75. But in that time where I'm starting to black out, I drive my car through a men's and women's bathroom behind Cumberland Mall in Marietta, Georgia. I leveled the whole building. My car broke a 300,000.
Holy shit. Yeah, Pete Dunne, that's cool.
$1,000 brick building. I drive my car all the way through it. In that wreck, it came from this way, but it caved in my kneecap. All the airbags and all that came out, but you know, and I had a broke nose and a bruise on my shoulder, but it just ruined my right knee. And you think when you hear knee replacement, you can just get a new knee.
Absolutely.
But you've got to have your kneecap. And I didn't have my kneecap. My kneecap, the doctor said, on impact, it exploded. It wasn't there. Where mine messed up, I think, is the original doctor. Other doctors have said they don't know why he did it, but he flapped my calf muscle from here to here. So what you're seeing here is my calf.
This bulge right here?
Right there.
That's your calf.
That is my calf. It went from here to here. And it was he said to save my calf, to save my knee, or to make place for my patellar tendon. And this was an open wound this big that we have pictures of that we'll give you and show you. Pictures of an open.
So I just actually looked up some other WWE stars that are vegan. It says Sami Zayn, Lita, Batista, Kofi Kingston, and Pete Dunne, yeah. So that's kind of cool. But I don't know if they're actually 100% vegan, or like I said, I think some of them might be like vegetarian, and other people are just calling them vegan. Yeah.
Open wound, an ankle. Look at the divot in my ankle right here. Look at that divot.
Oh my goodness.
That was to the bone.
Yeah, eye injuries are probably the worst thing ever.
And that's from the impact of
the brake or something raked it off. And I had another incision over here that was.
I will say I read this morning Billie Eilish, her tour, she's on tour or something like that, or she's at some festival, and she made sure that all the vendors there were 100% vegan. So I thought that was kind of cool.
So you can see the leg different, discolored. It's just, it's sick. It's a very sick leg, and it's been sick. I really went to a place where I'd never been before, which was alcohol. I mean, it was pills and we drank a little alcohol to kick it in, but it became alcohol was my drug of choice. And this wasn't healing. I was upset about it, and I drank and stayed effed up for 2 solid years. About that time, it was Stacy came to my life pretty close right there.
Yeah, not strictly vegan. Yeah, I feel like a lot of them are kind of like that. I think Batista's like that too.
In 2022, and the very first doctor we went to said 75% chance I was going to lose this leg. We've already been through several surgeries, 30-something surgeries through all this. It was a 7-week stay early on in 2020 where there were 21 surgeries on this.
On your leg alone?
Yes, on my knee.
You have over 20 surgeries?
I have over 30. 30 surgeries on this knee, trying to
30 surgeries on one knee. I should send this video to my dad. He just had surgery on his knee.
save it, and nowhere along the way, except the very first appointment, said amputation. So when I went to the appointment to hear what we were going to do to save it, a minute into the conversation, I said, stop. What's the chances of that working? And he said 20%. A 20% chance was 3 surgeries, countless hours of physical therapy, and my leg being straight the rest of my life. And there was only a 20% chance that would work. A company called me, I reached out to them, and they started sending me videos of what it looks like, and the doctor sent me videos of what it looked like. And the first video I saw was a double amputee running. To see it was wonderful for me to see. It was hope. Every time I say that I've grasped it or I've got a hold of it, something in my head goes, hey brother, you're getting ready to look down and your leg's not going to be there no more.
After the amputation, what's next?
Lenny Kravitz does it for health reasons then, right? He's just doing it for his health.
Today's the day for Buff. He hopefully gets a new lease on life.
Which, I'm fine with that. You know, if some people want to be vegan and they want to do it for selfish health reasons, it's like, and you know, they agree with that too. That's fine as long as they're not abusing the animals. Like, that's like you can do both things, you know what I mean?
Crazy enough, by losing half his leg.
Hey, brother. Hey, buddy. How you doing? You ready? It's about things. It's killing me this morning. Like, it's really, I thought my knee is burning really bad. So the way I'm living is not living. Yeah. I've just been really trying to make a mess, something good out of a mess.
You're stuck in
a shell.
Stuck
in a shell, bro.
Yeah.
And
today changes.
Today changes.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Love you guys. All right, we ready? We ready? Let's do this. All right, where's my cane, baby?
Cane, I got you. I got you right here, buddy.
So this is
I want to watch out. This is every day, huh?
Every day, brother. 5 years.
I want to see this. This is how you get into a car.
Yes.
For 5 years.
5 years.
Good idea.
So the seat's got to be all the way back. Every car I get into, seat's all the way back. This is if this ain't here, it's a lot worse.
Yeah, like if you're trying to justify other people eating animals, like there's no way to justify that. So, you know, like, I don't think you can be vegan a little bit. You know, I don't think you can't be vegan for health reasons or for the planet. Like, you know, I know what the definition is, so, you know, you have to be vegan for the animals, but, you know, I'm just trying to say, like, if other people want to be like super selfish and do it for health reasons, like it's not technically vegan, but if they are vegan too, you know what I mean, and not using any animal products or trying to justify it for other people, then I can still respect it to an extent, you know what I mean? But injury recovered, UK, that's really your legs. You really need your legs. Like I injured my knee too. It wasn't like a really serious injury, but it's different. Like it's never healed back 100%. Like to not have a knee that's 100%. But yeah, I couldn't imagine like losing my leg.
I'm ready. That's my knee. That's 5 years ago. That was me in the hospital for 7 weeks.
Wow.
2 years of this, bro.
It looks like it hurts.
And I was going to the gym on a walker, training 2-3 times a week still, trying to work out. My wound has only been fully closed.
And if you're by yourself and you're not going to be able to get a shoe on the next day, you've kept it on?
Yes, I sleep with my shoe on because I can't lean down to get my shoe, so I sleep with my right shoe on. I'll take my left one off because I can reach that one. But I'll sleep in the bed with my shoe on because I can't take it off because nobody's there to put it back on for me. And if I'm on a spot where I want to show where I'm able to, I find a grown human. It's horrible. It's a horrible feeling, but there's no reason to complain about it because here I am. So you just, hey, thank you, sir, appreciate it. And you get up and roll, you know?
Yeah.
You go on. Usually in my life, I was always able to fix it. Fixed it. I fixed every time. I fixed it. But God finally said, bro, and he gave me something that I couldn't fix.
Without the leg injury, are you sober today?
No. I'd rather be sober right now with this situation than Buff Backwell on WCW making money and in the funk I was in. I'd much rather have this life.
Hey, what are you doing, princess?
This is my granddaughter.
My mom Daddy just woke me up.
Oh, did he?
You doing okay? Okay.
Are you?
I am. I'm doing good. I'm getting ready to go into surgery in a few minutes.
Okay. Please pray for you.
Can you pray for me?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Your surgery go good, and please just do everything, and please guard everyone, and just do everything, and have everyone pray. Amen.
They'll tell you where admissions is.
Okay. Admissions. Find me. I got my phone. I love you.
Stace.
Yes, sir.
These two?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
So we're good. Got to get you checked in?
Yep.
All right.
Hey guys, how you doing?
How you doing?
Admissions. Admissions. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. This bag too.
Right here. You got it. Yeah.
Thank you, darling. Marcus Bagwell. Yes.
Have a good day. Have a good day, guys.
Over here.
It's got to be so crazy going in there, just like knowing that you're gonna walk in and you're not gonna walk out.
Hi, I'm having a surgery today.
What's your last name, sir?
Bagwell. Bagwell.
Sorry, who's this?
This is me. He's filming for me.
Okay, we don't allow photos inside the hospital.
Who says?
The hospital.
Is it a rule?
Yes.
Okay.
This patient is privacy.
Okay.
There'll be people in the back.
Okay.
In the back.
Okay, thank you. Gotcha.
Yeah. We just don't film for him.
Okay. Okay, because other patients might be walking around and they might, you understand
There's no way you can legally stop me from pulling my phone out right now and filming myself. You can't do that. That's not legal. Now, I was surprised that they kept on coming. And then even Stacey came in and she said my name. They're like, y'all can't film. It was like they knew we were coming.
Sorry, my internet.
It was like I knew they were coming.
They were all getting mad at him for recording him in the hospital because they were saying that people were going to walk by.
Hi.
You talking about your camera?
No.
Oh, they just tell you something?
That's not my camera.
Okay, it's like,
Nope.
what is it?
It's a microphone.
Okay. No, I know they have issues.
I got you. We got you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, this is an old WWE wrestler that got into a really bad car accident and pretty much ripped all the muscle off his leg, and he's had over like 30 surgeries on his leg, and I think they decided to just take it off.
Because they got TV shows coming.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, you here for surgery?
Yes, I am.
You gotta put your sign that clipboard.
Do I give you this or?
Can I see your ID? And then who's taking home after surgery?
Stacy Brown.
You're gonna put her information down. Is that the same person you want us to give updates to?
Sure.
She's here.
Yes.
She can come up because I have to give her a pager and track.
She's upstairs, coming down right now.
Okay. So the nurse is gonna call you from the door behind me.
Okay.
She's gonna take you back. She's gonna get you prepped for surgery. And then 45 minutes to an hour after they get you prepped, your family can come back and see you before you go into surgery.
I can't have anybody back there during that time.
No. You can ask the nurse, but it's up to the nurse.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. She's cool.
Let Stacy go back there with you.
Well, I thought everybody can come back later, but if somebody can come back with me instantly, it should be at the camera. They may say no to that, but in 45, y'all come in.
Okay.
As worst case.
It's 45 minutes from now?
Yeah. Well, for when I go back.
You're gonna give this paperwork to the nurse when she calls you from the door behind me, and then don't forget to let Miss Stacy know that I.
They were definitely recording other patients right there. I know they blurred them out, but that's exactly why they said they weren't allowed to be recording in there, but
I'll get her to you ASAP.
Okay.
Thank you, darling. I like your braces.
Thank you.
I mean, that's not bad, you know, but I don't, like I just walked off with my cane because I don't really need it. And it looks horrible. I mean, you know, hey. Wow. Oh my. That can't be good. Stace, go to the desk.
I'll go last.
Can I take him with me real quick then?
Yeah, just the two of you go, and then Jason, I can go, whatever.
We're gonna be brief. We'll be brief. Yeah.
Right on in. We're gonna go straight, and then we're gonna take a left up here on the around the corner.
Okay, gotcha.
It's right here in one.
Gotcha.
So you will like kind of
Hey, brother. How are you? Oh,
Are you recording, sir?
Huh?
I'm gonna turn that off. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
You go. I'll be back later on. Okay. Oh my goodness. Now we need to think.
this is crazy. This is a plus. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But really, I mean, I was just like really blown away that you cannot bend my knee. You know, lately I've been going through the thing where they come up to me and they're like, "Hey, can you move your leg, sir?" And I'm like, "I can't bend my knee, bro."
The fact that you're going into this with just the optimism and the hope, man, you're an inspiration.
Yeah, bro.
All right, we're gonna get out of here and let Stace and Chase come back.
Yes.
But we'll be back later.
Okay, buddy.
We'll be back later.
Absolutely.
And is there anything you need from me or anything?
No, we're good, man. Love you, buddy. Love you, brother.
Oh my gosh. Dude, love you, brother.
See you on the outside.
Yeah, man. I'll be seeing you.
Okay.
I'll see you later.
Turn that off. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Bob. See you, brother. Thank you.
But it's still punching red.
What we're doing.
I just have to call him.
I get it. She's doing. Hey.
Hey, I got his IV.
You got his IV?
Did you tell him that?
Give him something good. We all have his best interest. Yes. I'm out of your hair. Can they come back in? I think we need us to. I think we can go later.
Thank you.
Stacey, thank you so much.
Might check 1, 2. Okay, guys, so we tried to film the entire procedure, but when this hospital says no filming, they mean it. To the point where we were escorted out. They took our visitors badges, our passes, and it took a whole lot of sweet talking to get them back, just so I can go see how Buff is doing later. Surgery is about to take place. They're currently prepping him. The procedure is going to take around an hour and a half, and in a few short hours, Buff's life will never be the same again. Buff, I'm praying for you. Well, it's been over 8 hours since we left Buff. They ran into some pretty sizable complications during surgery. It took over 4 times longer than expected. We're heading back to the hospital, and we're actually running up against the clock. Visiting hours, well, they're about to end. I don't know exactly what Buff's current status is, but I do know we're going to go to the hospital.
How you feeling? Good, buddy. Good. How you doing?
Just happy.
Good.
Happy. We were worried. I was talking to Chase, and when he told me there, he's still in. He's still in.
I literally hadn't said any line.
Well, you told me it was an hour and a half.
That's what they told me. Yeah. I mean, Bradbury's exact words, and maybe it was just Dr. Hill making sure everything was okay, but Bradbury said no more 2 hours. Yeah. And it was five and a half.
All things done though, I'd rather him stay in there, the extra time, get things right. How do you feel?
So when I first woke up, my back was like really, really hurting, like horribly bad, my back. Yeah. And I said, there. Yeah. So I looked at there was 10 seconds where there was
I don't think Buff's vegan, but this reminds me of my cat. He had 4 legs when he was born, but that somebody shot him. And his whole paw was shattered all the way up to his shoulder. So I don't know if he got hit by a car or caught in a trap or somebody caught him and broke his arm. But somebody shot him with a .22 and he had a entry hole like under his neck and an exit hole out of his stomach, but I actually have half of the bullet was still inside of him. So they got half of the bullet out, and they amputated his arm. And he would still get his phantom paw, and he would try to, every time he would go to the bathroom, he would try to cover his litter up with his paw that he didn't have, his phantom paw. So I would always go back after him and cover up his litter. But it reminded me of him when he was talking about his phantom paw. But yeah, he was my best friend, and I can't believe that people are so horrible to animals. He's the reason why I'm vegan now.
Really hard hit, like, whoa, man, looking at it, and I was trying to prepare for that look, and I had nobody I could talk to or nothing right there, so I just went.
He was like 1 when it happened. He was a really young cat, and then he lived until he was like 13, 14, and he was awesome. Like, he would still climb and jump up on stuff, just like a regular cat. He would jump up and stand on my shoulder. I have some pictures of him standing on my shoulder.
Before I could it was either going to go to tears or it was going to go to, hey brother,
next chapter.
Let's roll.
Next chapter.
And it went to the next chapter. This is not good.
10 seconds? I've been there for 10 minutes.
But still, you can't prepare yourself for it. You can't prepare yourself for that, brother. Wow. I mean, it's not there. And like right this second, I can feel my calf. I can feel my ankle.
Really?
Like put your hand where my ankle would be.
Right here.
Like I can almost feel you feeling that.
Really?
I swear to God.
Like you could almost feel it.
I almost feel it. I don't know why it's not.
It's soft.
It's light and it's like I felt here, bro.
And I know we talked about it.
He said it's light. Maven's trying to smack it. Oh my god. That's funny.
What did they do with the leg? Because I know you want.
So they showed me. They said he took a picture of it. So I got a picture. And it looks like a lamp.
Off the Christmas story.
Yeah. So guys, we can make a lamp out of it, brother. Nice to hear it. I really just think this is happening because God is leading the way to all of this. He knows this is going to happen. I think that I was here on this planet to be Buff Bagwell on TV. What a perfect gimmick.
Buff's up, Buff's down, it's the blockbuster. It's what you do after you get your tail kicked that makes you a great wrestler or not. It's how you bounce back.
What if I was put here for this? What if this is the reason? And it ain't what if, it is make it happen. There's no difference with this in the videos I'm seeing of the prosthetic people. I'm like, if they can run, I'm going to be able to run, and I'm going to be able to run better. I want to get back in the ring, hit the ropes, have a match. It'll show that I've came out of the darkness with this thing, and I turned it around all the way to being back in the ring as Buff Bagwell. You don't have to give up with something like this. This is something that I am taking by the horns, man, and I'm going to show the world that you can have just as good a life with or without a leg. Who is Buff Bagwell? Buff Bagwell is WCW Rookie of the Year, only five-time World Tag Team Champion with 4 different partners in the history of wrestling, soon to be Hall of Famer. That's who Buff Bagwell is.
Yeah, wow, that's a crazy story, Alicia. Trans are serious. Yeah, that was pretty inspiring, right? Yeah, it reminds me of my rabbit too. A couple years ago, I got these rabbits, and the one jumped off of like a high spot and landed on like a piece of metal, funny, and it broke his leg. So we took the rabbit to the first vet, and they were like, there's nothing we can do with the rabbit that broke his leg. We're just gonna have to put him down. And I was like, not gonna accept that. And I took him somewhere else. I called this other guy, and he said, yeah, bring him here. He said, I'll fix him. And we took him to this other guy, and he wrapped it up. Gave him a bunch of medicine and stuff. I slept with him that night. Like, he pretty much slept in my hand. Because he was like freaking out. His leg was all, his leg was all straightened out and everything. And he was stomps around like a rabbit and runs around and hops and everything. Like, it was never broken. It's crazy that the first place I went to, they were like, we just have to put him down. There's nothing we can do. Like, I hate vets. I think the vet killed my cat too, because I don't think she did it on purpose, but I don't think she was very honest with me about what she was doing and what was going on. But yeah. Yeah, my bunny is awesome. It's cool.
All right, wow. We are learning more and more about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein's relationship dating back to the early 90s, and it's incredibly damning. Just keep in mind, over the past week, we have received story after story about Ghislaine Maxwell, about Jeffrey Epstein, about Donald Trump, and this all culminated into a massive BS lawsuit that Trump is pushing against Rupert Murdoch, the Wall Street Journal, Dow Jones, which is the publisher of the Wall Street Journal, and for some reason, 2 editors at the Journal. This lawsuit is meritless. It is BS. Trump is asking for $10 billion, which...
My internet is not the best. It'll buffer sometimes. But it should come back after a few seconds.
Isn't even in the realm of possibility, but he's just trying to posture towards his base. Now, this lawsuit is besides the point, but I just wanted to say, even after that, we are getting more and more news. We have heard tidbits about this
Yeah, if I did the same thing with my cat, he might have been better off. I probably should have taken him somewhere else. He might have made it through the surgery if it was somebody else doing it.
1992 party that Donald Trump threw, but we're now getting a more clear picture after all of the puzzle pieces that have been unveiled over the past week. Now, a lot of people have been saying, you are talking about this story a lot, and I get that, But we're doing that for a reason. We are doubling, tripling down on the story because it is important to spread the truth at a time when the Trump admin is trying to distract with stories about Obama or Hillary or whatever the hell. So we're going to continue to double down. We're going to continue to push. And if you appreciate that, make sure you drop a like below. Make sure you're subscribed to the Adam Mockler feed. Listen, part of the reason it's really important to push is because right now MAGA, in a coordinated way, is trying to spread propaganda. Look at this right here. You may recognize this as a YouTube comment section. This is the YouTube comment section of a journalist named CoffeeZilla who has been pulling millions and millions of views, exposing Donald.
So this guy does lean to the left.
Bots trying to push a MAGA narrative. Let's read a few. Trump's public record of drawing and writing substantially diverges from the described style and explicit content of the alleged letter. So this is an argument saying, hey, Trump doesn't draw. Trump isn't smart enough to use those words, but it's coming from a bot. The scary thing is you get a bunch.
Yeah, I watch CoffeeZilla too. He's pretty cool. Maybe I'll watch one of his videos next.
Of these. The Wall Street Journal's lack of direct forensic or photographic evidence seriously compromises the ethical integrity of publishing such allegations. That is written by a bot. You see it over and over. The point that I'm trying to draw is we are now seeing a more deeply with bots. This could be Trump, the admin themselves, trying to bot this out of the news. But the point is, as we try to expose this, we see more and more pushback. This video of CoffeeZilla is just exposing it. It has 2.6 million views. Let me play a minute of it so you guys know that he's just telling the truth.
The denial puts Trump in a very particular position. Because if it later comes out and turns out to be true, it's worth saying the Wall Street Journal did not publish a photo of the letter, which everyone's been asking for. There are a lot of reasons not to publish it. Maybe your source didn't allow it, but that's a huge part that could come out that changes the whole landscape of this, right? If it comes out, it's very devastating because you wouldn't lie about something like this if you thought it was no big deal, right? The denial actually implies a lot of bad things about what the letter could mean.
That's what we've been saying. Donald Trump's relentless denial of this has almost been more guilty, right?
Weren't worried about a story like this if you thought the letter was nothing. You wouldn't deny it. You would just give no comment. You certainly wouldn't give an interview. So now we're going to talk about the reactions of the people involved because it's worth saying Trump is not the only letter mentioned in here. And I think that's really important because in a story like this, you want to look to what could be corroborating evidence. So Alan Dershowitz is cited in the piece having written a letter that included a mock-up of a vanity
Yeah, we can probably watch this episode of CoffeeZilla next. Or if he's got a new one out yet, he might.
Fair magazine with mock headlines of who was Jack the Ripper? Was it Jeffrey Epstein? Alan, a former lawyer.
Yeah, Pia, you're right. Basically, everyone is left of Trump because of how far right he is.
Or Epstein does not deny this. He says, it's been a long time, and I don't recall the content of what I may have written. Lex Wexner also supposedly had a letter in there. He declined to comment. Supposedly his letter was, I wanted to get you what you want, so here it is.
The rest of the video is on VoidZilla's YouTube. The point is, the comment section is full of bots. That's why we have to push back. It says, independent verification through forensic linguistic analysis would almost certainly disprove Trump's authorship of such stylistically anomalous text. You know a MAGA supporter didn't write that. What about this one? The described highly sensational language and imagery within the letter strongly indicate deliberate fictionalization. Bots trying to take down this journalist's message. That brings me on to the news story about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein that is quite incriminating. Really quickly, I just want to point out that while all of this is happening, Republicans in Congress are using this chaos to launch hearings aimed at non-profits. Even environmental advocates like Sierra Club are in their sights. And let's be clear, this is intimidation. The same type of intimidation Trump is trying to use against the Wall Street Journal, he's using against groups that protect our forests, that push for clean air, that speak truth about climate change. They're all being smeared under the guise of non-profit accountability, which is false. Sierra Club chapters from coast to coast do real community work. They organize trail cleanups, advocate against factory pollution, help people breathe easier. And that's just one example out of thousands. These aren't political enemies. These are nonprofits. So I just want to say no administration, Republican or Democrat, should get a green light to weaponize the federal government against anyone, whether it's schools, law firms, or nonprofits like the Sierra Club. Over 600 groups are already resisting. Let's join them and keep pushing. But back to the story about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein's relationship. We have heard tidbits about this meeting for a while, this secret party, but now we know more. This reads, as criticism of the handling of Mr. Epstein's case mounted over the years, some of Mr. Trump's staunchest allies promoted theories that the government had covered up the extent of his network. Now, that story has entangled Mr. Trump himself in what amounts to one of the biggest controversies in the second White House stint. To continue, Mr. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein appear to have met around 1990 when Mr. Epstein bought a property 2 miles north of Mar-a-Lago and set about staking a claim in Palm Beach's Moneyard, salt air social scene. Mr. Trump, who had purchased Mar-a-Lago 5 years earlier, had already established his own brash presence in the seaside enclave as a playboy with a taste for gold leaf finery. The two had much in common. Here's a photo of them. Now, in 1992, this is where it gets wild, an NBC News camera captured the pair at a Mar-a-Lago party that featured cheerleaders from the Buffalo Bills who were in town that weekend for a game against the Miami Dolphins. And this is the footage that you have seen 1 million times. We have all seen this footage, absolutely, for sure. Now here's where it gets wild. There is more to this footage than meets the eye. At one point in the footage, Mr. Trump can be seen dancing amid a crowd of young women. Later, he appears to be pointing at other women while whispering something in Epstein's ear, causing him to girl competition. Mr. Epstein was the only other guest, according to George Horaney, a Florida-based businessman who arranged the event. Mr. Horaney recalled being surprised that Mr. Epstein was the only other person on the list. I said, "Donald, isn't this supposed to be a party with VIPs?" Mr. Horaney told the New York Times in 2019. "You're telling me it's just you and Epstein?" Mr. Horaney's then girlfriend and business partner Jill Harth later accused Trump of sexual misconduct on the night of the party. In a lawsuit, Ms. Harth said that Mr. Trump took her into a bedroom and forcibly kissed and fondled her and restrained her from leaving. She also said that a 22-year-old contestant told her that Mr. Trump later that night crawled into her bed uninvited. This is the man who bought beauty suit in 1997 after a related case filed by Mr. Horaney was settled by Donald Trump, who has denied her allegations. He denies everything, but he is a sick and twisted human being. Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein were spotted again at a 1997 Victoria's Secret Angels party in Manhattan. The lingerie company was run by Leslie H. Wexner, a billionaire businessman who handed Mr. Epstein sweeping power over his finances, philanthropy, and private life within years of meeting him. No one quite understands why. Court records show that Mr. Trump was among those who got rides on Mr. Epstein's private jets. Even beyond him flying in it 7 times, the Lolita Express, Donald Trump has bragged about grabbing women by the you-know-what. Then when he was asked about that in a deposition, he said, yeah, historically we have been able to do that, which is sick and disgusting, of course. But also, the beauty pageant thing has just been kind of uniquely at the top of my mind over the past few days. I mean, of course, it's always been sickening, but as this story has been resurfacing, I've been thinking more and more about the beauty pageant. I'm like, this is really messed up. This man throughout his whole life has been an open pervert who would just prey on women and think that he could do it because he has power. But then he's the president, and it seems like America doesn't care. It's mind-boggling. I'm going to leave it there, though. If you appreciate the videos we make sure you drop a like, subscribe. This comes at a time when bots are flooding the internet trying to spread lies.
Yeah, so that's pretty wild. And he just started this other channel, actually, Voidzilla, that he's been covering more of this stuff in. He just started this, I don't think it was that long ago. But yeah, he's got over 1 million subscribers on this one already. Looks like this was the most recent one.
It's all coming out today. The Wall Street Journal not only released an article today, they're getting sued as well for this article about Donald Trump's connection to Jeffrey Epstein. It's explosive. It's about a letter Trump sent to Epstein with support.
Yeah, SBF is vegan, isn't he? Oh my god. That's crazy.
Supposedly a drawing of a naked woman by Trump, along with a little poem which talks about a wonderful secret that Jeffrey Epstein and Trump share. We will go through all the evidence because there's a lot to this. You are very silly if you jump to conclusions on a story this big with this wide of implications. Let's set the stage because we're going to take our time going through this. The president's behavior during the run-up to this Epstein.
The guy that never dies?
It's sordid, but it's boring.
You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because there's a lot of phony stuff.
You know, these files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama.
Even his supporters are like, well, why is he acting this way? It's so weird. All of a sudden it goes from the files exist to they don't exist to they're a hoax, actually, and there's a bunch of phony stuff in there. This article, if true, explains a lot of the strange. And we don't know if there's more that's going to come out, if this is all.
Because, I mean, it does, we are animals, right? So it does include other people, right? So you don't want to, just because you treat non-human animals good, if you treat humans bad, I don't think, you can't be vegan and do that, you know, stealing money from people and shit. So, I think it negates it right there.
all there is, but I'm going to go through the main allegation, and I will call it an allegation because Trump is definitely going to sue over this. He's already said as much. So here's basically the story. Supposedly, Ghislaine Maxwell collected letters from Trump and dozens of Epstein's associates for a 2003 birthday album. It was for his 50th birthday. Pages from the leather-bound album, assembled before Epstein was first arrested, are among the documents examined by the Department of Justice officials. So there are birthday letters to Epstein that supposedly have been seen by the DOJ. They have them in their files. And the one from Trump supposedly has a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist. The Wall Street Journal goes on to say it's not clear how the letter with Trump's signature was prepared. Inside the outline of the naked woman was a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein. Voiceover: there's more to life than having everything. Donald: yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey: nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald: we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Yes, we do, come to think of it. Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? As a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. And the final line is, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Obviously, that is an insane thing to write to what later would be found out to be one of the world's most prolific pals. But there's also two lines in there which are horrendous. One, enigmas never age. That's just a strange line. It's a very incriminating sounding line. We don't know what it means exactly. And then also we see, make every day be another wonderful secret. Of course, this all written inside the outline of a naked woman kind of tells you what secret they may be talking about there. Now we're going to go over Trump's response, and then of course all the evidence, all the denials, what you may want to know before making up your mind. Like I said, this is not a story where you're going to want to snap to judgment. Even now, I think there's still a lot we need to see. But I want to go over Trump's response. He gave an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, and
You guys want more vegan stuff? You can put some links in the comments. We can watch some other stuff if you want.
denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. Quote, "This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story. I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women," he said. "It's not my language. It's not my words." He told the Journal he was preparing to file a lawsuit if it published the article. "I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal just like I sued everyone else." What do we make of this? Before we jump into the evidence, before we jump into all the reactions, both popular position, because if it there are a lot of reasons not to publish it. Maybe your source didn't allow it, but that's a huge part that could come out that changes the whole landscape of women. Still, it's strange to say I don't draw pictures when you very clearly draw pictures and they appear to be in thick marker, which is what you were accused of drawing them in. Now, none of that means anything, but it just reminds me a little bit of the Prince Andrew denial. I don't know if you guys remember the sweat denial. A big part of the interview with Prince Andrew was the denial.
The one thing I wanted to ask you guys about was, like, how do you think this all these victims in the Epstein case, and it gets all this publicity, like everyone is talking about this, and you know how many dairy cows, or not even just dairy cows, but cows in general, how many cows are forcibly impregnated every single day? It's about 250,000. It's kind of crazy to think about.
Denial that he couldn't have done anything bad because he couldn't sweat. So this supposedly falsified Virginia Giuffre's whole story.
I have a peculiar medical condition.
That Prince Andrew actually does sweat. And in the same way, it's not perfect proof.
I think so.
But you really shouldn't say you don't draw pictures when being accused of drawing thick black marker pictures, when you definitely draw pictures sometimes. I mean, it's just, and it's public. I mean, that's just kind of just an obvious, devastating hole in your whole argument. Now, again, I gotta say, this is just the basics. We do not have the letter, okay? I'm relying on the Wall Street Journal's reporting on this, and we're corroborating with different pieces of public evidence. Ultimately, we need to see if this was actually in the Epstein files. But there are some other stuff, too, that we can look to corroborate this story. So we can look at the bookbinder. So, in the Wall Street Journal report, we see a very specific and interesting corroboration. It says, the book was put together by the New York City bookbinder Herbert Weitz, according to people involved with the process. Weitz listed Epstein as a client on his website in 2003. So here we have a chance to corroborate externally. Of course, it's not a full corroboration, but we have a chance to look to see, was it actually on his website, right? So if we go to the archive, we see in 2003 at weitzcoleman.com, we see a client list, and we see Jeffrey Epstein is listed on it with a different spelling of Jeffrey, I should note. And this says people for whom we have bound up books and albums. This is another piece of circumstantial evidence that makes it hard to believe it's just fully made up. Now, you can believe something in the hoax all over again. The Wall Street Journal refused to show us the letter and conceded they don't even have it in their possession when we asked them to verify the alleged document they're basing their entire fake story on. Then you have Dan Walken saying the amount of people who think publications, the scope of the Wall Street Journal, just put explosive stuff out about a public figure without well-established authentication procedures and running it through a team of lawyers know literally nothing about journalism. Charlie Kirk says this is not how Trump talks at all. I don't believe it, referring to the actual letter's contents. Specifically, people picked up on the idea that Trump says enigma in the writing of it. In fact, Trump writing at all, some people find that hard to believe. J.D. Vance says, of course, then you have a response to that where somebody says, Carson's an enigma to me. This is clearly debunking the idea that the word enigma is not in Trump's vocabulary.
Now, Carson's an enigma to me.
So that clearly debunks the idea that he couldn't have written this because enigma wasn't in his vocabulary. It actually, to the declassifying comment, Donald Trump, based on this, has posted, based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Jeffrey Epstein, I have asked AG Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. This scam should end right now. And Pam Bondi has said, President Trump, we are ready to move on the court tomorrow to unseal the grand jury transcripts. I think that ultimately it needs to be everything or nothing. You can't give, or he was arrested the first time, right? But given the letter's contents, given that they're doing so much, they're going to be suing the Wall Street Journal over this, to deny it, I think if it turns out to be true, is devastating. I mean, totally devastating and horrific, and no one should defend it if it's true. And that's what we need to find out at this point. So I think the answer is clearly that yes, I would love the Wall Street Journal to release this photo if they have it in their possession, if they can release it from their source. And I would love for the DOJ to declassify the actual relevant pieces of this whole thing, because the absolutely central piece of evidence in this whole story are these letters, which are in Epstein or Maxwell. And so that is a different category altogether. So I think given that, it's hard to see this as anything other than a distraction from what is actually relevant here, which is, does this album exist? Yes or no? Show us the evidence, right? Show us the physical evidence. Instead, this is just going to get people riled up because it's an Epstein release, but it's guaranteed by definition not to have the evidence one way or another. A transcript is not going to have a piece of physical evidence. And we need to demand answers on that because either it exists or it doesn't. And if it does, it may be another wonderful secret. When calling Jeffrey Epstein a pal, we wouldn't know what that meant, but yeah.
Yeah, pretty crazy. So that's like the most recent stuff that's been out about that. Yeah, it was in the big beautiful bill or whatever they just passed. But yeah, they definitely they did like double the subsidies for animal. Let's see. Do you guys know this guy? Derek Sarno. This is another vegan chef that I've been following for a few years, since before I was vegan, that made it like super easy. And he just teaches a little bit about like mindfulness in his videos too.
Holy awesome.
But look at that. Oh my god.
So I want to share how I made the rice, the main part, the dish, the sauce. It's all whipped up when I got home after picking up Gary.
Yeah, Gary, there he is. He's the reason why I got a dog too.
From the trainers. Gary's doing great. Frankie's doing amazing. That wasn't smooth. I haven't made dinner yet. Gonna whip one out. I'm gonna use tofu as the main. I have a 450 gram block of extra firm tofu. This one comes packed in water. I'm just gonna give it a quick squeeze all the sides, and I can hear Gary outside 1 second. What are you doing? No barking. Come in.
Yeah, I rescued her.
Come in. How are you guys? No jumping down. Come on, I'm gonna do a video. Go lay down. Go over there. Good boy. The kids are in. So this tofu, I'm gonna cook for 2, slice it in half. I'm gonna first slice up the text. Now there's 2 of them.
Yeah, he does use really good mushrooms. They're not in a lot of grocery stores, the Lion's Mane and stuff like that, but if you can find them, definitely try some of his recipes and some of his techniques. It's amazing.
Place this in a towel just to help get off the excess water before I end up pan roasting it. Good boy, gentle, gentle. I'm gonna cook for 2 people, and I want enough rice. I'm just gonna add some right to the pan, maybe a cup, maybe a little bit more. I'm gonna take this over, give it a rinse. Give it a rinse probably 2 or 3 times. I like to do this. For this particular recipe, I'm going to save it in here and let it dry for a second. So we're going to use a garlic fried rice or garlic steamed rice. And winner, 5 cloves of garlic. I am just going to slice them super thin, as thin as you can get them.
This is my dog.
And then when you get to a point where you can't hold it anymore, I just flip it down. And again, thin. Do that with all of them. I like wafer thin, if possible.
Yeah, I don't know if he decided to keep her or not, but he might answer that in this video.
Perfect. So then I just like to load them up on the knife like this for now. The back stove. And I'm gonna get that on a medium-high heat. Pan goes on. A little bit of regular oil. It's not olive oil. And I'm just gonna coat the bottom of the pan, just enough. The garlic, it's gonna go right in. It doesn't have to be hot right away. I want it to heat up as it goes. And it'll start frying pretty quick. And garlic does not take long, so I want to keep an eye on this. Keeping an eye on it, stirring it constantly. I want to make sure that it gets brown. I don't want burnt garlic. I want a really nice, fragrant, garlicky jasmine rice. You could use basmati if you could use anything you want. If you want to do this with brown rice, it doesn't matter. You want to do this quinoa, feel free. It's amazing. But I want to extract that garlic. As soon as I start to see it brown more consistently, that's where I'm going to do the next step. Now it's browning and it's starting to slowly stick to the pan. A little bit of salt just to pinch around the edges.
He does do that, like puts the whole block of tofu, or like cut it in half, like do a half.
Pinch of black pepper, and you can see that color changing. I hope. Just
yeah, I say that I'm her human. It's Nova. Yeah, she's a girl, like Supernova. And then her friend's here. The black one's Jenny.
Just nice, lightly brown. I'm gonna add the rice that's dried. Stir that in. Coat all the rice with that garlicky flavor, and it helps stop the garlic from cooking so much and just get that flavor going. Heat is on the same, medium-high on the low burner, and I'm just gonna add some water. I did not measure this, and you don't have to measure it. I'm just gonna use the knuckle right here. I'm just gonna add a little bit, right when it touches the tip of this first digit is enough water. So there's just a little bit more there. Push all this stuff from down the sides. I'm gonna bring that to a boil. Turn on the stove. 375 convection. All right, as soon as I see that starting to come to a boil, I'm gonna cover it, leave a little bit of space right there, and lower it down to a medium-low heat. Like that. And then I'll finish cooking the rice just like that. And while that is cooking, today I'm gonna use courgette, zucchini, and a summer squash. I'm gonna cut them in half and then cut it diagonally like that. So there's 4 pieces on each. Done. Celery is one of those things I don't think a lot of people use unless you're just roasting or making a mirepoix, but I actually enjoy the flavor when cooked properly. So for these, I'm just gonna do the same, just at an angle. Pop these on here. Next up, broccoli. This one, trim that off. That's the only waste. I'm just gonna all the way down, and when you get down to this bottom part, just like this, and then I'll have this left over. And then break these up. For this, I'm gonna try to keep them all this size right here. It's okay if some get smaller, some get bigger, some are a little bigger. It's okay, I'm just shooting for that. So that means the bigger ones I'm gonna cut in half. trying to do as little prep as possible. Just want to get fed. So we have these here. Before I clean up this broccoli mess,
It's always good to chop your broccoli up, put it in a bowl, and then let it sit for a little while. It like releases specific compounds in the broccoli that help like fight against cancer.
gonna slice these. Just like that. Add right to the bowl. I don't really need to throw this scrap away. Just gonna add it right to the bowl. Broccoli. Next is that tofu. I'm just gonna unwrap it. And then this is going on the pan as well. Zucchini, summer squash, courgette, whatever you want to call them. Celery. I have the tofu cut in half, dried already, and the broccoli. The rice is looking done already. That was like 10 minutes. There's just a little bit of liquid in there, so I'll leave it on for a little bit longer. Leave it on for like 2 minutes. Filled my kettle up with water. I'm just gonna turn that on. This is just gonna sit and steam while I make the rest.
Dude, that's so cool. That's funny.
As soon as that water boils, I'm just gonna add it right to the broccoli.
Like this little sticker.
And just cover it. So just gonna blanch it. This is a very easy way to blanch it. You could dirty another pot if you want, but I have a kettle, and I'm just gonna do that and let it sit here for a few minutes. And they immediately go bright green, which is great. Turn it on the stove. Cast iron. I'm gonna try to keep it in one pan. So we're using the rice pan, and I'm gonna use this cast iron skillet. The nice thing about the cast iron skillet is I can put it in the oven. I like doing that. I'm used to doing that from the restaurants. It's a great way to cook. And then I'm gonna start with the tofu, and you always wanna lean it forward, never towards you.
Look, 2 blocks. Did he cut it in half, or it's this whole big ass chunks?
So how I'm thinking about this and timing it all. I want this one side to sear really nicely. It's gonna give us a nice skin for the texture and the snap, the bite. I really want that to snap through into the softer part of the middle of the tofu. And then I'm gonna flip it, and then I'm gonna start adding the veg because I wanna time it. Timing is one of the things also within cooking that it's really good to understand, and you know the vegetables. So the broccoli, I know, is probably one of the harder ones, even though the florets will crisp up. But the stem, I want that soft when we bite into it and chew it. So everything's a matter of timing. So I'm trying to show the timing in this recipe. That was a long way around. Only thing I'm gonna add now is just a little bit of black pepper. Just to this top side. I don't want to add any salt because I believe it's going to be salty enough with what I top it with. Okay, so it's been just a couple minutes. I'm just going to flip this. Again, always flipping over away from you. And a dry towel. So now I'm going to add the courgette. I add a little bit more oil because I want them to fry a little bit. I'm going to add them right to the bottom of this. I just want this flat part to be touching the bottom of the pan. So I want that roast and that skin to form on these courgettes as well.
I normally chop mine up into like 3 to 5 slices. And then I'll fry them up, and then I'll add in the vegetables, and then I kind of chop it all up together. Smaller pieces.
I'm going to lower the heat to a medium-high heat so I can control what I'm doing. And it's okay if it goes a little bit slower. I fit all those pieces of courgette right on here. So now I know it's going. I'm going to take it off the heat for a minute and make the sauce that's going to go on the tofu. And we're going to bake that right into it. Sauce. Got our bowl. There's a ton of spicy chili crisps out there. I'm going to use this one, Lao Gan Ma. I find it at almost every grocery store, and it's delicious. Oh, I love it. Okay. Super good, this stuff. I put on a lot. So I'm going to use 2 tablespoons. Yum. Mouth's already watering. This is just plant-based mayo. I was using it for something else, but 2 big tablespoons of this. If you don't want to use the plant-based mayo, you could use The non-dairy yogurt. There's a couple out there if you want that extra funk and you don't want.
Big girl, you gotta try some tofu. Try some of these tofu recipes. It'll blow your mind. It's way better than meat.
Added fat. I was in the Asian market and I found some vegan fish sauce. And I'm a huge fan of vegan fish sauce, so I tend to try the ones out there. And this one is pretty good. And it doesn't have a particular name. It just has a picture of a
vegan fish
pineapple on it.
sauce.
So I'm going to use a splash of this. If you don't have this right away and you want to make this dish sooner than later, you can find it online or you can get it at an Asian grocer. Or you can use coconut vinegar. Or if you don't have coconut vinegar, you could use a different kind of vinegar, like a little bit of apple cider vinegar. But what these offer is a funk, an umami that I can't get from the other vinegars. They're a little too sweet for me. So this one provides that stinky, fish saucy, little bit of funk that I want that in this dish. It balances it nicely. So I'm only gonna add a couple tablespoons of this. I'm also gonna add about a tablespoon of agave. So we have the spicy, the funky, the sweet. The only thing I'm missing is like a lemon or lime, which I don't necessarily want in this right now. I'm just gonna mix this up. It looks gorgeous. Let the flavors meld together, and we'll use it in a minute. Before I even go there, I gotta try it and make sure it's right. It's so freaking good. And at the end,
Yeah, he does use a lot of tofu and a lot of oil, and it's high fat, but they're good fats. They're not necessarily bad fats for you. So I tend to eat a lot of fat too, but I try to stay away from unsaturated fat or saturated fat.
product. Yeah, I'm just gonna make it. And once I know those courgettes are nice and sealed.
If you use extra virgin olive oil, try not to heat it to over like 250 degrees. So I normally just cook my food at like 250, and then that's Jenny. She likes to talk. But yeah, so if you use extra virgin olive oil, try not to cook it that high temperature. And get good extra virgin olive oil is better than some of the other oils.
I'm just gonna move the tofu. So very carefully lifting up the tofu for 1 minute. And then I'm gonna add the celery to the other side, trying not to make a mess. This is me working with one pan. Then I'm just gonna add the tofu right to the top of this, just like this. I'll probably put them on top of the celery. They're a little bit hot, so be.
Yeah, that looks good. This is what I've been eating recently. It is. So it's 4 servings of vegetables, and then this tofu, 4.5 grams of fat, 4.5 servings, 9 grams of protein. But yeah, I'll eat the whole thing with the veggies. And then I throw in a bunch of nuts and seeds and extra virgin olive oil, nutritional yeast, and then some spices.
This is how I cook at home. This is what I'm gonna be eating tonight. I'm gonna take a little bit of black pepper just to season the top of the broccoli. I'm not adding any oil because I believe there's enough fat already in there, so when I get finished, it'll be fine. A little bit of sprinkle of salt, maybe a little bit more than that. Right in the oven. And I'm gonna roast that for a good 20, 30 minutes. While that's in the oven, doing a quick cleanup. All the dishes are done. Some bowl here. I'm gonna prep up some of the herbs. I have some coriander here, cilantro, Just want that right there. That's probably good. 3 green onions. For the coriander, I'm just gonna rip. It's okay if it's not perfect. You could chop it if you want. I like to do different textures, different things, and I like playing with the food. So if you don't want to play with the food, use your knife. And then for the green onion, I just have 3. Pick up the bottoms. Just want to slice them as thin as possible. And then I'm going to do a quick dice on these as well. I don't necessarily need them in the rounds. I just want them chopped.
I've never had walnut oil, but I really like walnut milk. I'll have to try walnut oil. Hey, Mobius.
Add them right to the coriander. I just keep them in a little section, so I'm making different sections. Next, just some fresh mint. I'm just gonna pull them off the stems quickly. Discard the stem. Just use the leaves. It smells delicious. Whenever I'm using mint, it just reminds me of it just tastes like fresh. If fresh had a flavor, I think it would be mint. And it smells just divine. So I'm gonna just rip this as well. Just have fun. If you have kids, well, I think the kids would like this. I would. It's kind of an adulty dish, but I do think kids would like it with the texture of the mayonnaise, and it's not spicy that way because the mayo really helps cut down on the chili crisp, but it gives it that creamy texture, but you also have the crunchy bits in the chili crisp, and it's so good. But these herbs, you don't have to add them, but I highly suggest, if you want the full experience of like flavor explosion, these herbs on top, the freshness with the char of the tofu and the vegetables and that sauce, the super umami, so delicious. Like, it's just a really good dish. Really excellent date dish if you got a date or not. Okay, so we have coriander, cilantro, chopped green onion. Next up, this is optional. You don't have to add them, but I love it. So I'm gonna just dice these up. Keep these separate in case some people don't like them, but anybody coming over here knows I'm going to be serving chili. So a wet towel, clean this cutting board good. The dish, it looks amazing.
Yeah, wow, that looks amazing.
Holy awesome. It looks freaking great. I'm gonna do something I normally never do. Eat like a civilized person. Or at least use a fork and a knife. It is so good. That sauce is just perfectly balanced with a little bit of heat and then that extra kick from the red chilies that I added. The garlicky and the broccoli. Now in this dish, the broccoli has like that crunch to go along with the tofu. And then we have these amazing courgette, which just melt in your mouth. But I love how when you roast celery in a sauce like this, and it's just got the fibers that hold it together, and it just melts in your mouth. It's amazing. I'm gonna eat this after. So delicious. All right. Evidently, Gary, chill out, man. Please check out these videos up here. If somebody's serious about wanting to take Gary, contact me on my email. I'm still not positive what's gonna happen, as much as I'd like to be. Appreciate you guys for sticking around. If you liked
So there's the answer. He's still trying to find somebody for Gary, but obviously still has him.
This video, check out these videos over here because I have a lot more coming up in the bank. Evidently, I need to start shooting a lot more in order to get a pool for the queen.
I'm gonna start making my food. I was trying to set up another camera so I could like show me making my food, but it wasn't working, so this is all I got. I'm just gonna play this video next. If you guys want to play any specific video, just drop it in the chat and I can check it and we can watch it together.
For the past 18 years, other than a
This kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about a lot of vegans who've gone through something really traumatic in their life. And this is he kind of talks about his story here.
few photographs. It's the coffee cup she would use every morning. It's the one thing I keep, and I try not to use it too often. This is an interesting one. I wrote up what I wanted to say, and I'll reflect on what I wrote to what I'm going to say. 2007. But there's 2 days that I honor Amanda. It's always on her birthday and always on the day she passed, which is this week. And it's not like I don't think about her the other days of the year. It's just that these days are a lot harder than the other ones. They're more in my face. I'm so grateful for what she taught me and helped shape who I've become. She helped me just by being her. I wouldn't have any idea of what our life would be like right now if this didn't happen. And I don't entertain what if scenarios because what ifs they don't work in my favor. So I just accept things as they are, as it is. Most men don't like to talk about grief or grieving. I don't remember a last conversation I've had with a guy about it, or who's had that same experience as I have, or who can relate as much. And I can only speak to my experience. I can't talk about hypotheticals or things I haven't done or felt or gone through. It's just not something I do. But I can talk about how I've survived all these years. And back then, when it first happened, if I was going to survive, I needed to actively do something because I was going down a spiral that was not good for me or anybody around me. See, I've dealt with death before Amanda passed, and this was just to go and learn from and still learn from today. I needed to learn how to sit and how to work with my mind, how to understand my mind, how everything works from the inside out. I needed to learn how to face the pain, not just run away from it or bury it or do drugs to just not think about it. I needed to handle it a lot differently. And I needed to be there for my son, whom I love dearly, and who also gave me permission to go and learn what I needed to learn, so that eventually something good would come of it. I didn't go to find a religion. There were too many people saying the wrong thing at the wrong time when that happened. That turned me off from everything. I have my own experience with religion that I'm not going to talk about, but it's just not something for me. I didn't go to find happiness either. I went to try to find a way to deal with the pain and to face it head on. So I would travel back and forth from the monastery in upstate New York to New Hampshire, where I was living and had my businesses, my restaurants and stuff there. And I would travel back occasionally. Once a month I tried to see my son, to get tattooed, and to go to court. Because my first public speaking appearance was in a courtroom, defending the boy, the 17-year-old boy, who was responsible for Amanda's death in the car accident. We didn't want him to have to go to jail, so I defended him so he wouldn't have to. There was no sense in ruining more than one life. In that courtroom.
Isn't that insane? Like, most people wouldn't think that way. I mean, it's not insane. It's just like it's actually really thoughtful, you know? Like, and it really shows how good people are, you know? And most what the that's what Buddhists believe, right? That we can reincarnate as an animal.
Was the first time I ever spoke in public outside of like high school or grade school, reading in front of the classroom, which I never really know. And the feelings and emotions, you know, I'm not a crier. I'm not one to default to crying. I could count on my hands how many times I've cried in my life. And that, in that courtroom, was one of them, where I had to hold up, or the table held me up in order to keep upright and speak. And talking while you're crying uncontrollably, ugly crying, some people call it, is not something I ever plan to do or ever want to do again. I would travel back and forth from the monastery until I decided to stay there, which I did for a few years. I dedicated my time in exchange for learning the tools of how my mind works and how to sit properly, how to meditate, how to practice, and how to be a part of something bigger than me. All those tools I learned, I still practice today, 20 years later. It's how I deal with things I can't fix. It's how I sit with discomfort and my failures and successes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the teen was drunk and it was like a head-on accident.
It's what makes some people angry about me, because I don't ever show that much excitement, but I also never get that depressed or down anymore. And it's how I can let myself fall apart without having to chase after all the pieces. To this day, forgiving the person who was the cause of that accident is one of the hardest things I've ever done. And still, 18 years later, have never received an apology. He was advised against it by his lawyers. I didn't know.
Isn't that crazy? Never received an apology. And it's probably because the lawyers told him not to.
How to keep living back then. I didn't know if I was going to be able to. But what I did know is how to chop an onion. And I knew how to cook. Even back then, 20 years, it's been roughly, we're coming on 40 years I've been working in kitchens, developing recipes, training chefs, helping lead some of the big retail companies and plant-based. Like, I've just been doing this all my life. It's just part of my life. People ask me if I have a job, I cook. That's pretty much the basics of it all. And nowadays, I am sharing on here with you to help with cooking more vegetables and more plant-based, less animals, less harm, in a world that is, if I could. Cooking brought me back to life. It gave me, and still gives me, a way to help others, a way to be a benefit, and shift focus away from me and more towards helping and supporting. All of this has helped me naturally heal and help myself in a very deeply profound way that is super difficult to convey and explain, which I'm trying. I studied and I still study how to perform simple routines by keeping my head down, cooking for other people, sharing here on YouTube and doing videos now, cleaning up and feeding others. It's what I'm meant to do. All of this, especially sorry if you have felt this pain or you are feeling this pain. And those of you that know the pain, I still carry the wish that no one ever had to feel it or has to feel it.
I think he's from Texas, right? His brother lives in Texas. I think he's going back to Texas, like Austin, Texas, but he was in Detroit for a little while. But he's got that van, so he's just driving around in his van, I think, too. So he's gonna be traveling around the U.S. Yeah.
It was one of the things that really swelled up when I was going through that very emotional time for a good 2 or 3 years. Was super, super difficult for me. But I had a clear vision of like, I don't want anybody else to ever feel this. Not my worst enemy, not that I have any, but like, I didn't want anybody to feel that much pain. It was horrible. And I still wish I could carry it for everybody and that nobody had to feel that much pain. Apologies for this being so deep and not my usual content of cooking, which I will get back into. And I could say that in a lot of videos, but we have a plan. I actually have somebody helping me now. We'll be doing this a lot more and sharing some incredible recipes that you won't find anywhere else. But before I go, that if you're honoring somebody this week or this month or even today, or just missing somebody that you can't talk to or eat with anymore, drop their names in the comments and we can all remember them together. Because this community is amazing. And before I forget, I need to thank you for 2 videos back, the one when I was in the park, for all of you guys that hit that super thanks button and donated. Thank you so much. Like, it means the world to me that you did that. It just means the world to me that you're here. It means a lot. And I appreciate you. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you so much.
Is there any videos that you guys want to watch? You guys can drop some links in the comments. Or I might look up an idea. Now I forgot it. Hold on a second, let me find something about Joey. Let's see here. I watched one of his videos yesterday. What was that? Did you guys see the chickens? Yeah, the pigeon video. I just watched that in the other stream.
Oh my god!
So I talked to a Muslim guy the other day, and he just kept saying that his God gives us animals to eat, you know, some to eat and some we can't do anything, you know, some other ones we should respect.
Oh my god.
That's disgusting.
What the f is this?
Throwing and shoving was seen frequently.
That's definitely not halal.
Dragging sheep by their legs.
or even by their necks.
The halal workers are pushing the sheep, hitting them, which
Like these, like, do you think there's no way to efficiently slaughter animals without them clearly knowing what's going on? Like, it's impossible. There's no way to do that.
goes against the halal.
So the animals don't see each other be slaughtered?
No. Contrary to what the owner told me, here we see him dropping them into the conveyor where they have a clear view of the slaughter taking place in front of them.
So they're seeing everything.
This is not okay. How is this halal?
This is not halal. This is disgusting. This is haram.
It's literally impossible for the animals not to see each other getting slaughtered in today's slaughterhouses.
Some sheep are able to escape by jumping over the metal barriers.
The sheep is running for his life. What does this tell the workers? What does this tell the people? They want to live.
He's mocking them.
No.
I hope the same thing happens to this guys.
This idiot is making fun of the sheep and the goat while they're screaming.
Psychopaths.
This isn't what halal means.
The animals are not suffering for a prolonged period of time from the cut?
You are kuffar.
Our footage revealed hundreds and hundreds of sheep and goats dying slow, painful, terrifying deaths.
Oh my god.
Lifting their heads.
This is the thing, like Muslims believe when they say, oh, I only eat halal, that it's like painless, you know. Is that how you would want to die?
What the is this? I'm disgusted by this murder.
Oh my god.
They're suffering.
These guys have to be psychopaths. Again, like how can you be working in that environment and not be mentally messed up?
The floor is completely red. Literally not a single clear spot. Completely red.
This is a bloodbath. This is a bloodbath.
These animals should not even be seeing blood, smelling blood, nothing.
Inside the slaughterhouse, you're saying there's CCTV, and who monitors them?
I do.
You monitor them?
Yes.
So if anything's going wrong, that's on you?
Yes.
What a liar!
A Muslim might be putting a lot of trust in you. Yes. They wouldn't expect there to be any egregious suffering of the animals, because it's a bit of a different thing, isn't it? You're answering to
God.
Your entire religion. And
God? He just said God.
I don't
point,
think
this
he
sheep
really
sustained an
gives
injury to their leg.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say that.
A worker rips the sheep's horn off.
He's ripping his horn off. What the hell? How is this halal?
This is unbelievable.
You're going to Jahannam, all of you. Your place is in Jahannam.
One of the most shocking discoveries of this investigation was the amount of sheep who were sent to be dismembered whilst likely still conscious.
Is he just cutting their tails and legs? What the is happening?
They're getting skinned alive and their heads are being cut off.
This one's still totally moving.
He's decapitating the sheep and cutting and dismembering his body while he's conscious.
The slaughterhouse clearly favours efficiency over the suffering of these sheep in their final moments.
What the is he doing to the animals? This is not halal.
We captured many instances of them making vulgar jokes, including throwing body parts at each other.
You disgusting individuals.
This is definitely not an Islamic behavior.
They're playing wolf sounds over the speakers.
Left laying around as the workers worked around them.
That's disgusting.
Would you give us some CCTV footage to look at?
Why not? What is the need? Again, it comes down to even meat eaters who are carnivorous. They don't mind seeing it in a packet, but they won't like to see the slaughtering process.
He knows.
You don't want to see the process, but you want to pay for it, yeah?
My agenda is, as a Muslim, first thing, you're providing a service to the
community.
To the Muslim community? So you're a Muslim? Is this what Allah taught you?
You oversee everything and you can make sure that there's not bad things happening, right?
And I'll never let that. I'd much rather shut the site than ever let anything bad happen. So like I said, it's...
Can you tell me that, guarantee me that 100%?
Yes.
Say it. I guarantee you that 100%, you know, that there's nothing bad happening here to the animals.
I can guarantee 100% there's nothing bad happening to the animals.
Oh, his facility's about to be shut down.
Overall, in just a 1 hour.
What a delusional liar.
I mean, he's either lying or in denial.
He means it entails there's a...
Wow. I'm just speechless. I mean,
I've always knew that there is a lot of corruption in the halal industry and in the halal slaughterhouses, but to actually see it with my own eyes. And I've never saw any footage of halal slaughterhouses before because it's really hard to get them. So seeing them now just is absolutely terrifying and very disappointing.
What I just witnessed is a grain that is happening. Animals all around the world are being mercilessly slaughtered in the name of religion, mistreatment, abuse.
This was humiliation. You're humiliating the animals by playing wolf sounds and slamming them on the floor. They can clearly see what's happening to the animals in front of them. And watching this video, whether you are a Muslim that eats meat or not, you're going to clearly agree that this is wrong. You know, for those that do eat animals, they think that halal means everything is fine, the animal lived a happy life, and you know, you say a prayer and the animal's going to just be like, yeah, go ahead and take my life, and it's not going to feel pain. And that's not true.
There is no humane or ethical way to murder an individual that does not want to die, even if it's being done in the halal way. Now, if you want to think halal is an ethical way to kill, I'd hate to break it to you, but you're not eating halal. You're eating haram.
I think people that say that, oh, they only eat halal, they need to see stuff like this and know that just because it's halal doesn't mean it's right. What's wrong is wrong, and this is wrong. I think if you really care about religion, in today's day and age, it doesn't make sense because we have other things that are far more nutritious, that are better for our bodies, that maybe you were able to slaughter animals in the most right way, whatever you believe that, but that doesn't happen today.
You'd think that like in a halal slaughterhouse it'd be like a lot, but I mean there's only so much better that you can actually get.
And the problem is not with the FSA guidelines or anything else, it's our demand. Nothing can be done with this much demand on animal products. The concept of halal slaughtering is actually impossible to do with this demand and thirst for animal products, unnecessary thirst for animal products. So,
and those people, those workers, and this owner are not only cruel, but they are the shaitan, the devil himself, for inflicting this abuse on those innocent creatures that do not want to die and are being killed in the most inhumane way.
You know, as a Muslim vegan, I get into a lot of debates with people that talk about, oh, you know, halal slaughter is the way to go, and you know, it's the most humane way of killing an animal. They don't feel pain, and that's far from the truth. You know, like in this video, it shows like it's contradictory to what I saw in the video.
Let death be kinder than life.
That's what the guy said that I was interviewing. He was like, they don't feel any pain. It cuts their nerve or whatever, it cuts their throat and cuts their nerve, they don't feel any pain. He had no idea what he was really talking about. It's just things that he's heard and he just believes it from other people. And most Muslims think that when they see this, they're like, well, that's not where I get my meat from. My halal slaughterhouse is actually halal. But they've never actually seen it. It's crazy.
I hope those animals find peace in their deaths. The peace that they couldn't find while simply being alive. Live vegan. Be vegan.
Of course, the only way is to go vegan, Muslim or not.
Alright, I have an idea for another video. If you guys want to watch something specific, drop a link in the chat. And I can try to pull it up, possibly. So, let's see.
Here's the myth. Vegan diet.
Do you guys know this guy? Mike, I think his name is Mike. Yeah, Dr. Mike Israetel. He's he debated vegan gains, I think, before. But this is an older video, but I don't know if I've seen this one. He's got a different one that I was gonna play, but I kind of want to see this one. Let's see what he's got in here. He's not vegan, but he's got some interesting ideas and stuff.
Excuse me, that's not yours.
You want to watch the pigeon video? We can watch that again. That's a good one. We'll watch, maybe we'll watch Dr. Mike after.
Hate them.
You hate pigeons?
Yes, I just kick them.
You kick pigeons?
Yes.
Why don't you try to give it a go? Yeah, just see what happens. He goes around kicking pigeons. No, it's a public. You can. How are kids ever going to learn when the teacher starts laughing at animal cruelty?
Pigeons are really smart. They're like really smart. They can think like they can count, and they can do a lot of different things.
Hello. You watching my documentary, Pignorant? Are you going to be a vegan?
No.
You're not going to be a vegan? Why not? You like meat too much?
I like meat.
Why do you like it? Do you like this?
Well, not too much, but...
Not too much? So you like it a little bit? You like this a little bit?
Yes.
A little bit of cruelty?
Yes.
You know? Does he know what cruelty means?
I know what cruelty means.
Animal cruelty?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you like being cruel to animals?
Like, not much. Depends on the animal.
So, what animal do you like to be cruel to? Tell me.
Pigeons.
You like to be cruel to pigeons?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't like pigeons.
You don't like
I hate
pigeons?
them.
You hate pigeons?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you do to pigeons?
Like some...
If you've seen a pigeon, would you kick them? I'm just trying to understand, like, what kind of mindset you have, that's all. Trying to understand what kind of person you are, that's all.
Yeah, like, I'm a good person, but...
You're a good person?
Yes.
And you kick animals?
I just hate them.
You just hate them? Okay. And if someone hated you, just hated you, would it be okay to kick you in the face?
Well,
no, it's just a question.
They kick me already.
Yes
so...
or no? I'll just say yes or no.
Yeah,
go, see what happens.
They just fly away.
Yeah, just see what... Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes...
It's true, yeah.
Sometimes I give them food.
Why don't you tell everyone else how you like kicking pigeons?
Oh, I don't really like it.
Should I tell everyone? This guy here likes kicking animals who can't help themselves. Does that feel good? Do you like that?
No.
Are you embarrassed?
No.
You should be proud that you're an animal abuser. You know a little pigeon can't help them, they can't defend themselves from you.
I know.
You know that? Does it make you feel like a tough guy?
No.
Okay, yeah.
I gotta go, sorry.
Is this your teacher?
Yes.
This is your teacher? What's his student's name here?
Yes.
What's his name?
Patrick.
You know, Patrick likes to go around kicking animals, he told us. He likes kicking... You think it's funny? You know, it's a crime to kick wildlife in the UK.
The funny thing is they can understand well. So
no, he understands. He understood. You know, it's a crime to kick pigeons in this country. You think it's... What's your name? What's your name? You're not even going to educate us. This is a public sidewalk. He goes around kicking pigeons. No, it's a public. You can leave. Yeah. I would like to know his name. What's your name?
Patrick.
Yeah, Patrick. Okay. Patrick's an animal abuser, and his teacher won't even call him out. He goes around kicking pigeons, this kid, and his teacher won't even do anything about it. Wow. So he does criminal animal abuse, this kid. He goes around kicking... Wow. He likes kicking animals, apparently. Yeah. He's an animal abuser and his teacher's okay with it. She won't do anything. She won't tell him off, nothing. She's like, no, it's fine. And she started laughing. His teacher started laughing. Thinks it's funny. Anyone else think animal cruelty is funny? Being cruel to animals is funny? No? With a teacher like that, how are kids ever going to learn to be kind to animals when the teacher starts laughing at animal cruelty? I think it's funny too. It's funny too, eh? Don't worry, I don't get embarrassed, man. I don't get embarrassed. I would be embarrassed if I was kicking little animals, though. It's wrong. Hope you all learned something today. Hope you all learned something today. It's an educational trip. It's education. Be kind to animals, don't kick them. Patrick? See, Patrick, do you remember that? You remember that conversation, won't you? I've taught you to be nice to animals, haven't we?
Yummy.
Is that yummy, is it?
Yeah.
You an animal abuser too? You want to grow up to be one?
Yeah.
People who torture animals are bad people. And he thinks it's funny. You think it's funny? You don't think it's... You don't agree with this dude, eh? Right, little animal abusers, mate, hey? There's my homies there. It's alright, guys, don't worry, man. I'll protect you, mate. Don't worry, stay near me. That guy there, he agreed with me when I was telling that kid. Every single one who's been on the streets has come up so far today and showed an empathic response to the animals. And isn't that interesting? Those who don't have privilege, who are underprivileged, tend to empathize more with animals who are going through that. A lot of the time it's the hyper-privileged who tend to look down and degrade animals and just not care about their suffering, maybe because they haven't suffered a day in their life. So they don't know what suffering really is. They can't empathize with it. They've only ever had it good.
All right. Yeah, that was a crazy video. No backup dogs. This is hot. So, do you guys want to watch anything specific next? Or I kind of want to see what he says in here.
Diets are bad for gains, really bad for gains. Let's take a look at what...
Really bad for gains. He's not a vegan, but he actually, when you watch some of these videos like this, he actually supports a lot of the vegan stuff. Here's my food, though. I just finished making it. Tofu, the veggies, nuts, seeds, everything I said with all the seasonings and the nutritional yeast. So I'm gonna eat this. It's a little hot.
we have here. So the claim generally looks something like, well, vegans can't gain as much muscle as people who eat animal products. And if vegans begin to eat animal products, then they will become significantly more muscular. Now, interesting thing is, if you go to like Reddit or YouTube or Insta or wherever other people go to talk, Twitter, they tweet, they make bird sounds at each other. There's all these personal stories of people being like, yeah, I used to be vegan and I was skinny. And then I finally said, fuck that. And I started eating meat and I got jacked and I pictures and everything, which is like neat. But remember, personal stories are literally anecdotal, which means there could be tons of personal stories in the other direction we're just not seeing. So like if someone has a testimonial, like, that's cool and all, it accounts for something, but that something isn't that much. And we could be getting kind of like a statistically very biased picture from what the reality really is. So we have to take that with a grain of salt. But that's kind of the claim here, is that like vegans are missing out a lot on muscle growth, right? So why is this a myth? Why is this wrong? Well, theoretically, if you get enough protein, fats, carbs, vitamins, and minerals, you should be able to grow pretty close to, if not the optimal amount of muscle given all of your other inputs, genetics, sleep, so on and so forth, how hard you're training, etc. So if you actually get those things...
What's her name? I know you're talking about... Oh. I can't think of her name. Raffaella? The militant vegan? That's it.
Things.
I'll pull her up next.
Which you can from a properly fed vegan diet, you should be gaining, like, if not the identical amount of muscle that an omnivorous person would gain, pretty goddamn close, maybe to the point where you can't even tell the difference, right? And in the research, there's not a ton of research on this, but what research we do have indicates that properly fed, properly designed vegan diets do about as well as omnivorous diets, maybe not exactly as well, sometimes just about as well, in gaining muscle or enhancing athletic performance and so on and so forth. So it's wrong because, gee, the actual evidence doesn't lend a ton of credence to it. Now, as in almost every myth, there are some grains of truth, and here they are. First, just observationally, most vegans are not jacked. And a lot of people will be like, vegan, fucking blue-haired vegans, they're, you know, small and pale and wimpy. And that's not entirely wrong, but that's more a correlational than a causational thing. Like, most vegans just aren't that interested in getting super jacked or at all jacked. And we think about it, like, of all of humanity, like, us meatheads occupy like a really small corner of this really, really weird world. Like, if you think about it, we're like trying to add physical tissue to our bodies. Like, Elon Musk is out there going to space and Mars and shit. What the fuck are we doing with our time? So we like judge the fuck out of vegans for being like tiny motherfuckers. Like, who gives a shit? You know, and they might not give a shit. So if you...
Yeah, it's kind of funny. See how like down to earth he is? Like, that's why I like watching some of his stuff. He does say some stupid things sometimes, but he doesn't like, he's not like super arrogant either. Like, I guess he can be sometimes, but not most of the time.
See someone who literally just basically doesn't lift weights, they do tons of cardio, they're not eating a lot of protein, they're literally not trying to get jacked. If that just demographically correlates with being vegan, then it looks like veganism causes being not jacked, but really it's just correlation. Like, they just might not care as much, and that's probably true on average. There's tons of vegans that care about getting jacked, but statistically, they're the very small minority of vegans. Really, when you think about it, similarly to how like people who want to get jacked are a very small fraction of omnivores, right? Like, most people eat meat and animal products, and most people don't lift weights and don't want to get jacked. And I think that's even more a thing for vegans. And I'll tell you a little bit why that might be. Vegans generally, statistically as a group, tend to exhibit more sort of feminized mental characteristics, including a higher degrees of sympathy, which probably brought them to be vegan in the first place. And generally speaking, when you engage in hardcore resistance training in an attempt to become monstrous, you're exhibiting more masculinized characteristics, which is like good or bad. It's not like value judgment. It's just a different way to roll. And there's just like most vegans just aren't on that spectrum of things, which is totally fine. Again, it's totally cool. And just not all vegans, etc. But it's just a thing. Like, you know, if you say like, oh man, the hippie lifestyle isn't conducive to getting jacked, like, I just don't think most hippies want to get jacked. You can also say things about computer scientists. Like, what is it about computer science that makes people small and pale skinned and like socially awkward? Be like, wait, is it the computer science, or is it the fact that computer scientists themselves just generally tend to be those things and just don't care about being in the way? It's probably more correlation than causation. Another little tiny grain of truth here, okay? So the grain of truth is like most vegans aren't jacked, so you can see where people are coming from in that perspective, but it's probably mostly correlation and not causation. Leucine. Yes, leucine is anabolic. Yes, animal products have more leucine almost always than plants, but it is a good point, and it might make a very small difference, but if your protein intake is really high, you can actually supplement with leucine as well as a vegan, it really becomes mostly a moot point. So yeah, it's a point, but it's a tiny point. It doesn't, you know, it's not the difference between like sigma male, omnivore, and beta.
Leucine. There's enough leucine in a block of tofu for your basic needs. So if you're trying to get average or above average, if you eat 2 blocks of tofu in a day, you're getting twice as much leucine as you need.
And am I doing these terms correctly? I don't know what any of this means. I've been on Instagram for a few days. So leucine, yeah, it's a thing, but it's a very minor thing. Really, really greatly oversold. And at the end of the day, we're not 100% sure if animal products don't have something else in them as yet either untabulated or undiscovered that does promote actual hypertrophy a little bit better than something that is absent.
If there was something in animal protein that made a big difference, we would be able to tell, because there would be a big difference between the people that ate meat and the people that didn't eat meat. And we would be able to tell because of the food. It would be more obvious. Like, I think we would know that by now.
In plant products and only exist in animal products. Maybe some sort of like hormone derivatives or some other kind of chemicals that are in animal products, growth factors, etc., that really just do actually make a difference. The thing is that this can't make a huge difference. We know that. It might make a small one, which maybe, not for sure, can make omnivorous diets that include animal products, just marginally a little bit more hypertrophic. So that's a possibility we're not willing to rule out. So we're not willing to say it's a total myth that vegan diets have absolutely no impact on muscle gains. It might be true, but we know at best it's a tiny bit true, or at worst, and at best it's not true at all, right? So where do we go from there? What are the best practices? If you're okay with eating animals from, morally, it's...
I just know that you can get enough leucine if you just eat 1 block, so I'm sure if you like added in some other things, then, you can mix it up. But it's not like it's that hard, you know what I mean? It's not like you have to supplement it. If you're trying to get big and jacked, you're going to be eating a ton of food anyway. So 2 blocks of tofu might not be that much if you're eating 4,000 calories or something crazy like that.
into YouTube. I think that's how search engines work. You should get an interesting video or very not interesting video, depending on your perspective. It's like 30 minutes. I really beat the issue to death. But if you're okay with eating animals, given all that, an omnivorous diet is probably still your best bet for muscle growth. So like if somebody came to me and they're like, hey, I don't care whether I'm vegan or not at all for ethical reasons, don't care. I want to be an IFBB pro and I have pretty good genetics. Should I be eating animal products or not? I'd be like, yeah, for sure. I wouldn't rule them out, like milk and meat and eggs. That's all really good stuff. So if you really,
you know, obviously he's not looking at it from an ethical aspect. So if you were, he's clearly saying that you could get everything from plants. It wouldn't be that much
we want to
harder.
get jacked. I definitely wouldn't say going vegan is like the best proactive idea. However, if you are vegan, there's probably nothing to worry about. You're probably going to get at least 95 to 97% of the gains you could have gotten, if not 100. But the way you do that is to make sure you eat between 1.25 and 1.5 grams of.
So there you go. From somebody that's not vegan, he just said you can easily get 95 to 97 to 100%. Exactly the same. Maybe eat a little bit more protein. Like, very easy.
Of higher quality protein, because vegan sources tend to be lower quality, per day. Not a gram per pound, but a bit more. How much more is up for debate? There's some nuance there, but more. 1.25 to 1.5 is my humble recommendation based on my assessment of literature. Do that. Eat well, eat consistently, do everything else you would normally, and I would highly recommend probably like some zinc and maybe magnesium and a few other things, but generally speaking, I would say at least B vitamin supplement and creatine, because plant products have essentially no creatine in them, animal products do. Supplemental creatine tends to be something vegans respond to very well because it's nearly absent from their diets. So take some creatine, take some B vitamins.
I forget what it is that helps your body produce creatine. Your body produces it itself. And there's certain things that you can eat that will help your body produce its natural creatine. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but if you were trying to get big and jacked, you might want to supplement creatine, you know? That might be one of the things to go to. I mean, that's what he's saying. But if that's all you need, you know, there's the only supplements that he's really recommending are B vitamins and creatine.
Be a vegan, call me in the morning, you're going to wake up looking like fucking Arnold. See you next time.
Yeah, well, who's that guy, Tory Washington, I think? He's been vegan for like 20 years. He's like freaking jacked bodybuilder. Hey, get down. Good girl. Good girl. This is my food, not yours. Oh, the Tour de France. Yeah, a lot of bikers, a lot of people that are into like what's it called? Like the triathlons and like endurance running. There's a lot of vegans that are into things like that, right? So this is his older
Hey folks,
video.
Dr.
This is from a year before that one. This is a 4-year-old video. But I thought this was a great video. I don't know if you guys have seen this one.
Mike Israel here for Renaissance.
But yeah, there's plenty of vegans that are jacked. 200 kilometers a day, that's insane. Yeah, only 2,000 calorie diet. That's why I look the way I do. Cause I only eat like 2,000 calories, but I'm like super active. I should probably eat more.
Renaissance periodization. Today's video is an interesting topic we usually don't cover here, but why not give...
Or did you guys want to watch The Militant Vegan, actually? Let's watch some of her clips. Here, I got her pulled up. Oh, this literally just posted.
Is your taste of cheese a justification to rape and enslave cows? Take away the...
I'm working on it. He has a lot of animals like me. So
Can I eat your animals?
I don't know if you eat dogs, but...
Yeah, would that be okay if I wanted to eat a dog if I ate your dog?
You know, in many cultures, they actually eat dogs. Huh?
So culture is a good reason for murder then?
I didn't say that, and I think this is a little bit too much.
Yeah, you can leave it any time. The animals cannot leave your slavery, right? But you need a good reason for murder. And at the moment, you are paying someone to stab innocent animals for you at the slaughterhouse after being enslaved their whole life. I don't think that that's actually in alignment with your true values of compassion and care for other sentient beings.
I think you're doing a good job, and I thank you very much for the discussion.
I think you're doing a bad job as a non-vegan. Get well soon.
I love cheese.
Is your taste of cheese a justification to rape and enslave cows? Take away the...
I'm working on it. He has a lot of animals like me. So
Can I eat your animals?
I don't know if you eat dogs, but...
Yeah, would that be okay if I wanted to eat a dog if I ate your dog?
You know, in many cultures, they actually eat dogs. Huh?
So culture is a good reason for murder then?
I didn't say that, and I think this is a little bit too much.
Yeah, you can leave it any time. The animals cannot leave. This is your daughter?
Yes.
Imagine I take her away, like the children of the cows are taken away, and then I touch your breasts every day to steal the milk.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
No.
And that's the reason why vegetarianism isn't enough?
The first step is to change mentality. For example, like chicken breast, and imagine this. After that, it's help you to stop this.
That's great. We have to realize what's going on before we can change. But we're not only here to raise the awareness, but to give people the call to action. Do you know the biggest benefit if you are vegan from now?
First, you help environment around you, and the second, you will be healthy.
Well, those are also additional benefits that can come from a well-planned, plant-based diet. But veganism isn't just a diet. It's an ethical stance that animals are not products. And the biggest benefit of being vegan from now is that you are no longer a hypocrite. You bring your actions in line with your heart.
Okay, thank you so much for your job and for our conversation.
You have a great vegan mother, great vegan daughter. Goodbye.
Thank you so much.
This is your daughter?
Yes.
Imagine I take her away, like the children of the cows are taken away, and then I touch your breasts every day to steal the milk.
If I said that to somebody in Gettysburg, I'd probably get punched in the face. Or the cops called on me for sexual harassment.
As a part of most people's eating disorder recovery, including mine, I was given a set schedule of things I was supposed to eat by a nutritionist, and it's specific to that person's personal needs. If that includes meat, would that person still be immoral for going with what their doctor had recommended?
So if the doctor would recommend dog meat or human meat, we would all be opposed to that, even if it were in the health interest of the person. But we would definitely see it as...
Raffaella is her name. She goes by The Militant Vegan on YouTube.
Maybe a part that's necessary for their recovery. Now, veganism is defined as a moral stance that seeks to exclude, as far as practically possible, every abuse of animal possible. Now, if it's not otherwise possible for you to survive and to thrive without eating the dead flesh of animals, then that would still be a vegan choice to make if you would have to eat that in recovery. However, I have to say that most nutritionists and doctors, they don't really take into account the ethical aspects of veganism. So I would definitely recommend someone who wants to be a vegan but who has these eating disorders, as I did too when I was 16 and 17, to go and seek out vegan nutritionists and vegan health professionals to find a good solution that also includes the rights of the animals not to be seen as food.
As a part of most people's eating disorder recovery, including mine, I was given a set schedule of things I was supposed to eat by a nutritionist, and it's specific to that person's personal needs.
Would you like to have a piece?
Dog?
Yes, dog.
To eat dog is better than to eat lamb?
In my culture, we've done it with both animals, so we should also eat the dogs.
We don't need to eat them.
Okay, do we need to eat the lambs?
Actually not, they're also alive.
Awesome. All animals deserve respect. We can be vegan.
What should I eat when I need protein in my body?
Do you believe that I am a weak woman?
You're not enhanced?
No, I'm not enhanced,
not
but thank you for wow, you think I'm enhanced. Toby, he thinks I'm enhanced. He thinks I take testosterone. That's amazing. You can definitely get all proteins and nutrition from a plant-based diet. You just switch out your meat, the flesh of dogs or lambs, for tofu, for protein isolate for the vegan meat.
Why dog?
Why not? I want you to realize it's equally wrong to murder dogs for protein as it is to fuck
yeah.
you! Come on, you can get it in your brain now.
Arms
I
bigger
know
than
what
mine.
exactly you mean. I know.
Yeah.
And I respect.
You have to respect animals. It's not respect. It's weak fucking behavior to abuse a lamb.
It's like this. It is.
No.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately. Go eat the dogs. Yeah.
Dogs?
It's the same reaction
Go eat the
every
dogs.
time in this conversation. It
My
might
God,
be the
exactly
cholesterol in your
above what
brain.
you're
Every
talking.
time you're
Yes, but
shocked. I'm sorry, but this is just ableism to continue this conversation.
Yeah, that's fine.
Get well soon. Would you like?
Get well soon. Yeah. That guy's a little crazy.
Do you look at like a cannibal, like morally on the same level as like someone who eats meat?
Yeah, I would actually do if you're informed about what happens to the animals and you still decide to do it. The term that we use for the discrimination of animals is speciesism, and I see no moral difference in the mentality of a speciesist versus a racist.
The human body is specifically wired to not be eating humans. If you eat another human, it will fold in on itself and cause like diseases that are like prion illnesses.
You only get prion disease, Creutzfeldt-Jakob, when you eat someone else's brain. Other than that, it's pretty much the same as eating animals. Also, you're forgetting the account that most people die of what? They die of heart disease, mainly related to the diet, to the animal protein-rich diet that they consume.
Not that I've eaten human before. It just doesn't taste as good as an animal would.
If you've never eaten it before, you can't say that. Also, taste is no justification for slavery and murder. If you were the only thing delicious to me on this planet, that wouldn't justify me hacking off your foot, would it?
That's true. You offer a very interesting perspective, and I will consider it.
Do you look at like a cannibal, like morally on the same level as like someone who eats meat?
Yeah, I would actually do if you're informed.
Yeah, she's really good.
I'm Raffaella. I'm an activist from Germany and Austria.
Oh, this is cool. I don't think I've seen this before. Her meeting Earthling Ed.
Where I do German activism, and I've been watching your videos for a couple of years, and I've been on your Discord, I've been a Patreon supporter. He's filming, if that's okay for you. So I just wanted to thank you for your work and keep on going, and it's nice to meet you in person.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much for your support.
Of course, yeah. I do have some critique points too, but that's normal, and I just wanted to ask you what you think of this, for example, when we phrase things like slavery and rape, because I've seen you use a little bit softer words sometimes.
If you know a family member or a friend or a colleague, someone who's doing veganuary, then hopefully this book is the perfect gift that you can give them to help them this veganuary and to give them the drive and passion and enthusiasm to, of course, remain vegan once January comes to an end.
And I just wanted to ask if you will stick to that in the future?
Probably. I think it's different strokes for different folks. I think the messaging and vocabulary you use is always going to get through to people in different ways. I think that for a lot of people, those like very strong words are going to have a positive impact. But I don't think for everyone they will. And I think sometimes language can be one of the most important things that we can use in bringing someone on board. And sometimes I found in the past I began arguing with people over language rather than the message itself.
Yes.
And in that situation, I thought, well, maybe if I use different language, I could still make the point, but I'd have a more fruitful discussion. So I think it really depends. I think there are different environments, and in some environments, yes, those types of words can be very powerful and very thought-provoking. And then in other ones, I think they can be very divisive. And I think a lot of the work that I do, more often than not, those words will be more divisive than helpful. So it really depends on the situation and context, I think.
I do understand the sentence where you say I've had situations where I've been talking more about the words itself, but in effect, when you talk about the words we use to describe what's happening to the animals, you are actually talking about their value in our system. So that's why I'm so adamant about using the words that we would use in human slavery situations.
Ignoranz, Sklaverei, Mord und Gewalt.
And that's what I try to also share with other vegans, because when people critique me for using these words, you can turn this whole situation, ask them why you shouldn't.
Right.
And I think that's exactly the core message that we're trying to spread, and that's a way of breaking speciesism through things. Because actually I've been watching your videos since 5 years, and I wasn't vegan when I watched your videos. And I'm not saying that it's your fault, because obviously it's my fault. When I read the word vegan, I should go vegan and stuff. But I'm now trying to be the kind of vegan that I would have had to have 10 years ago. Someone where I see a video where they use these words, and I'm like, what the fuck are you saying? But it doesn't mean that you didn't impact me. Of course you did.
No,
I'm not trying to put you down at all.
I wouldn't mind if it wasn't your personal, your personal preference the way that I do things. So yeah, I think as you say, there are certain times where those words can help us bring value value to animals, and that's a very insightful way of looking at it.
It was exactly the word Holocaust that turned me vegan, because someone went through the roof when I said it's just so many, it's like the Holocaust, and they were like, you can't compare the animals with the Holocaust. I was like, why not? And for me, that's why I try to say that a lot. But thank you anyways, and maybe that shifts something in me and in you, and that we have to be more effective together as vegans.
Well, I think you're right about effective things. It's always a learning process, and I don't think there's ever a situation where the answer will be the answer in every situation, because as we talk about nuance, we talk about complexity of different people and the way we speak to different people, and so effective communication and effective advocacy is a learning process, isn't it?
Definitely.
There's always going to be situations that we can improve, we can do things differently, and it's all about learning from experience and learning from, what research tells us. And all these
I think research actually tells us that if we use more radical language,
Hier, nimm den panierten Leichnam eines versklavten, vergewaltigten, ermordeten Tiers.
That people cannot evade anymore. They are more provoked. However, more stays, because it's not a euphemism. They are sugar-cottoned in euphemisms all day long. And I think it's our moral obligation as vegan activists to not use traitorous language.
To break the facade.
Yes, to break speciesism through the words we use.
Yeah, it's a very interesting way of looking at it. Yeah, fantastic. Well, it's so nice to meet you.
Yeah, it was nice to meet you too, and I will be making more English content, so of course I will be tagging you. I'm the militant vegan.
Oh, well, it certainly seems.
Yeah. But I try to actually be nice, but people say everything that we say with the truth is militant, so we have to take that back.
Well, yeah, this is the thing, is the word militant is a weaponized word, and even if you use the softest language, people still call you militant.
That's the truth, because it doesn't matter. I tried the soft route, I really did, but at the end of the day, as soon as you want more from people than just eating organic or stuff, they will call you militant, so why not use the terms anyways? Because
so embrace it.
I guess even you people call militant sometimes, right? So it obviously doesn't matter. We might as well use the hammer.
Well, yes, yeah, exactly. I think context and situations depend, will be somewhat dependent, but yes,
One more thing that I wanted to thank you for. 5 years ago, I was a doctor, and I was really unhappy with the health system and everything, and I knew that I wanted to have my life about veganism and animal rights as soon as I turned vegan a few years later. And your Patreon, the community in the Discord server, and the information that I got, I'm now a full-time vegan animal rights activist. So that's something that you showed me that it's possible. And that's wonderful.
You did it.
Yeah, I did it.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Keep up your great work.
And I'm socially awkward right now because I'm so flabbergasted. I'm sorry. No, I know I hate it too. People do that to me and I hate it. But it just feels like some dreams are coming true, and that's nice. And I hope that the animal rights dream comes true too.
Oh, that's you and I both. Yeah, it's very good. And what's your name?
Raffaella.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much.
I'm sure I'll see your work.
Yes, I hope so. If you don't, then I did something wrong. They will say Earthing Ed is much nicer than you, and I will say, well, I hope you go vegan. That's it. Go vegan.
Well, whatever works for everyone, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Well, nice to meet you.
Thank you so much.
Have a nice evening.
Have a nice vegan evening. That's what I always say.
Likewise.
Vegan plants here. You guys want to watch something else? Watch this one.
Other human beings' right not to be enslaved. We have to respect the bodily integrity of animals and not enslave them.
So are we allowed to talk to you about something that we have to say?
Yeah, sure, afterwards, but you're still perpetrators of violence to animals, so you need a justification for that. Pardon?
You basically come to accuse of a crime based upon your law. How do you know that?
You would already have told me that you're not.
The thing is, I live by a different law.
All right, so what's your justification for enslaving animals?
My law is humans have dominion over animals.
Yeah, we can have dominion in love, and dominion is not a justification for violence. If I have dominion over someone who's weaker than me, then I can act kindly, and it's not kind. Animals are people just like you and I. They have different skin colors and cultures. So what, are they objects?
Are they classed as humans?
No, they're people though. You don't have to be humans to be a person. So I can kick a dog because it's not.
No one said you can kick them. I said they're not people.
Okay, so if a dog is not a person, it doesn't have rights, right? So I can kick a dog.
As a human.
No, it's not. I never said that.
All right.
I said that they're people, yes, but that doesn't mean. I didn't say that animals are humans. I said that they're people. A people is a sentient being with individual traits and interests. A sentient being, yes. A sentient being.
What does the word sentient mean?
A being with feelings and individual interests, not to suffer. So that would apply to a dog, a cat, a human.
Okay, animals, they're not beings that can express in human tongue.
Right,
They
so
have their
some
own-
humans can't either. Can I send those to slaughter?
That's not the point.
So what is the difference in traits that we can send animals to slaughter but not humans?
Like Sister said, we have we work in a law where we have dominion.
Okay, if I work in a law where I have dominion over black people, can I send you to slaughter?
Animals don't work on moral law or moral they don't
So
have
neither do schizophrenics or children. Can I send them to slaughter?
You can't compare animals to humans.
I can compare
We're
everything.
not the same. That's like
Alright,
saying
that's
you can
literally
compare
making
me
a
to, that's like you saying you can compare
I
me
can
to
compare
that
you
building
to
over
that
there. You
building.
can't.
Yeah, you're a
I'm not
human
the
with a
same.
sentient
I'm a human,
individual.
that's a
Yeah,
building.
that's literally
I'm a
the
human, that's
definition
an
of
animal.
comparison. You don't have to be the same to make a comparison.
but
You
you
can find
can't.
traits that
You
we have
can't
in
judge-
common
you can't judge
and
people-
traits that
you
we do
can't
not
judge
have in common.
something
That's a
that's not the same
comparison.
It doesn't work.
I can give equal rights and I can see what the trait differences are, and I don't see a difference that allows to send animals to slaughter, but not humans.
What's that got to do with vegan?
So if we are for you not being raped, that you have a right to your sexual freedom, that you are not allowed to be penetrated by anybody else, then so must the animals, because animal rights are the logical extension of human rights. And this is exactly what you do to animals. You penetrate them, you steal their mother milk, you steal their sexual freedom if you take their body parts, their milk and their eggs. So are you for raping?
Obviously not.
So why would you penetrate an animal to steal their mother milk?
I don't.
You pay someone to do so.
I don't.
If you're not vegan, you pay people to abuse animal bodies.
And why is it just vegan?
Because everything else would be animal abuse.
So you got a problem with vegetarians as well?
Of course, because I just told you mother milk is the stolen milk from a cow. Cows are being held as hostages, as slaves. Their children are being stoned. They have to be penetrated, raped in order to make them pregnant, to steal their titty milk so you can have some... To make everyone vegan, so we have animal rights.
And what the animals going to do for you when they're free? What they're going to do for you?
I don't have to have someone do something for
Are you
me.
going to keep them in your house?
Okay.
Are you going to look
if
after
a dog is going to be kicked in the front of you in your street.
No, but what are you going to do?
What
Because
are you
there's going to be a
gonna
massive
do with
animals.
guys?
What's your plan?
I can answer that question, but you have to take it down a notch. I will answer the question for you. But you have so far evaded every single question of mine, and you have not acknowledged your contradictions yet. I just want to state that at
But
this
that's like
point.
me saying, okay, Jesus
now
Christ
you're going
is
to the next
That's like me saying
yeah.
Jesus Christ is the Lord and Savior, yeah? Do you agree?
No, of course.
Well-
Tofunia is the Lord and Savior. My goddess.
Well
Tofunia.
then, that's
My
the thing.
goddess.
So you can say
your God does not exist. My goddess exists, and my
God
goddess says sending
My God
humans
is the
to
one-
slaughterhouse is
My
okay.
God
So
is
I'm
the
going
one
to send
true living
humans
God,
to
and
slaughterhouse.
Jesus Christ is
Look,
our life
I have
giving.
literal proof right now. My goddess wrote in the book, the only holy book, that we're allowed to send humans
So
to
this is
slaughter.
your book?
Yeah, this is the only holy
This
book.
is the holy book?
This is the holy book, and it says sending humans to slaughter is okay. So I believe in Tofunia. Well, I'm going to ask you if my faith is okay, and enough reason to send someone to slaughter. Is it? Is my faith a good reason to send humans to slaughter and to do violence?
You tell us.
And
It's
just
your
like
faith.
your faith is not a good reason for violence upon
So
others.
how are you wanting to kill animals and humans but fight for animals and not yourself?
Right, no, I'm just trying to demonstrate you that a faith alone is not a good justification for violence and murder. If I believe in a God that allows violence towards humans, you would say that's ridiculous and it's not a good reason for murder. If you believe in a God that allows violence towards animals, it's not a good justification for murder. Animals can suffer. Can we agree upon that?
What, they can suffer?
Can animals suffer?
Yeah, they can.
Okay, so are you for abusing their bodies and making them suffer?
All I'm saying is
Are you or are you not?
Christ is the Lord. that
Okay,
Jesus Christ
Tofunia is the
way,
Lord and
the
Savior. She is the truth. The book is the only holy book. Faith is not a justification for murder, but you really cannot talk logic with religious dogmatics, of course. Have a great vegan day. Tofunia's name carries power. Tofunia will free us all. Tofunia is the truth. The book has said, Tofunia has said we may slaughter humans, so I will build a human slaughterhouse. Tofunia is the truth. Tofunia is the way. Tofunia will be good. Tofunia loves you. Tofunia will free you. Tofunia is the truth. Tofunia allows the lights in your life. Tofunia died for your sins. Tofunia is the way. The book is the truth. Thou believe in Tofunia. Our Holy Spirit will guide you in your body. Drink the blood of the humans because Tofunia has given us the right to send humans to slaughter. And faith is a justification for violence and murder. Right?
You drink human blood.
You're cutting his skin.
Okay.
So you're a cannibalist.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a little out there sometimes, but
Gibt es irgendeinen Moment oder irgendeinen Anlass oder so, wo du dich selber zurücknimmst oder deine Botschaft auch zurücknimmst? Um auszuhalten, was dem Affen angetan wird. Die Maschine schnellt nach oben. Der früheren Raffaela bekommt man durch diesen TV-Ausschnitt. Bei der österreichischen Fernsehsendung
I don't speak.
Other human beings' right not to be enslaved.
mainly just does shorts on here. I think she's big on Instagram. So I don't think she's as big on YouTube. So I think there was something here. You guys have any suggestions?
What would Jesus do when it comes to killing an animal?
What do you mean? What, can you break that down a little bit more?
Hey, it's Cam here from Christspiracy, and I am in Pickens, South Carolina on the 4th of July to talk to Christian conservative brothers and sisters about life, liberty, and justice for all beings.
Is there a right way to kill a beast?
Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I would say I was a Christian.
Do you agree in life, liberty, and justice for all?
Absolutely.
What about for animals?
Can you break that down a little bit more?
It's clear that we treat our dogs and our pets well, but what about farm animals?
I respect everything. There's one thing that man can't conquer, and that's nature.
Do you think Jesus ate animals?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
That's a fair answer.
But when you start to break down the way that the human body is set up, you know, if we were supposed to be eating meat like that, we would have had claws and much more powerful force. We're not supposed to be eating meat. I mean, you're talking about an animal with a spirit.
What would Jesus do when it comes to killing an animal?
I don't think that he would be out killing animals and stuff like that. It's funny you say that because I just went vegetarian a few weeks ago.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I'm cutting out dairy too. It's very hard to get rid of dairy, but I'm cutting dairy out.
So this is what we're about?
Make Christians vegan again. I love it. I love it.
What would Jesus do when it...
Did Jesus eat meat?
Yes, of course. I mean, I don't think there is any doubt that Jesus had meals including meat, because it was part of the Passover meal, for instance, as we know, that a lamb was sacrificed.
How would Jesus kill an animal?
But I suppose Jesus would kill an animal in the less painful way possible.
And how is that exactly?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on what you have at your disposal.
If he had a lamb and he had anything at his disposal, how would he do it?
I suppose imagining Jesus with a knife in his hand, slitting the throat of a lamb, isn't this particularly cruel, isn't it? Because a lamb is something that aspires for life, as all living things do. So it seems very inconsistent to consider Jesus as engaged in terminating a life in that way.
So maybe he didn't kill or even eat
I think we need to wrap things up. Sorry.
Alright, let's see. I heard about this I heard about that debate with Jade for Justice and Dean Withers, but I didn't actually watch it. Was this her video about it? Is there a better...
Go ahead and see what we can load in.
Is there a better way? Is there a better stream to watch?
Let's go and see what we can load in. Okay, everybody, we're gonna go.
Or was it just 8 minutes here, or was there another longer video?
Get Jade for Justice loaded into the stream. Keep in mind if you are in that queue, make sure that you're at least 18 years old, as well as Joe! Thank you for the 20 bucks over on PayPal, man. Joe says, no worries, Joe, no worries, man. Thank you for the $20. Let's show some love to Joe down below in the comment section. Thank you so much, Joe. What's going on, Jade for Justice?
So this guy, Dean Withers, I just saw, what, Jubilee? He just did a video with Jubilee, I think. It went across my feed, but I didn't watch that either. It was him against, like, 20 MAGA supporters, I think. So I guess he's like pretty heavy left leaning, I guess. So, but yeah, I don't really know much about
Does he
him.
support Trump?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
I can. Are you MAGA?
So, I'm actually apolitical, but I'm just curious because you speak against oppression and for liberation. So I'm wondering why you are not vegan yet.
There we go.
From aligning your actions with your beliefs, because isn't exploiting, enslaving, and killing non-human animals still oppression? Doesn't that make you like a hypocrite to support that? What would be stopping you? It sounds like it's in line with your beliefs.
Do you mind if I ask you a single question? Listen, this question is going to come off as like very loud and rage bait, but within all reality, I actually want to know your take.
Sure.
So do you think that like something such as like the meat industry, which you just said was like enslaving?
I mean, just from a minute of watching him in his stream there, you can tell that he seems like he's kind of full of himself.
Oppressing, etc. Do you think that's morally comparable to something like the Holocaust? What's your take there?
Well, what's happening to the animals does fit the definition of a Holocaust.
Okay, so you do think it's morally comparable, for sure. All right.
I'm not saying, there's been multiple Holocausts throughout history, not just one,
Do you think that it was okay to use violence to stop the Holocaust?
I don't think that that's like the worst thing. Sometimes violence needs to happen to end oppression. And if it's like an oppressor's life versus the lives of an innocent individual that's going to be killed if the oppressor gets to survive, I think that that's justifiable. But I'm still wondering, like, what would be stopping you from going vegan?
Well,
really?
I think this is what is stopping me right here. Because if you want to say that it's okay to use violence to stop the Holocaust of non-human animals in America today by killing people that work at meat plants, by killing people that consume a lot of meat, by like killing people that drink cow milk.
Solution.
But I'm just saying, if that was like the only way to ensure that like this Holocaust stopped, would it be okay to like literally like slaughter like a?
Do you think that meat eaters would defend their right to eat meat with violence? Like, is that? Like, I heard somebody one time when I was talking to a guy, he said when the cows make guns and they all form a army and start fighting against us, then we'll stop eating them or something like that. It's kind of crazy. Just supporting that it's okay to do it because they're so innocent and they can't fight back, so that makes it okay.
10-year-old boy that is drinking
but
milk,
it's not
because
the only way.
They're a part of this oppressor class committing this Holocaust.
But Dean, it's not the only way. And really, we only have control over our own actions and what we do. So I'm wondering what is stopping you from not oppressing animals anymore.
You said it's not the only way. So we're assuming that it was just as necessary as it was in the Holocaust in Germany. Would it thereby be okay to like kill a 10-year-old boy that's drinking some cow milk?
I'm wondering if you can answer my initial question.
That's obviously ridiculous. Look at him laughing about that. Like, that was such a stupid question. Like, he's not taking it seriously at all.
Question that I came in like, why wouldn't you?
What I'm putting down
because he was drinking cow milk is not a big issue in being vegan. That's completely ridiculous. That's like one of the weirdest arguments that I've ever heard.
Like the use of violence was like just as likely to be the only way to end the animal Holocaust in America today as it was like in the Holocaust in Germany. Like, would it be okay to like slaughter 10-year-old boys drinking milk?
So there's still like oppression against minorities amongst humans, right? There's still oppression towards
my question.
Jewish people, but it's not the only way. Like, if
I'm literally implying that the violence would be just as necessary to end the animal Holocaust, quote unquote, as it was to end the actual Holocaust in Germany.
I don't have an answer for this question, but I still don't understand. Like, we don't have to use violence to end racism. Racism still exists. Do you think that we should kill all racists? I don't think that that's the way, but I still think that you should take responsibilities for your actions, because as long as you continue to oppress animals, you are the reason for their exploitation, violence, and oppression.
So keep in mind, you just told me that you didn't have an answer to that question. However, your inability to answer that question tells us like one of two things. The first thing that tells us is that you don't view the slaughter of non-human animals as morally comparable to the slaughter of humans, even though you suggested the premise that you do view the slaughter of non-human animals as morally comparable to the slaughter of humans. Okay, and now you're reaffirming that you do view it as synonymous. Well, then wouldn't the obvious implication be there for the same way it was justified to like kill like a Nazi foot soldier aiding and abetting in the death camps in Germany in 1938? It'd be just as justified to like kill a 10-year-old boy drinking cow milk.
Yeah, so I do think if the only way to end animal oppression is violence, sure, I would be for it. If the only way to save somebody else is to unalive their oppressor,
You just said that, sure, you'd be for like slaughtering 10-year-old boys drinking cow milk. Yeah.
I did not say that. Actually, you said that. I said
A 10-year-old boy drinking cow milk is not the oppressor.
That was a question that I asked you, and then you said sure.
The thing is, it's not the only way, Dean. It's not the only way. The way is to stop paying for them to be exploited, enslaved, and murdered. And that's what you're doing. But you don't have to.
I mean, this is like saying that violence wasn't...
This is the part where he disconnected me from the live and started making claims about what veganism means. But veganism only means one thing. Humans should live without exploiting other animals. He goes on to make claims about veganism, equating human lives to non-human animals' lives. But, to be a vegan, you don't have to equate non-human animals to humans' lives. You just have to recognize that humans have no good justification to exploit other animals. But he wasn't ready to hear that. That's why he disconnected me. It's not the only way. The way is to stop paying for them to be exploited, enslaved, and murdered. And that's what you're doing. But you don't have to.
I mean, this is like saying that violence wasn't the only way to stop the Holocaust in Germany in the 1930s. You just need to go in there and educate everybody and tell them that the lives of Jewish individuals matter. Like, listen, man. Like, the premise of my question is implying that it was just as necessary to use violence in the Holocaust in Germany as it would be to use violence in the Holocaust of non-human animals, Holocaust, quote, of non-human animals in America today. And then you said, okay, sure. So, like, given that, like, this same likelihood exists, then your answer here would be that it is okay to slaughter, like, 10-year-old boys drinking milk.
So I think you just have to like see it. You got to see it for what it is. They're very similar situations, right? So you don't when there's a war going on and there's a Holocaust with the people. You don't go in and just kill everyone that's there. You go in and you take out the people that are in charge, that are in charge of all the the bad shit that's going on that aren't going to change no matter what. When you take out a couple of the high up people, then things change. So maybe we got to do the same thing in with the animal holocaust. If it gets to that point where there's people that everyone's aware of what's going on and they don't want to change, they're not going to change, and they're maybe it's people that are running huge corporations, and we have to get them out of those corporations and put other people that are in charge that will make better decisions. That's however we can force them out. I'm not saying that we have to, like, we shouldn't use violence. If there's other ways that we can force people out of those leadership positions in specific companies to make them switch over to being vegan, that's probably the best way to go about it. But if you have to, if violence is what it takes, then maybe that's what it takes. But we should only be, you should limit the violence. Obviously, you're not just going to go kill anyone who eats animal products. It would, you would just have to take out whoever, would be your opposition in that war. It would be a war at that point. But it would be interesting.
Anyways, yeah. So that's one of my issues with veganism. I have a couple other. I am very sympathetic. I'll say it. I'm very sympathetic to veganism. I think that there's a way to frame it where it can make sense. I think that the first suggestion that you have to be able to make in order to make like veganism make sense is to like completely reject the idea that like humans' lives are just as valuable as non-humans' lives. You cannot hold to that. I think that the better position would be to hold to the idea that although we do grant non-humans a right to life, like accounting for a vegan position, you don't find them as valuable as humans. Like kind of think of like moral value in like a slider here, like moral value on a scale of like 1 to 100. So you need to like hit like the mark of having like 10 units of moral value in order to have the right to life. And maybe that's the mark in which like cows, chickens, and pigs would hit. But just because you have to hit that mark to have the right to life doesn't mean that like all like animals have that same amount of moral value. So maybe although both cows, chickens, and pigs and humans have the right to life, cows, chickens, and pigs only possess like 10 units of that moral value, yet humans possess like maybe 100, right? So like that's still consistent with like a vegan view. And I feel like that's a little bit better of a vegan view than suggesting that all like animals have the same amount of moral value. etc. And now there's a lot of people mad at me. They're saying Dean's point is irrelevant. Dean is not cooking. Listen, I'm sorry if I piss some vegans off, but there is some very serious issues with the conceptions of a lot of vegan positions.
Veganism only means one thing. Humans should live without exploiting other animals. He goes on to make claims about veganism, equating human lives to non-human animals' lives. But to be a vegan, you don't have to equate non-human animals to humans' lives. You just have to recognize that humans have no good justification to exploit other animals. But he wasn't ready to hear that. That's why he disconnected me.
Yep. Yeah, I can agree with them with some of those comments. Yeah, I think like that people are going to change quicker than the bigger corporations. So I'm hoping that in the future there's more vegan people, and that's like one of the last hurdles to get over would be changing over a lot of the bigger companies. But if there's enough vegan people, then hopefully we can do that, But I think there's specific people in charge of specific companies that just making a lot of money, and that's all they care about. So they're going to be the hardest people to change. So I thought I had another window pulled up. I don't. Hold on. Yeah, let's watch.
Hello.
Okay. With Eyes Unclouded. Do you guys know him? I don't know his name.
Hello fellow creature, welcome back to Rooftop Talks. In this video I want to reveal to you the caste system of the West. It's not specific to the West actually, but this is an English language channel, so mostly Western people are watching, and I think some of the people who come across this video might be interested to learn that there is a caste system in the West. They might think of that as something being confined to certain areas of the world, but no, it's a very real caste system. This is not a conspiracy. This is very evident. Now, you might think immediately that I'm going to talk about a caste system through a certain lens, like a Marxist lens, where it would be a caste system based on class and wealth. You might think that I'll go into a feminist lens, where it would be a caste system based on men, women, different genders. Or you might think it is based on race, minority, ethnic groups and whatnot. These are different ways of seeing society as different power structures where there are people at the top, like a white man like me would be at the top. But I'm not going to talk about that. In this caste system, we are all on the top of the pyramid. Every single person watching this video is on the top of the pyramid because we have rights. We are protected by law, by international human rights. Now that doesn't prevent some kind of deranged axe murderer from coming in and killing you. It's not some kind of protective aura around you that protects you from an axe attack, but it does say that by
Jason, who do you mean? Do you mean this guy with eyes unclouded?
Any international standard, the person who...
Or Dean. Wouldn't sub to his channel.
comes to kill you or take your human rights away is breaking the law, either national or international law. And that is a privilege. That is a protective legislation that protects you. It is focused on you. You are a member of that protected class. Okay? Top of the pyramid. You and me. We're on top. So what's beneath? This pyramid is like this, okay? The top is just this little section, this little crown, and then beneath that is everyone else. And there I am talking about animals, non-human animals. They are aware of their situations, they are lucid, they have eyes and ears, nose, mouth to breathe, they have a brain to think, they have a nervous system to feel with. So they are actually very like us. In many ways, they are more similar than what most people acknowledge. And yet, they have no protective rights. And in fact, it is socially acceptable for members of the ruling class to enslave, abuse, abduct, and kill members of the bottom class as much as they like. As much as they like. And the purpose of this video is the same purpose that I have with all of my videos. I try and present to you alternative ways of thinking, alternative lenses through which you can see the world that help to give you an insight that will hopefully, over time, guide your hand to being more compassionate, more just, more fair. So at this point in history, while it is socially acceptable to abuse certain non-human animals as much as you like, doesn't mean you have to do it. Now, the pyramid is not a perfect representation of reality, of course. It's massively oversimplified. You could break this down even more. You could say that pets are socially protected, and there are even certain conservation laws for certain endangered species that are protective in some kind of way. It makes it illegal to kill certain endangered species. I would even say, though, that for that, it's not for the sake of the individual, it's for the sake of their DNA. As a society, we value the DNA of these endangered species far more than we do the lived experience of the members of those species. And that to me is a travesty. That to me is absurd. Absolutely absurd. We value them based on their novelty. Sometimes we value them because we believe that scientists can study them so that they can develop medicines based on the compounds found within their body. Medicines that can go on to help, surprise, surprise, humans, right? It all comes back to this narcissistic, parasitic species that by chance, by fortune, has found themselves on the top of this hierarchy, and that has extraordinary power. And at every turn, it seems that we use this power irresponsibly. While it is, for the time being, socially acceptable for members of the ruling class to enslave, abduct, harm, kill animals beneath them, it's not a requirement. You could choose at any time to stop your participation in that mania that society finds itself in. You can simply choose to not participate. And we do have a word for it. We have a word for people who choose to be kind and just and gentle towards animals out of principle, out of an instinctive kinship with their fellow creatures. And the word we have for that is vegan. That's right, vegan is not a diet. Veganism is the refusal to take part in the atrocities that humans continue to wage against animals. How else can I help you to think about this if you're not a vegan already? Would you eat an elephant? Would you eat dog meat? Why is that? Is it because elephants are particularly useful? Is it because elephants are endangered? Is it because dogs are cute? Or is it because those animals do not deserve to be killed for your taste pleasure? Is it because those animals are living creatures that value their own lives, that value their own experience of life, and deserve to be left alone? And furthermore, you don't need to, right? You're not in a situation where you need to abuse them. Anyway, that leads me on to other topics, and you can find out about those other topics on this channel. You can go and watch more of my videos which go into these principles of veganism if you are curious. Go and watch a few of my videos. They'll be in a playlist up on the screen, and think about what I'm saying here. Think critically about the society that you have been born into, that you were never told to question. Right? You were most likely never really invited to question it critically. And now's your chance. Better late than never. See you in the next video. Goodbye.
The three people on the left are actors. They've been briefed to stand or sit when they hear this. Everyone else that's brought in is a genuine shortlisted applicant. They've been given no instructions other than to fill out their forms. My team and I were secretly watching from another room. The more socially compliant a person is, the more they're likely to look to others for signs of how to behave.
This is going to be your spot.
And the more people, the greater the pressure to join in. In this case...
That sucks. I don't know if I've seen that conversation, but I'd like to watch it. Can you, like, break the link up and send part of it and then send the other part or something? And I can copy it together. That's weird it won't let you send a link, I thought. Thought that it would send link. You could send links. I can make you a mod. I did set up. I'm in Streamlabs, so I did set up donations in Streamlabs. You might be able to, if you want to donate $1, you can put a link in there. Maybe it'll pop up on the screen. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, moderator. I can make you a mod. Let me do that, and then you can probably paste it. Try it again. This is a pretty funny experiment, isn't it?
Is whether to stand or sit.
Like, what would you do in that situation? If you were just standing there and everybody was like standing up and sitting down every time the bell rang.
Once we had a full house, we got rid of the actors, leaving us with a room full of compliant people standing up.
Isn't that funny? Look, they're all just doing it for no reason. Oh my gosh. I would take one of the chairs and move it somewhere else and just go sit somewhere else. I'd be like, you guys are on your own. Let's see. Vegan woman comes up. I don't know how to. Now, how do I get that over there? Alright, hold on, let me grab that link. I gotta open another window to get it. Turn the volume down a little.
Have you ever seen this kind of footage? Yeah, I'm part of this group. Yeah, yeah. What do you think about when you see this? How does it make you feel?
Conflicted.
Conflicted.
Right.
That's an interesting word. Tell me why.
Because I recognize that it's immoral. However, our society is based on this being a necessity now.
A necessity.
Yeah, I see it as a necessity.
Right. You don't think that we can survive without eating animals?
I think we could.
Yeah.
I think the infrastructure of our economy and how our food system is developed is, if we were to stop this immediately,
yeah,
we wouldn't all have food to eat as possible.
Sure.
Like that. Ugh.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Do you know what we feed these animals?
Probably bad stuff. Stuff that we're eating in the end, right?
We're feeding them plants.
Right.
Right. So there are 60.
The feed for cows and pigs. Like 10% of their food is literally like chicken crap and their bedding and stuff. That's how they get rid of it. It's gross.
Billion land animals slaughtered every year for food.
Okay.
So there's only 7.5 billion of us.
Right.
The majority, or at least half of our crops that we grow on this planet, go towards feeding the animals that we slaughter, that we then eat. But we could simply redirect those resources and eat the plants ourselves, couldn't we?
Theoretically, it makes sense.
Yeah, so we've already got
So what would we be eating then? If we were to follow that out theoretically, what would we be eating?
Sure, so you take out meat, dairy, eggs. What are you left with?
Fruits and veggies.
Everything else. You think, like you walk through the supermarket, you take out 3 main food groups of meat, dairy, and I don't like calling them food groups because I don't see it as food, we see it as violence, right? But anyhow, we take those things out, you're left with grains and pasta and legumes and fruits and vegetables. Yeah. So what we're doing is when we eat the animals, we are filtering our nutrients through their dead bodies.
Right.
But if we eat the plants, we're getting those nutrients directly into us. So every plant food, whole plant food, is made up of carbohydrates, protein, and fats.
Are our digestive systems set up to be omnivores? Omnivore?
Okay, so do you know what our leading cause of death is?
Probably heart disease?
You got it. Yes, most people don't know that. They think it's either war or accidents or something. It's heart disease.
Right.
Well, heart disease is caused by saturated fat and cholesterol. Now, cholesterol is only found in animal products, not in any plant food.
Really?
Yeah, and a lot of people don't. And saturated fat is predominantly found in animal products, only a small amount in plant foods.
Okay.
So, if the number one thing that's killing the most amount of humans on the planet, 17.5 million people a year, that's a lot of people, is caused by eating animals, do you think we're supposed to eat them? Put it this way, does a lion... It doesn't make sense, does it? Does a lion get heart disease?
No.
No, so that's a carnivore. A dog, do dogs get heart disease? They're omnivores.
What if we ate good meat, though?
What's good meat?
Animals that are eating a varied diet.
Okay, so regardless of what we feed the animals, they still contain cholesterol and saturated fat. So they still affect us. And no, we're not designed to eat them because a omnivore, like a dog, doesn't matter how much meat you feed them or where that meat comes from. They could eat roadkill. They're not going to develop the diseases that we developed that are caused by eating animal products. So we are designed to eat plants. And when you think about it logically, it makes sense, doesn't it?
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, yeah.
But the system's not set up for you to think about it logically.
Why do you think that is?
There's a lot of money in it.
Exactly. You're like the smartest person I've talked to tonight. Thank you for coming along. You've made my evening.
Well, thank you
yes,
for talking to me.
You're making those connections.
Yeah.
They don't show us this for a reason.
Right.
Because it doesn't look pretty, does it? Does it make you hungry?
Not really.
Yeah.
So if they showed customers this is what happens for the bacon to end up on your breakfast plate, people would be like, nah, I don't think so. I might choose the oatmeal instead. Yeah. There's a lot of money to be made in animal agriculture and a lot of money to be lost if people switch to eating plants instead of animals. That's why industry doesn't show you this, but that's why we're here to show you this. The truth is the truth, and it's our moral obligation to share what we once didn't know ourselves. Everyone here was raised eating animal products because we're told that it's natural, normal and necessary to do so, right? That's how you feel?
That's what I was told.
Exactly. I did it for 30 years. I didn't know. No one told me this. No one gave me the option. I mean, that's brutal. They're babies.
Yeah, I would prefer not to see that.
Yeah. And so the only way that we can not see this, like, as in stop it from happening, do you know what the answer is to that? How do we stop this?
What's your answer?
We stop paying for it. We stop buying it. The power is in the hands of the consumers. If we stop demanding
That's a tough thing to think about, because
it's empowering.
If I'm truly honest,
yes,
I've paid for this.
Yes, we all have. I know, but it's empowering because you don't have to. So we can stop this as consumers. We don't have to wait for governments to change it. We don't have to wait for industry to change anything. We aren't changing industry, but we're saying, I don't want to pay for this anymore. I want to pay for plants instead. Instead of producing animal products, produce plant products, and that's what we're going to put our money to. And that's how we stop it. It's the easiest solution.
Is there anything immediately that someone could do?
Yes. Next time you go to the store, you don't buy meat, dairy, or eggs. You pick up more plant foods to replace the calories that you would normally get from the animal products. And here in the States, you've got so many great alternatives. You have plant meats and plant milks and cheeses.
Yeah, I'm lactose intolerant anyway, so.
Sorry?
I'm lactose intolerant anyway.
Do you know why you're lactose intolerant?
Because I'm not made to drink cow milk.
You're not a baby cow.
I'm not a baby cow.
You're not a baby cow. That's the thing. You know, most people are lactose intolerant because we're not baby cows.
Yeah.
It's not made for us.
Yeah.
Our mothers made the milk that we were supposed to drink, and then we were weaned off our mother's breast milk, and that was it. You know, so
it would be a pretty interesting demonstration.
Tell me.
It would turn a lot of heads.
Yeah.
If you had people drinking human breast milk.
They have done that. There is a video on Facebook actually where they had.
People are like, that's so weird, and then you'd be like, well, you're drinking cow milk.
That's it. It doesn't make sense. And you know, they've done demonstrations where they give people, you know, dog milk. It's not really dog milk. It's plant milk. But they'll say this is dog milk, and people are disgusted. They're revolted. Who would drink dog milk? That's sick.
Yeah.
But why do we draw that line between cows and dogs, chickens,
because
pigs,
we just accept
cats?
what we're told.
Exactly. But if you think about it, it's an arbitrary line. It doesn't make sense.
It's sad.
Yeah,
I don't ever see this stuff. So.
Yeah. And I can see you're making a real deep heart connection here, and your mind is opening. So this is beautiful to witness from my perspective. It's so important because they've done nothing wrong. The only thing that they've done is they've been born into this system. We breathe them into existence solely for the purpose of raising them for food. Again, it's violence, and slaughtering them.
I think it comes from the perspective that man is at a different level, you know?
Yeah, we think we're above other species. That's called speciesism. Have you heard of that word before?
No, but it makes sense.
Yeah, so like how we have racism, sexism, heterosexism, speciesism is another ism. So it's where humans think we're above other species, and also we put certain species of animals like dogs, cats, dolphins above other animals like chickens, pigs, fish, turkeys. And what's important to remember is regardless of the species, we all have the ability to suffer. That's all that matters.
If I, let's say hypothetically, I hear what you're saying, and I go vegan this afternoon.
Yes. It will be the best day of your life.
How would my digestive system react? Would it be like, oh, I'm used to meat, you know, I'm used to this easy protein?
Yeah. What I can tell you is that your body is only going to be thankful for it.
So when you fast, or you're doing keto, your cholesterol will go up temporarily, but that's just because you're burning more fat. your triglycerides will go down, but your HDL will normally go up with your LDL too. And it's not generally a problem unless you have other issues going on. But yeah, it's good to note.
Long term. Because we don't need animal products, you're not doing any harm by taking them out. You're only going to improve your health and your body is only going to thank you for it. Nothing bad is going to happen to you. In fact, it's the opposite. The longer we eat these animal products, that's where the damage is happening. So there's nothing to worry about. What if I take them all out? You don't have to be afraid of that. You have to be afraid of what if you keep putting these animal products in? What is that doing? It is.
Easier not to.
It is, and that's why most people don't. But your heart is saying that's not right. So all we're doing here, these people here, is we're aligning our ethics with our actions. That's how you go vegan. Everybody that looks at these screens says that this is not okay, unless you're a psychopath.
The ability to look away.
Yeah. But if you actually looked at it, everyone's saying, you know, that's pretty gruesome. So you align your actions with your ethics, and that's how you go vegan. That's the branding, the dehorning, the clipping of the ears. They break their tails.
Why do they do it when they're alive?
Yeah, breaking their tails just to get them to move around. That blows my mind. That does make me want to do that to those people.
Well, because this is just the beginning of their processing. Exactly. There's something wrong with that word, isn't it?
This is something. This is
yeah.
This is the kind of stuff that people are going to look at in 40 or 50 years.
And think it's wrong, and what the hell?
Yeah, my HDL and LDL are both very low, so I need to increase my. They both could probably come up a little. My LDL could stay where it is, but I need to raise my HDL. That's why I take those the omega-3 capsules. I've been taking them more frequently the last couple months. I actually need to do another blood test soon.
How did we do? How did we allow this to happen?
Barbaric, right?
If it was dogs or cats? Or people?
If you want to be that gutsy
Why not?
and say that.
Why not? One of the images that is on the screen says the most humane way of killing pigs is to put them in a gas chamber and lower them into a gas chamber. And they burn from the inside out, and then we slit their throat and they bleed out. Have we put humans in a gas chamber before? It's been done. We do it to each other, we do it to them. And there's no need for it, so why are we doing it? Thank you so much. This has been one of the best conversations I've ever had. And I don't have a lot of hope sometimes. Sometimes you make a heart connection with a total stranger, and it's like everything's okay. And we can do this. We can do this. I'm from Australia. It's the same thing in my country. It's the same conversations. It's the same footage. And so long as we can reach someone's heart doing these demonstrations, it makes it all worth it, because we can stop it. And I believe in you, mate. Thank you for sharing this with me.
Thank you.
What is your name?
Josiah.
Josiah. Natasha.
Natasha.
Thank you so much. Before you run away, I'm going to give you a card. Please look at these resources. 22 days of full support here at vegan22.com. It's a free program with a
Yeah, I have been trying to eat more calories. This was a really good conversation. She's really good at doing outreach, and you don't find many people like that. It was pretty. He's a rare person to come across too.
Mentor, so 22 days, give it a go. That will give you everything you need. Recipes, any questions you have, a forum nutritionist if you're worried about that, and it's free. So you can do it for 22 days, and it takes 21 days to change a habit. So there you're set. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Keep it up.
I'm good. Sometimes people get it. Sometimes people make that connection. That was the most powerful conversation I've ever had with anyone. He got it and he felt it in his heart, and no one has ever made me cry in a conversation. But
absolutely. Thank you guys for stopping and having that conversation with us.
it's hard when people turn away time after time after time again. They won't even take the damn card. They won't even take the card. They won't even educate themselves, and they'll continue to pay for it. And when someone gets it, he was like at 99 points in the point system. He needed one more point to tip in to 100 to choose vegan, and he got it. And it makes it worth it. So please continue to do outreach. Please continue to speak to people. Please continue to speak from your heart and speak for the animals. Advocate for them the way you would want someone to advocate for your life, to fight for you, because it's worth it. These animals don't deserve this. And we have the privilege to know we have a duty to act. Every vegan out there has to get out and have these conversations or advocate in some way for these animals. It is the least we can do. Okay, speaking for them is the least we can do. And I think what this outreach conversation taught me is that we have to have a bit more faith, a bit more hope, and we have to keep going. As hard as it is sometimes, as frustrating as it is, there are people out there that do get it. They will get it. They will change. We will stop this atrocity. We will stop this Holocaust. It's going to end, and it's going to happen in our lifetime. And we will fight to the very end, because those animals deserve it. Every single one of them deserves it.
So yeah, you guys were saying they haven't made any videos in a while. Just the last one 2 years ago. Yeah, that was great. Thanks for sharing that. I haven't seen that one. Even though some of their stuff's a couple years old, it's still really relevant. Yeah, I wonder why they stopped making videos. They got a pretty big a really big audience there. Made a ton of videos. Here, solved. Oh. Sorry. Yeah, I understand getting burned out, like, maybe. they should still do some. I understand like cutting back and maybe doing less, but when you got over 100,000 people watching your stuff, kind of sucks to disappear for 2 years. 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 Years.
Sales spiked. In January 1977, a powerful industry went into panic mode. For the first time ever, the American government recommended that people eat less of something. Meat. But this was a big problem for the meat industry, because this recommendation wouldn't only impact what Americans choose to eat in their day-to-day life, but it could have implications for what's taught in schools, what's served in hospitals, military rations and federal food programs decrease.
Makes it look really professional. What did he say about wild animals? There's not really any research on like keto vegans. Like I've looked for a lot of research on it and I really can't find anything about it, but from what I've put together myself, I don't think I think it's better to be vegan and keto than keto and eating all the animal products, obviously. But yeah, there's some benefits I think you could get from it. Just eating more fat sometimes and then more carbs sometimes. Like I kind of switch back and forth.
No, this threatens the loss of millions of dollars. The meat industry responded immediately. Political favors were exchanged and pressure mounted for the report to be changed. At a hearing, the president of the National Cattlemen's Association said 6 words that cut to the core of the food industry's priorities better than I ever could. Decrease is a bad word, Senator. And just like that, a single sentence, one that could have changed the American diet, was erased forever and replaced with something more favourable to the powers that be. But the meat industry's success in changing that report didn't mark the end of their problem, because the studies linking red meat to chronic disease kept coming in, and the public, well, they were starting to worry. Enter the national.
I think we should care more about wild animals than we do normally. I don't know what he said, and I don't think we should. I mean, I think we should put other animals before we put them when we relate them to other issues. But yeah, I don't know. I don't see, like, there's a lot of people that I don't think have as much benefit as an animal. You know? I mean, I don't know. I try to say that nicely. Some people don't really do anything. Except they actually do, like, really bad things. Like, there's some really bad people out there that are, like, way worse than animals. And they know they're bad people, and they continue to do bad things, and they want to do bad things. Like, but then we'd, like, treat animals worse. Or, like, we don't care about wild animals. It's kind of weird.
Pork board. In 1987, they came up with a marketing plan that would be so effective, it would lead to an astonishing 20% increase in the amount of pork being eaten in the United States. What do you do when people are buying less of your product due to concern for the health risks associated with red meat? What they did was genius.
Another meal made simple with pork. Slice it, sauté it, and smother it. Whatever goes on top. It's easy as 1, 2, 3. Pork, the other white meat.
By rebranding pork as a white meat, they strategically distanced it from the riding tide of health concerns associated with red meat. Now, of course, pork was still technically a red meat and defined as such by the scientific literature, but does that really matter if the people buying your product believe otherwise? After just 10 weeks of running ads in targeted cities, the number of people who believed that pork was a white meat jumped from 12% to 72%, and sales spiked.
It's the life of the party, the word on the street. It's in, it's always, and it's about time. It's where we're at, it's what you want, it's on your mind, it's in your mouth, it's pork, and it's catching on. The other white meat. Taste what's next.
But when it comes to marketing, the meat industry has a secret weapon that has had a disproportionate influence on deceiving us, and I'll reveal what exactly that secret weapon is at the very end of this video. Because first I want to point out that Big Meat doesn't only rely on marketing. Time and time again, they've illustrated their power in politics. Now, we've already seen how they pressured the government in the 70s, but fast forward to 2015 and they were facing something even bigger. But first, you need to understand something important. You've probably seen one of these. They're taught in schools, doctors refer to them, these things are everywhere. The US government releases new versions of these dietary guidelines every 5 years, and these guidelines are shaped by the United States Department of Agriculture, or USDA. The USDA is responsible for regulating the meat industry and for setting dietary guidelines that promote health. But here's the problem. The USDA is also responsible for promoting and protecting the meat and dairy industry, which means the very same agency that's telling you what's healthy is also working to sell you more meat. The USDA oversees the Cattlemen's Beef Promotion and Research Board, and they're responsible for ads like this.
Another day is drawing to a close, and all kinds of people all over the country are heading home for dinner. And no matter who they are, or what they do, or where they make their homes, chances are their favorite dinners have at least one thing in common. Beef. It's what's for dinner.
But it gets worse, because if you're wondering why the USDA seems to favor the meat industry, then one thing you need to know is that in many cases, they're literally the same people. Take Tom Vilsack. If his name sounds familiar to you, it's because he served 2 terms as US Secretary of Agriculture. The first one ran from 2009 to 2017 under Obama, and the second term went from 2021 to 2025 under President Biden. But there were 4 years in between those terms, so you might find yourself curious as to what he was doing in that time. He was president and CEO of the US Dairy Export Council, a trade group that is literally dedicated to promoting and expanding dairy sales. And that seems like quite a conflict of interest. But let's go back to the USDA's guidelines, because in 2015, the government's top nutrition panel was preparing its latest recommendations. But this time, they did something that no advisory committee had ever done before. They didn't just look at food and health, they also looked at the evidence on food and sustainability. And their report stated clearly, a dietary pattern that is higher in plant-based foods and lower in animal-based foods is more health-promoting and is associated with lesser environmental impact than the current US diet. The moment this was made public, Big Meat mobilized, and more than $1 million was spent on political lobbying to stop the sustainability recommendation from making it into the final guidelines. When the final version was released, surprise, surprise, all references to eating less meat for environmental reasons were missing. For decades, there has been a pattern of the meat industry interfering in government guidelines. In her book, Food Politics, Marion Nestle, a food studies professor, describes how she was brought into the American government in the 1980s to work on the Surgeon General's report on nutrition and health. And on her very first day, she was told in no uncertain terms, no matter what the research indicated, the report could not recommend eat less meat. It was explained to her that if they did make that recommendation, the meat industry would complain to their beneficiaries in Congress, and the report would never be published. But even if government guidelines never recommend eating less meat for health or environmental reasons, there is that other thing that might turn people away from buying their products. Have you ever noticed how packaging and advertising for animal products consistently shows healthy animals in the outdoors with lots of space? And when you see packaging like this, with the American Humane certification on it, what kind of standards of animal welfare do you expect? Well, what if I told you that this label can be used by companies that breed birds to grow so fast that they're in constant pain, that are kept in conditions of extreme overcrowding, and what's even more shocking is that American Humane will give its stamp of approval even if the birds are killed using the controversial method of live shackle slaughter. So to be clear, the process here is that the birds are like dipped into water, and when they hit that water, they're supposed to get an electric shock that renders them unconscious.
That's correct, yeah, just their heads. But what often happens, can you see also, this is a great picture, there's a wing hanging down at the same level as the heads. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Right, now that wing is going to enter the water bath first. So instead of getting electric shock that goes from the head to the feet, which is what you want to be doing, so that's the shock that causes them to go unconscious, it's the wing is going to hit the water first. It's going to get a pre-stun electric shock. So it's going to get an electric shock, then its head may go in the water, and then it'll be stunned. Some of those birds are going to miss the water bath, and they're the ones that end up not getting a stun properly, may even only get their neck partially cut while they're still completely conscious, and could end up in the scalding tank. And the scalding tank's there to remove feathers, but we know 2 to 3% of birds end up in there still while they're still conscious in the scalding tank.
If we're talking about like 2 to 3% of animals, when you consider the scale of the individuals going through the process, it's actually like millions of individuals being boiled alive. Okay, hold up. What does a company actually have to do if it...
Yeah, that's crazy. Chickens are the most oppressed animal. I don't know how many we farm a day.
wants to make a welfare claim on its packaging, like humanely raised. Well, they have to fill out a form explaining how their animals are raised, how they supposedly meet their claim, and whether they've been certified by an independent organisation, which, by the way, is optional. But here's the thing that absolutely blew my mind. The USDA never does any surprise audits. In fact, they don't do any audits at all. They simply take the company's word for it. Over the last decade, the Animal Welfare Institute has been requesting from the USDA the applications that these meat companies are submitting, and they released a report with their findings that for the overwhelming majority of applications, there were either no records at all, or the justifications for the labels had little or no relevance to animal welfare. The AWI report goes on to state that the USDA are allowing the use of claims like humanely raised, even when the animals are raised under conventional industry conditions. That means factory farming. And this points to a bigger problem. and one that I personally find a lot more disturbing than all of the deceptive marketing and political interference, and it's that big meat is largely being left alone to do whatever they want to animals. And whenever there is a trade-off between maximising profit and protecting animal welfare, there's only one winner. I mean, just listen to some of the things that it is legal and extremely common for these companies to do to animals in the United States. Piglets have their testicles ripped off without any pain relief. Male chicks in the egg industry are being ground up alive or suffocated in bags. Mother pigs are kept in gestation crates where they can't even turn around. I mean, these things read like middle-aged torture techniques. And not only is the USDA allowing it to happen, but by having such poor regulation around food packaging and advertising, they're helping these companies to trick consumers into buying a fairy tale, that the animals they eat are living good lives and dying painlessly. I'm from the UK, which is a self-proclaimed nation of animal lovers, and it's often said that we have some of the best animal welfare laws in the world, and we are more progressive than most other countries. But take chickens, for example. The overwhelming majority of chickens raised for meat in the UK have been selectively bred to grow unnaturally fast to reach slaughter weight within 6 weeks.
Yeah, that was a wild chicken. That's what the wild chicken looks like. 1957. That's a real chicken? Crazy.
I went to a British chicken farm to see this for myself, and I entered a shed with over 40,000 birds, many of whom were completely unable to walk. In fact, the selective breeding is so extreme that around 80 million of them die every year in the UK without ever making it off the farm. It's common for the birds to just turn over on their backs and die of a heart attack. And despite our animal-loving identity, around 85% of all farmed animals in the UK live in intensive factory farms. And even though our legislation is better than most, there's a huge problem with the enforcement of that legislation. A report by the Animal Law Foundation and Animal Equality found that only around 2.5% of farms in the UK were actually inspected. And when non-compliance was found in a farm or a slaughterhouse, less than 1% of those instances actually resulted in a prosecution. The bottom line is that meat companies are being trusted to do right by animals. And any industry that's accepting of things like breeding chickens to grow so fast that they can't even walk, well, I think vegans, vegetarians, and meat eaters alike can all surely agree that that industry cannot and must not be trusted to do right by animals. And the harsh reality of factory farming began causing some problems for big meat. Because in the 1990s and 2000s, non-profits started infiltrating factory farms using hidden cameras to document cruelty. And how did the industry respond? Well, one option, of course, would be to change the practices. But the system in place is set up to optimize for profit. Changing the practices would, in most cases, mean less profit. They had another idea.
Factory farming, we talked about this yesterday. They have ag-gag laws, a couple days ago with Russell Crowe, rather. Ag-gag laws prevent people from detailing the horrific conditions which these animals live in. If you film it, if you're a worker there and you're like, this is horrific, I'm going to film this and out this place, you'll go to jail, which is insane.
When the meat industry is exposed for cruelty, the response is not to stop abusing animals.
Yeah, that's so crazy to me, too. Like, what? Ag-gag laws. How's that not, like, restricting your free speech? You know, like, to an extent. You're not allowed to, you see something, you're not allowed to say anything. That, like, goes against what they should be saying if they were doing things right.
It's to put legislation in place that makes it easier to hide. And how does this work? Well, industry-backed lobbying groups draft these bills and hand them to friendly lawmakers, many of whom, by the way, receive campaign donations from Big Ag, claiming the laws are necessary to protect family farms from radical activists, even though the real beneficiaries are massive factory farming corporations, making it illegal to expose the very abuses they don't want the public to see. But the biggest question isn't how the meat industry gets these laws passed, It's why they need them in the first place. If what's happening is humane, as their marketing suggests, then why do they need laws that prevent people from seeing it? But even before ag-gag laws, it's been very hard to get any justice for animal abuse on farms. One example I'll never forget comes from the 2009 HBO documentary Death on a Factory Farm. An investigator filmed a farm where they were killing sick pigs by wrapping a chain around their neck, lifting them up on a forklift, and hanging them. It went to court, and the pork industry had a friendly vet on board to try and defend the slaughter method of hanging.
Have you ever been involved providing euthanasia, as according to this booklet?
Am I providing euthanasia to farms?
Yeah.
I do that on occasion, yes, sir.
And what method do you use? I'm just curious.
If I'm collecting tissues from pigs, I choose to use the injection method.
I'm going to ask you to look at this clip real quick. Does that pig appear to be suffering?
I don't know whether it's suffering or not.
Well, you're here testifying as an expert. Is that pig suffering?
Tell me what the pig was before it came to this state.
It's not my question to you, sir. You're watching that video. Objection.
What it was doing before has nothing to do with whether it's suffering or not in that moment.
Overruled, counsel.
You're watching this video, sir. You saw that pig being hung and that pig being struggling. Was that pig suffering?
I can't determine if it was suffering because we just can't tell very easily on that.
I think this guy is not fit to do his job.
Definition.
Is that a proper method of providing euthanasia?
If it is accomplishing asphyxia in a very short time period, yes, sir.
Just from what you observed, was that proper manner to provide euthanasia?
Objection.
Counsel, overruled. You've had plenty of latitude, counsel, to ask you questions. The same is being accorded to the state in cross-examining your witness.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor.
Restate your question.
Yes, sir. Is that a proper manner of euthanasia?
Yes, sir.
It was that animal suffering?
I don't think it was.
They were found not guilty of animal torture. The judge found the method distasteful.
I wonder how he would have felt if he was in that situation. You think he would be suffering?
But defended it as the reality of producing pork for consumption. For decades, Big Meat has built an empire on carefully crafted illusions. They've influenced government guidelines and sanitized the horrors of factory farming with clever marketing. And when that wasn't enough and the fairy tale was exposed, they silenced the truth with ag-gag laws and corporate lobbying. They've spent millions ensuring that the real story of meat, the impact on our health, the environment, and the animals themselves, remains hidden. But Big Meat's power isn't just built on money, it's built on public perception. That's why they try so hard to control it. It's built on us believing their story. Which brings me to the meat industry's biggest secret weapon. The one thing that makes all of these marketing tricks so convincing is that we want to believe it. We want the fairy tale to be true. When I was a teenager, I used to argue with my Muslim friend about halal meat, which can sometimes involve slaughter of animals without prior stunning. And he used to say to me, but you're still killing them. You know, how can you take the moral high ground? And I would say something like, well, look, if an animal has a good life and then one day they get a gun to the back of the head and they don't know anything about it and they die painlessly, then I think I'm okay with that. And when I look back to that now, I realize that I had no idea about what was happening to animals in the meat industry. I didn't know if they had good lives, and I certainly didn't know about the different slaughter methods that we used. I was using the idea of a humane system as a way to feel better about my consumption of factory-farmed animals. And that kind of rationalization is only made possible because of the disconnect between the meat that we see and the process of making it. And the meat industry feeds in to this disconnect. They try to make it illegal to show the process. They make adverts that make us feel good. But these feel-good adverts start to look completely insane when you become aware of the underbelly of suffering that these companies are hiding. What if we had an advert that broke through the disconnect, rather than encouraging it?
It's the life of the party, the word on the street. It's in, it's always, and it's about time. It's where we're at, it's what you want, it's on your mind, it's in your mouth, it's pork, and it's catching on. The other white meat. Taste what's next.
Yeah, pigs are awesome. Definitely not to eat. My last live stream in Gettysburg, I talked to two people walk by. I didn't actually have an interview with them, but they walked by and they said they loved animals, and I handed them a piece of literature and it had a pig on the front. And the wife turned around and she said, "We have a pig. His name's Oink." So I think they had a pet pig. Maybe maybe it was going to be meat eventually, I don't know, but all right, all this. You guys drop this in the chat.
You could use a good hamburger right now. You know what? I could too. The great thing is everybody here still eats hamburgers, but one condition: they don't contain animal flesh. They're made from plants instead. That doesn't sound so good, does it? No, tell me why that doesn't sound good to you. Have you ever tried?
No, I haven't. I haven't.
Okay. So, well, first of all, my question to you guys is: do you know what you're watching here? Do you know what this is about?
Not sure what you're about.
Okay, so what we're showing is what happens to animals so that we could eat them. All industries: meat, dairy, and eggs. Because when you go to the store, do you see this kind of footage on the clean packaged meat? No, they don't show you this, do they?
Well, that's right, yeah.
Yeah. And the reason they don't show this to you is because, what do you think? How does it make you feel when you're watching it?
Not the best.
Not the best,
Sure, yeah.
right. So you're probably not going to want to buy their products so much if they show you what's going on.
That's what your point is, that's what you're trying to...
Exactly. We're trying to help consumers make that connection because, do you know why this is happening? There's only one reason. Most people don't realize what that is. Do you know what the reason is? The only reason this is happening is because consumers are paying for it. We want the products. And so we say to industry, yeah, I want that hamburger, or I want the chicken nuggets, or I want the glass of milk. And so they produce those products. And so therefore, do you know what we can do to stop this from happening? Not buying it, exactly. Yeah, it's a very simple solution. So that's why we're showing it. We're trying to help consumers, like you guys, make that connection.
I see.
Right? So when you're watching this, what is going through your mind? Like, what do you think? Do you think it's a good thing, a bad thing? Does it make you angry? Does it make you sad? What's it stirring inside
I
you?
think the point behind that is people want to make money. That's the point.
Yeah.
So if you guys were watching earlier, we were watching like the body language guy. You could already tell how these guys are gonna respond a little bit if you were watching them. He kind of like shrugged his shoulders before he started talking, and like kind of bobbled his head a little bit. So you know he's already gonna like kind of he's making up excuses in his head already.
Yes, they do.
Everything is done because of money.
Yeah.
People want money.
I completely agree with you.
For everything, so they don't really care what they're doing.
That's right. They don't care what they're selling us. But you know what? That's also very good to know, because that means that the power is with the consumers. Because all we have to say is, we don't want this product, we want this product instead, and they're going to produce that. And that's what's happening. Plant-based foods, the industry is actually growing. It's worth billions of dollars, and people are investing into it because it's the future. People are moving away from animal-based products towards plants. So you're right, it is about money, and that's a really good thing. It's empowering for the customers, right? Would you ever consider not eating animals?
Eat?
Yeah. No? Why not? What's holding you back?
Is that what we need?
What do you need from it?
That gives me strength, gives me power.
Does
That's what I
it?
need to live, yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure. So you wouldn't eat meat at all, or?
He said that the eating meat gives him power. That's where he gets his power from.
No, we don't eat anything.
Not fish or something?
Well, fish is an animal, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, but there are some that would eat fish.
No, everybody here is eating a plant-based diet. We're all vegan. So vegans don't consume any animal products, not even dairy, eggs, nothing that comes from an animal.
So,
but going back to your question about...
It's only a little bit bigger than her.
You said you need it for power and strength and all of that. Do you know that there are vegan weightlifters and bodybuilders and athletes?
Maybe there's some.
Some?
But
Oh my goodness.
I wouldn't say that there are a lot of them.
Really? Have you looked into it? Because do you know the world's strongest man is actually vegan?
Yeah, I heard a lot of that, but...
What else do you need then? If the world's strongest man can only eat plants, what do you need from animals that he doesn't?
It's not just because they eat plants.
What is it?
Well, they take other stuff.
Oh, you don't think that non-vegan bodybuilders take other stuff?
I'm sure they do.
They absolutely do. They absolutely do. You can get everything nutritionally from plant foods.
I'm pretty sure if you look at the percentage of vegans in like the total population, and then the percentage of vegans in like all like the athletes, there's a higher vegan population in all the athletes. Like more athletes are vegan. I thought that was interesting.
And it's very simple to understand that, because the animals that we're
A lot of vegans are like more health focused, I think, but
eating, what do they eat? Where do they get their nutrients from? What's the answer?
So what?
No, hold on, what's the answer?
Well, it depends on which animal.
Cows, chickens, pigs, the animals that we eat for our nutrients, for our power.
Well, of course they eat grass or hay, whatever.
They eat plants. We feed plants to those animals. So we are filtering our nutrients through their dead bodies. We don't need to eat them.
So you wouldn't even kill animals?
Why would I need to kill the animals for?
Well, what if you don't? There would be so many of them.
Oh, that's because we breed them into existence. They don't mate anywhere near the rate naturally that we breed them. We force them to breed.
Yeah. Like what about the natural life in the woods? There's so many animals.
Yeah.
They don't kill them or...
Sure. Are you an animal in the woods?
You better get it.
Right?
I'm a human.
Exactly. So we live in a city, we have plenty of plant foods.
Yeah, but what if I live in the country?
Yeah, so you still have a supermarket to buy food at in the country, right? The animals...
I don't mean that. Like what about all the sicknesses they have when there's too many animals? What about that?
Oh, you mean like having to cut to kill animals because...
Yeah.
Look, that's a different situation altogether. What we're focusing on is what you have control over 3 times a day is what you're eating. So that's where the majority...
I wouldn't kill an animal just for fun.
Right.
That's not what I'm saying.
Sure.
I would kill animals to eat them.
Yes, for sure. And what I'm saying is, do you need to eat them? Why do you need to eat them?
I need it.
Why? Why are you different to anybody else here? Why are you different to the world's strongest...
he needs to. There's like a very small percentage of people that's allergic to plants, like certain plants, right? You can be allergic to wheat, you can be, right? Like gluten, you can be allergic to soy. Like all those things make it harder, right? I don't know if anyone that's allergic to all of them at the same time. And then like what? So like if you're allergic to like plants, like a lot of the like lettuce and like leafy greens and soy and gluten, then you might have trouble being vegan, but like who's allergic to all those things? So many people will say that they are, but they're not. It's ridiculous.
man who eats plants.
I told you already.
What?
I need that. Gives me strength.
But it doesn't give you strength. Plants give you strength. The world's strongest man, he's broken records, only eats plants. So do you think you need more strength than the world's strongest man?
Yes.
You really? What are you doing today? Where are you guys going? You're off to work or?
We do.
What do you do? All right, what's your job?
We're Christians.
You're Christians, okay. So you're talking to people like me? Yeah? Do I have enough strength to talk to you? We're doing the same job. We're doing the same job.
But we're trying to be stronger than the vegan man that's the strongest in the world.
You're trying to be stronger than the strongest man in the world.
So we need the meat.
Wow. Look, I understand what you're saying, and I know a lot of guys your age think that you need that, but all you have to do is go to Vegan Bodybuilders. It's a website. You can see everybody there. There are plenty of athletes that eat a plant-based diet, okay? Eating meat does not make you stronger. It actually makes you weaker. Now, I'm going to tell you something that might be a bit of a shock to you, but you should know this because you're very young, so I'm going to tell you now before it gets a little bit too scary. All right. Do you know what causes heart disease? That's our #1 killing disease. It kills more people than anything else on the planet. 17.5 million people a year die from heart disease. Do you know what causes it?
I'm guessing it's meat.
Saturated fat and cholesterol. So cholesterol is only found in animal products. Saturated fat is found mostly in animal products. So the one disease that kills more people than anything in the world is based on eating animal products. Now, when the arteries are blocked and the blood flow is blocked to the heart, blood flow is blocked to all parts of the body. All parts of the body. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you know what the first sign of heart disease is? It means you can't have an erection. Okay? Men become impotent because they have a blockage of flow of blood to all parts of the body. This is not my opinion, this is science telling us. Okay? So eating meat doesn't make you manly if you can't do the most manly thing, apparently, which is to have an erection. So that is something very serious to consider.
Let me ask you another question.
Yes.
So your point is live healthy, live longer. Mm-hmm. So would you say that...
My point is stop contributing to this unnecessary cruelty. By default, you are going to be healthier.
So why do you bring that point out that people live longer and when they eat?
Oh, I didn't say people live longer. You said you wanted to be strong and tough and manly, and you think you need to eat animals to do that. Well, you won't be when you can't have an erection now, will you?
Can we reach a compromise?
Yes.
So we make the factories better, but we still eat meat.
Okay, so you still won't be able to have an erection, you still have heart disease, and these animals still go to a slaughterhouse. So it's not the treatment.
I said we treat the animals better.
Yeah, but they still...
We do have to kill them.
Well, that's the thing. Do we have to kill them? Because how do you treat someone better when you chop their head off? How do you stab someone in the throat better?
First off, they're not someone.
Okay, what are they? They're a sentient being. Hold on, they're a sentient being, right? So how do you slit a sentient being's throat in a nicer way?
So, just like in the natural world, there's the law of, you eat and you eat, whatever.
Sure. Are you a lion? Are you a carnivore? Are you in the jungle?
Well, you're not. Those animals aren't in the jungle
That's
either.
right, they're not. They're in factory farms and slaughterhouses.
So we should let them go to the jungle or what? Or what should we do with them?
We can put them in sanctuaries. We can take care of them. The point is that...
And then we stick them all in sanctuaries and they grow so many?
No.
We have all types of diseases.
No. We breed them.
So we need to act more like the way it was designed, the natural process of eat and be eaten.
Right, okay. So when was a chicken eaten you?
Well,
they can because they're
one has a fish eating a shark. I mean,
look,
there's a difference between animals.
There is a big difference. The animals that you see out in the jungle that kill other animals, they're called carnivores. They have to eat other animals. That's how they're designed. We're not carnivores. Okay, we're not carnivores.
We're not cannibals. I mean, I'm not going to kill them and eat them.
I'm not saying cannibals. I'm saying carnivores. Do you know what a carnivore is?
A carnivore, yeah.
Yeah. So we're not carnivores. Therefore, we don't have to eat them. So it's unnecessary. In fact, as I described, it's detrimental to our health because it causes our #1 disease. So if we were supposed to eat animals, then the #1 thing that kills us would not be eating animals. Right? Does that make sense to you?
Okay. Like you said, we don't have to eat meat. There's so many other things that we don't have to do and we do it anyway.
Sure. Yeah, true. Yeah, we've got a lot of problems in the world. But it's not an either or.
So you think that's the answer?
Well, I think it's the answer to stopping this. And this is something we can directly control 3 times a day.
Okay. I told you I'm not for that, like killing people, killing animals.
That's it.
But like just for...
Yeah, PA, you have certain sensitivities to certain foods, but you figure out which ones you can eat and which ones you can't, and it doesn't stop you from being vegan, right? You don't use that as an excuse to oppress animals. Like, you figure it out.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. And so what I'm saying is there's no need to. You're living in a city. There are plenty of plant-based...
Shows how strong you are.
foods. The supermarkets are full. Why would we do something that we don't need to that's causing suffering? What if the what? The plant life dies out? Wow, that's a good one.
Starts eating grass, there wouldn't be no grass anymore.
Do you think?
It wouldn't be that green anymore.
Wow, do you think we eat grass?
Pretty much. I know a lot of vegetarians that eat grass.
Cool. Who here ate grass today? Let's look at all the hands.
Seaweed. What's the difference between seaweed and grassweed?
No, I know. It's pretty funny, isn't it? I know. It's pretty funny. Listen, guys, the majority of plants that are grown on the planet today are actually fed to animals. Okay? There are 1 billion people starving on this planet. We grow enough food to feed 10 billion people. Those plants are going to fatten up animals so we can slit their throats, so we can eat them, so we can get sick and die of diseases that we weren't supposed to develop. It's hurting us, it's hurting them, it's hurting other people. Now, you guys said you were Christian, right? So isn't part of what you do care about everybody and it's loving and compassion? So you wouldn't want to hurt other people. You wouldn't want kids starving in the third world. But that's what happens when you go to the store and the restaurant and you eat animals. You are supporting a system that literally takes food away from babies, from children, because we're feeding those plants to animals. Does that align with what you guys are about? Are you hearing what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. But I think that it wouldn't even matter, even if we still would eat plants, the system would be still the same.
The system is responding. No, the system is responding to what we do as consumers. This is about money. It's about one thing, money. The industry only wants, they don't care what they're producing, they just want to sell us something. Now here's a fact for you. This is not my opinion. The plant-based foods are increasing because more people are waking up, they're seeing this and they're saying, I'm not doing that anymore. So, do you know what the animal agriculture industry is doing because they recognize this demand? They are starting to buy companies that produce plants. So now meat companies produce meat and they produce vegan food at the same time because they see a demand. The more vegan food they produce, the less animal products they produce. So that's how we change the industry. It's simply demand.
I understand what your point is, sir. May I ask you one question?
Yes, you may.
Where did you buy the glasses?
I knew you were going to say that. Yes.
How much did you pay for that?
Yes. Being vegan does not mean you're perfect and you cause no damage.
Come on, the glasses? That's where he's going with this?
There is problems with everything that we do.
No, what I
understand,
say is that,
but
so you're
3 times a day.
You're supporting a system in China somewhere where people get paid, I don't know how many cents an hour.
Yeah, how do you know they come from China? Maybe I bought them. Maybe well, you're guessing, right? Okay, I understand.
Where do you buy it?
I don't know, but here's the point. I agree with you. You're totally right.
So that's even a system that is even worse because people are hurting animals.
Well, this is hurting people as well, so you're killing both. You're hurting both people and animals. The point is, we can control this 3 times a day. We can stop it right now. We can stop it right now. Next time you go and buy a meal, if you're choosing to buy animal products, you're directly paying for this.
Why don't we send the children that are starving meat? There's plenty of extra meat too. Instead of just plants all the time.
Because this is feeding Westerners like you guys.
But there's extra meat too.
Are you going to send it back to them? Do you think the industry cares about feeding?
They can eat them themselves.
Do you think? What are you talking about?
What is this guy talking about? There's extra meat. He's like, yeah, we'll just send them the extra meat. You know, why do we got to send them plants? Just send them extra meat. Because there's just extra meat everywhere.
Now, these animals are raised in the West. They raise the plants in the third world, where you guys send your missionaries, right?
Send them the meat back.
What would be the industry's point to do that? They would lose money. This is about money. This isn't about goodwill.
We do the same thing with the plants. The point is that they do that with everything.
Yeah, but hold on. If they're growing plants only to feed animals, and there's no animals to feed because there's no demand for animal products, then those plants that they're growing can then be sold to humans. Okay, so there has to be a redistribution of those resources. The point is, we already have enough food to feed those starving people. And again, as Christians, I'm sure you guys care about those starving people. So why wouldn't you want to take action to help them by not taking those resources away from them, by not supporting the industry that is starving those people?
So what do you mean with people that are affected? They're not really people affected when we support the industry.
Of course there are. Well, first of all, you're affecting yourself. I just said that the leading...
Yeah, you're right, Neil. That's exactly why.
Cause of death is heart disease. So 17.5 million people die of that. That is affecting people.
How many of them are vegetarian?
Oh, very small number. Have you looked at the science? I will give you some resources to look at this. The other thing is the workers in this industry. Do you know where they come from? Because people don't want to go to work and slit throats for a living, right? Would you want to do that as your job?
Okay.
Hold on, let me answer. No, let's finish that. No, we're going to finish that question.
I like my compromise.
Well, the animals don't like your compromise because they're the victims. You're the perpetrator at the moment. So you have to look at it from the victim's perspective.
We don't kill more than we need to. We're merciful
you don't need to kill them at all, and being merciful doesn't mean anything to the victim.
But we gotta have meat.
You don't have to have meat. I've already answered that. Hold on. The workers that are in this... Okay, now you're just showing that you're not very intelligent.
She's so right. He's got nothing.
By making that comment, all right? Don't degrade yourself like that, my friend. You're smarter than that. The workers in this industry...
He looks like he's thinking about it. This guy hasn't really said much.
A lot of them are illegal migrants. They have no choice left. Now, as good Christian people, do you want people who are desperate for an income, that a lot of them have mental health issues, they have drug abuse problems, the industry they take advantage of people who are marginalised and suffering, and they put them in these jobs where they don't even give them a break and they have to piss and shit in their own pants. Do you think that is something Jesus would want? Do you think that's how we should be treating each other? Okay, so this is about a human rights issue equally as much as it is about animals, and I'm getting very passionate about this. I'm very angry about it, and I'm concerned why you guys are laughing and you're not angry about it. I'm not religious, I'm not Christian, but right now, you're not really displaying many Christian values by laughing at the suffering of innocent beings, human and non-human. You are laughing and you're mocking what I'm saying, and that's very concerning. It is. You're laughing and it's concerning.
Okay, if you think so, we apologize for that.
Thank you for your apology.
I don't laugh about when someone is suffering, yeah?
That's not
another point. What about people? Does anyone of your group smoke or drink?
No,
drugs?
Possibly. I don't know.
Possibly. Why?
Why? Recreational. I don't know.
Just
because it's an individual
choice. That they hurt their body.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
So why do they do it?
Okay, so there is a difference between a personal choice and an action that affects another being. So if I want to go and I want to get drunk and I want to smoke weed, that is affecting me, right? Now it's bad for that is bad for my health, but I am not taking the life of another being.
You actually think?
If there was an accident, yes. Now look, let me be honest with you. I haven't drunk alcohol for 9 years. I don't drink, I don't do any drugs. Okay, great. Everybody here is not about being the perfect, best example of a human being. That's not what we're trying to do, because it's very hard to do that, to live by that standard. In a perfect world, sure, that'd be great, but we're not there yet. So all we're saying is, the very least we can do 3 times a day is not pay for someone to stab a baby in the throat. That's all we're doing, because the animals that we're eating, they're actually babies. They may look big, but that's because they're genetically manipulated to grow very big. They're actually babies. If we don't have to do that, why would we?
So many people hurting with alcohol and drugs.
Yes.
So many people commit suicide.
It's not an either-or. I agree with you. It's not. We're just going to focus on this issue and nothing else, right? Everything has to be done, and there are people working in all different fields. So this is what we're doing. There are 150 billion animals killed every year. Just think of that number. There's 7.5 billion people on the planet. 150 billion animals slaughtered every year for food. That's a huge number. That's the most amount of violence and death on the planet, and we can stop it by choosing something else on the menu. Do you see what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, but I think starting there is not the right point.
Why don't you start at both? Why don't you do both? You cannot eat animals, and you can also go and help people that have drug addiction problems. It's not choose, but you still eat animals. Right, so what I'm saying is just change what's on your plate and continue the great work that you're already doing. It's even better, right?
Okay.
You can do both.
So when you take a cigarette or buy alcohol, drink, you're supporting it.
I don't do that. I don't do it. I don't do it. I can't control what every other person does. Right now we're educating people about dairy industry. Have you had a look at dairy? Have you actually watched the footage? Do you know how they make milk and cheese? Do you know the story?
I know some. I'm not saying that I know everything, and I don't say that everything I do is good. Okay. I'm not saying that.
So I would like to invite you to watch the footage, because I know we've spoken a lot. You've heard a lot of information from me. Until you actually look at the animal and really let that into your heart, I think that's very important for you to make a connection. Can you have a look at the footage with me, please?
I know that.
You don't know it. You don't know it. You're not watching it.
I'm sure I know.
How is milk produced? Tell me what they do to the female cow.
Okay, I've been to a lot of farms.
Okay. Have you seen how they stick their arm up her anus?
I saw some.
You've seen that? You've seen how they masturbate the bull to collect the semen?
I'm not saying it's good. I say it's bad.
Yeah, so you don't have to support it. If it's bad, then you don't have to support it, is what I'm saying. Okay? And all we have to do is start aligning our actions with our ethics.
I know, we don't have to support, but there are still a lot of other things that we...
I totally agree with you, so do as much as you can. This is something, again, I'm repeating myself, that you can do every single day. Are your values about love and compassion and kindness and respect, is that the kind of thing you guys value? Yeah? So these are universal values. These are the same values we have. Everyone in the group has these same values. The only difference between you guys and us is that we have aligned our actions with our ethics. That's it. We live in alignment with what we're all valuing. That's the only difference. And how we make our actions align with our ethics is we educate ourselves by really absorbing this information and really letting it sink into our hearts. Okay? So I want to thank you very much for this conversation. All right? Can I leave you with a card? I would very much like to. Can I give you to share? Is that all right? All right. There are some more resources here for you to watch, some videos about health, environment, and ethics. It's going to answer more of the questions, the topics that we've been talking about. If you would like to try this out because you have nothing to lose, there is a website here called vegan22.com. It's a free online mentoring program. 22 days, you get a mentor, they give you recipes, they help you transition to a plant-based diet. You've got nothing to lose, but you have a lot to gain and you have a lot that you can contribute to this world. For other people that you're very concerned about, for the animals, for the environment, for the next generation that need clean air, water and land to grow on, to live on. All right?
One more question.
Yeah.
Are you for abortion?
That is beside the point. It absolutely is. And if you are pro-life, then this is also life. Okay? It's not about being one more important than the other. We all have the ability to suffer. And that's what we're talking about. If these were dogs and cats on these screens, would you still be having the same conversation? Or would you be saying to me, thank you for being here and for teaching people not to eat dogs and cats? Okay?
No. So, can you answer my question? Are you for abortion? Would you abort a baby?
We do not talk about abortion at these demonstrations.
You don't want to talk about that?
No, it's not what we're here to talk about.
That tells me.
You don't know what our thoughts are on that.
I know. If you don't want to talk about that.
We're here to talk about animal agriculture. People ask us all kinds of other questions. What do you think about this and that? That's besides the point. We're talking about animal agriculture, what you eat 3 times a day.
Okay, one more question. So if you would have the choice, there's one person and one animal, and you have the choice to protect one of them. One of them is
yeah. When is that ever going to happen?
I'm not talking about that. I just want your opinion.
You're throwing up this scenario.
No.
All right.
I just want to have your opinion. How do you think, okay?
Yeah.
So if you have the choice.
Yeah. What's the full scenario? Who can I get to safely?
One is dying.
Who can I don't understand. Who can I get to safely first? I would rescue the being that I could see.
Your cat or her cat, whatever.
Yeah.
Which one would you rescue?
Which one can I get to safely? Which one can I physically rescue?
So you would rescue the cat instead of your grandmother?
They're both in the same room. They're both in the same room and they're equal. They're equal. That I can get to them both.
Yeah.
I would put the cat in my grandmother's arms and I would take my grandmother out of the house.
Okay, let's say it's a different animal. It's too big for you.
Yeah. What kind of animal is it?
Whatever.
Is it a cow? Why would the cow?
She said that Grandma would save the cat, and I would save Grandma.
I'll be in the house.
Well, there's some farmers that live in the same house with the animal.
Right. Okay, so there's a cow in the house and there's a grandmother in the house.
For example.
Right. So do you hear what we're doing here? We're talking about things that are never going to happen, guys. This is the reality of what is happening.
Okay.
This is the reality of what is happening.
I don't want to be mean.
Yeah.
But you're talking about something that's never going to happen.
What's never going to happen?
That everyone turns to a vegetarian.
I said we're not talking about vegetarian. Vegetarian is a very cruel diet. Dairy and eggs are worse than the meat industry. And I just told you about how they produce dairy. They take the babies away and they shoot the babies in the head. They put the male chicks that don't produce eggs, they put the baby males in a grinder and they kill them alive on their first day of birth. Are they things that you value, that you think are ethical? Do you support that kind of thing? I don't think so.
We don't support that.
That's right, but you do support it when you buy those products. You do support them when you buy those products. That's what you're paying for.
What the real problem is.
And by the way, every single person that is here
You can tell
is
she's
vegan.
getting to it now.
Okay, we don't exploit animals. Every single person was born exactly like you
They're actually listening.
guys. I ate.
It's surprising that at the beginning when they were first like laughing and stuff, you wouldn't think that they would still be there. You'd think that they were just gonna run away. But yeah, as it goes on longer and longer, you can tell they're definitely listening more and actually like thinking about it.
Animals for 30 years of my life. I wasn't born this way, but I learnt the truth and I changed. Now, that shows
And now he's agreeing and nodding his head, shaking his head.
me that anybody has the ability to do it, and that is why, again, the plant-based food industry is worth billions of dollars today. It is the future and people are investing in it because
He's got his arms crossed. So he's kind of feels like he's being challenged.
it is growing. So it is going to happen. It's inevitable that it's going to happen. It's just how long it takes.
But he's not laughing anymore, right? He knows he's wrong.
And I'm surprised because usually it's the younger generation that came onto this very quickly. So I'm surprised to have, usually this conversation happens with people in their 40s and 50s. So the younger guys are usually more open to the information, right?
Let's go back to the question.
Which question was it? The cow in the house with the grandmother?
Which would you protect? I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I would just want to have your opinion.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, my exact answer is I will protect whichever living being I can get to safely.
Yeah.
Whichever one I can reach. If my grandmother is on the top story and it's about to collapse,
sure.
then obviously I can't, and the cat's
If I
right
can't
there.
go and rescue her, if I couldn't, if I wouldn't be able to, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Let me say what I would do.
What would you do?
I would first go to rescue a human being, like a person, my grandmother, and then go and rescue the cat.
Well, I love that answer, and the great thing is you can rescue human beings every single day by choosing to eat plants, because again, when we eat animals, it hurts humans as much as it does animals. So if you care about humans, then you would by default be eating a plant-based diet.
Because there is a difference between...
Yes, there is. I'm not arguing with that. There is definitely a difference. You know what the equal thing is? The same thing is that we all have the ability to suffer. So if we wouldn't want a human to suffer, then we equally shouldn't need to cause suffering to another innocent living being, an animal who does feel pain and avoids pain, and they sit there.
No, we're not for just cruelly, whatever.
Yeah, and this isn't about the treatment. Taking someone's life, chopping their head off, is part of that. And if you can tell me how a nice way to chop someone's head off is done, I'd be very interested. But no one ever has a good answer for that.
Okay, I get your point. Like, I wouldn't do that. Yeah. But I think there's so many other people that are hurting. There's so many children that don't have food.
But I've already answered that. I've already answered that question.
Why don't you go there and help them first, and then go to the...
Oh my goodness! Have you been standing here for the last half hour? I've already answered this question. This is very simple. They're starving because we take their food and we feed it to animals. We're going round and round.
Oh, whatever. Yeah, we won't stay here for that long anymore. I think I know enough.
Thank you. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for having the conversation. And I really encourage you to please have a look at the resources on the card.
I would encourage you to...
What? Tell me.
Study more about... For example, you wouldn't want to talk about abortion, yeah?
Yes.
So just have a look at that. Think about that.
Oh, I've looked into it. It's just not what we're here to talk about.
Or are you not allowed to say it?
No.
You're not allowed? Okay. Tells me enough. I think I know your...
And it's beside the point, mate. It really is beside the point. 3 times a day, we sit down to stabbing babies in the throat or not. You're simply aligning your ethics with your actions. You want to help people? Stop eating animals. We're going round and round and round and round.
So my point is that I'm saying, like, people they have more value. So why don't we help first the people?
I am helping people first. We are. We're doing that. What are you having for lunch? Hold on. What are you having for lunch today? You're gonna have a burger? You wanted a burger, right? So when you go to the store and you buy for that burger, you're paying for someone to be in the slaughterhouse, and then they're so depressed about their job that they go home and they beat up their wife because they have mental health issues because they have to stab babies in the throat. How is that helping humans? Choose the veggie burger instead. You help them, you help the animals, you help yourself.
Okay.
All right?
I would suggest you don't buy products from China.
No problem. Absolutely. Cool. Thank you for coming by. Have a good day.
All right, you too.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And if you build Mark, I'm sorry for that.
Sorry?
If you build Mark, I'm sorry for that.
I would rather you think about what you said in terms of, not me personally, because you don't hurt my feelings, but the other people and the animals. Please be respectful to them.
Yeah.
Okay?
I think this guy probably took in more than the other guys.
I'm not saying that what you do is bad. I'm just saying there's a different way to resolve that issue. Whatever. It's all right.
Good afternoon.
You too.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm ready. I'm so ready.
Let's do it. Okay. All right, Skull Cliff. Oh, never mind. Okay. Well, maybe. Hold on. I'm gonna give it a second. Sometimes when I accept, it like has a huge delay. Okay, now I don't see them. Maxie. Hey.
Hello.
Hi. Are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Okay, right on. So if the only way to respect animals is to live vegan, why aren't you vegan yet?
Because I think you can eat animals and respect them at the same time. There's humane and less humane ways to go about it.
Is there a moral way? For me to use a human without their consent for my benefit?
I wouldn't say so, but I don't equate animals to humans. That's our disagreement.
So why should I respect humans?
Because humans are the only species that can show moral justification. They can show a higher understanding of what right and wrong is. And you can't find another animal that even comes close to them in that regard.
Okay. So what about humans that can't do that? Can I disrespect them and use them?
Sorry, are you referring to like children or disabled people? Like, where are you referring with that? Well, I would say that they are human. They have the capacity for babies. They obviously have the capacity to grow into someone who can do that. And people with disabilities.
Are you denying that there are people that exist that will never become moral agents? Are you denying that those people exist?
Well, if someone's got a condition or a disability that prevents them from doing that themselves, then I'd still disagree with doing that to them because firstly, they are humans And if they didn't have that issue, they would still have the same capability. And secondly, us being humans means that we can
would it be
recognize
also that because if you were them, you can like see yourself in them, and if you were them, you would also want to be respected?
Well, not really. I mean, I can't sit here and say I know what it's like to be in that situation. I wouldn't really say that's where I'm going with it.
I didn't say that. I said when you look at someone else, regardless of their intelligence, they have some kind of deformity or maybe have lost some body part, despite whatever they look like, right? You still respect that human, right?
Yeah, because I recognize them as human.
So it has nothing to do with their ability to understand morality, right? Or to even have
But
logical
that's part of what makes them human. It's not the only factor. But
right,
that
but
is
these
a big
people that I'm
indicator.
talking about don't have that, and you agree that we should still respect them.
Because me as a human without that does have that moral framework, and I can see
So what is it
this
then
person's a
that
human,
makes
I don't want to harm
animals?
them.
What makes the animal so different from the population that I'm talking about?
Can they show? Well, they're not that different. That's the point. That's why we call. I mean, I know it's not the same as an animal. That's why sometimes people in comas, people who are heavily disabled, are referred to as vegetables because they don't do things.
Right. Well, that's
themselves.
disrespecting them. We
is.
are objectifying them. A vegetable is not an animal, by the way.
Yeah,
But
I know.
wanna-
That's why I
want to
said
be
that.
clear that you agree, though, that it's not about who someone's related to. It's the fact that they are a being that.
Sorry, I was just saying that I don't like when people say that they can respect animals and also farm them or like kill them, which is crazy.
Has preferences, and if you were in their position as a being who can make preferences, you would hope that your preferences to like bodily autonomy, to not be exploited, you would hope those would be respected even if you couldn't vocalize it, right? Or even be aware
as a
of it.
human, I would.
Right.
If I was an animal, I wouldn't give. I
So
wouldn't
what's
care.
the difference between what makes it okay to do this to animals and ignore their preferences, but not okay to do to the vulnerable populations that we're talking about?
Well, firstly, I don't think we benefit from doing that to the vulnerable population, as you say.
We could get lots of benefits.
What do we get?
We
What do
could
we get
use
from
them.
doing that to them?
We could use them just like we do the animals.
I mean,
Right,
I
we
don't,
could bring
unless you're
back
going to go eat
slavery.
someone. Slavery? How are you going to use a heavily disabled person for slavery? What?
Their labor, or maybe their hair, or maybe we unalive them at
Their
a young age for their
organs.
skin.
So I thought we were talking about someone who was like straight up comatose. Are we talking someone who still functions, who still moves around?
Yeah,
'Cause I
animals.
would-
You know that animals function and move around, right?
But we're comparing them to humans, right? You said someone who doesn't
Yeah,
show those
so-
same.
I don't think you understand how intelligent animals are. Cows are often compared to toddlers. Pigs are
So are
also
pigs.
To toddlers. That's not a compliment to their intelligence. That's me saying that's how large the distinction is between an adult, healthy human and any other species.
Okay. So the point is that a toddler, right, is a vulnerable individual who can't really speak up about, their preferences, but we can recognize that they're a sentient being who is making preferences and who avoids harm, right? And because they're vulnerable, we as moral agents who know the difference between right and wrong have a moral obligation to not exploit that child. And I'm saying that there's no difference between the child and the animal.
I think there's one difference, that being a toddler will grow into be an adult human and a chicken will never grow into be a human.
There are toddlers that I know you agree with me, there are toddlers that exist that will not make it to adulthood. We know they won't. Would that then make it
I
okay
don't think
to
you can say
exploit
that.
them?
How can you say that?
Because there are diseases. There's diseases like where their brain will not develop. They will not go past like maybe 2 years of age. It happens. So is it okay to exploit those individuals, those babies?
Well, again, there's no meaningful way you could exploit a toddler, I don't think.
I could make
not
baby
using them
bacon.
for slavery, as you just mentioned.
I can make baby bacon.
Yeah, it's called long pig.
So again, if you want to eat babies, all right, then you can go and do that. But I think 99% of the population will agree there is very little.
Do you agree that
benefit
it's
from
immoral?
that. Well, because they're a human, I agree. It's immoral.
Okay,
I
so you
wouldn't
keep
harm
saying
another
human, but you can't tell me the difference.
I've told you, a healthy.
It's literally
human
it's
with
literally
very
just a
abnormalities.
name. It's literally just a name or DNA. But either way, you're still saying because you're outside of my group, I'm going to ignore the fact that you have the capacity to suffer, that you have your own preferences, and that you care what happens to you. I'm going to ignore that for my benefit so that I can use you. Does that sound
I'm not
like,
ignoring it.
Does that sound like moral logic? Well, you're
I'm not
degrading
ignoring it. I'm just putting
You're,
it below
you're
mine.
demeaning it so that it's like it
Yeah.
means less to them. We just stop breeding them into existence then.
So you think that no life at all would be better for them than a long life until
Of
they get
slavery,
eaten?
yes.
Actually? Well,
I
how
think
can you make that?
And they don't live a long life.
Depends on the farm. Depends on the.
How long do you
ranch
think
you go
cows
to.
live for?
Cows live.
Well, if you're in a breeding factory, it would be very short.
long
It'd be
do
a couple,
cows live
not
for?
even a couple years.
How long do cows live for?
Their lifetime, I would assume, maybe 10 years, maybe a bit
20
longer.
years. They can live up to 20 years. Some of them can live up to 40. And dairy cows, how old do you think they are when they're unalived?
Probably a year, 12
They're
months.
5. At 5, 6
Okay.
maybe.
Hey,
But
that's better than
year,
I thought. They get
every
6
year,
years alive.
they have a
way
farmer
better than I
plunge
thought.
their arm up their bum and go back and forth to make sure that she gets pregnant. It's more efficient. And
Yeah.
the bulls are aggressive, it can harm the cows. So we actually have loopholes in our laws for bestiality so that you can drink dairy.
I mean,
Do you think
I do agree there's
bestiality
some
is
horrible
moral?
things that go on
Do you
in
think
breeding
bestiality
factories.
is moral?
No, I don't. I
Right.
never said that.
Okay, so why do you consume dairy?
Because it tastes good, and I put my
So
preferences
because
above
something
that.
tastes good, it's okay to grape an animal?
So if you go to a farm where that's not necessary,
If something tastes good, is it moral to grape an animal then?
I think that's a bit of a reach. No, it's not moral.
Okay.
How is it a reach? It's literally what it is.
Because you're not doing
Paying
it
them.
for the
You're
purpose
saying,
of-
farmer, I need milk. And the farmer says, the only way I can do that is if I
Damn it, sorry, I was muted again. So I was just saying that I stayed at a farm. I went camping recently. Sorry, I was muted because the dog was barking. I went camping recently and I stayed at this farm and they had chickens. And in the chicken coop, I went over to see the chickens and there were a couple roosters running around, but all the chickens in the coop, they had all their wings were all clipped and like their feathers were clipped. So they couldn't, I guess they said they couldn't fly away. But they were all in the coop. So I don't know, it was just seemed really messed up to me. They all looked all messed up.
I grape this cow, and you're like, here's my money. Plunge.
The farmers
I mean,
literally
again, there's different
bank off
types
the
of
male
farms.
cows.
Maxie,
There's different types of farms you can
How
go
do you
to.
get a cow pregnant without graping her?
What do you mean? How would cows exist today if they couldn't reproduce naturally? How
We
would they
literally
exist?
breed them, Maxie. We took them out of the wild.
So
we
how do they
control
exist
their
in the wild?
numbers.
Genetically, no. The cows that we eat and that we breed have been genetically modified for so many years that naturally they cannot reproduce anymore. We have to do it artificially.
Yeah, so we have to do it, otherwise they'll be unalived.
No,
So
we just
again,
stop.
what makes you say
We
that
just
they
stop.
deserve death more than
Maxie,
life?
Maxie, you're literally justifying human slavery right now. Because
Human
your
slavery.
argument right now is that I should be having as many babies as possible because I'm denying so many individuals the opportunity of life, right? Even though it may be a life of misery because I can't support a ton of babies, right? I should be having as many, and you should be too. What are you doing? You should be having babies right now, as many
Right
as
now.
possible, because you're denying so many people the existence of life right now. Every time that
That's
you
not
whack
what I
off,
said.
every time that you whack off without being with a person that you can actually repopulate with, you are being selfish and you are denying someone life.
That's not what I said. An equivalence, would you be saying?
Well, then why
no
are
to
you
that babies
saying
ever
that
again?
that because someone is being forced into existence to be a slave, that's better than non-existence?
I'm saying you can't make that choice for them, and neither can I.
What
But
are you
until they
talking
find
about?
A way of communicating,
What are you talking?
We literally
they keep
are
doing
when
it.
we breed them.
If cows learned
You're-
how to speak and said stop,
No,
into
Max, you
existence,
keep
I might listen.
You keep contradicting yourself, dude. Like a lot.
It's terrible.
The equivalent to what you
I'm
said
gonna move
before.
on soon because you're really just debate broing me. I mean, I know you agree with me that we shouldn't cause
I
animals
don't.
unnecessary harm. Like, I'm sure you agree that locking a dog in a hot car is immoral, right?
You get no benefit from that, right? You
I
get
do
benefit
actually.
from
I
eating
do. I do
cows.
because my dog will actually chew up my couch. So in my car, they can't destroy any of the stuffing in there. I've actually got it so it's set up they can't do it, and I really have to
Hey, Axel.
go to this 3-hour class, even though it's like 90 degrees outside, and I don't have AC in the car. So super convenient for me, and I'm gonna go get my exercise and socialize and be a good person with other people. In fact, we're actually gonna go feed the hungry, right? Is it moral for me to leave my dog in the car?
So just to clarify, you're a vegan, you're against animal exploitation, but you have a pet dog. Am I hearing that right?
I like that you can't even
Is that
focus
correct?
on my point. I don't actually
Because
have a dog.
you're vegan and you have a pet dog. Doesn't that
Maxie,
go against everything you
come
stand
back.
for?
Come back, man. I don't have a dog.
So you're changing the subject.
Exactly.
You
Like,
don't
you
have
know
a
what?
pet. Why would you put that hypothetical?
I'm done
What a
talking
dummy.
to him. He's so dumb. He's so dumb. Okay, I'll go over both.
He's probably like 16.
I know. I'll go over both for him. I know he feels like he won. Okay, first off, it's immoral to lock a dog in a car. I know that was really hard for you to answer and you had to dodge. I know that was really hard. It kind of put you in a weird corner and you felt really weird about it. I got it. Okay, and then 2, I don't have a companion dog. I do have a companion cat. And the difference is that I went somewhere. I asked who has been here the longest. Well, actually, my partner did. Went in there. We asked who had been there the longest, and we took that individual home. So there's the difference. I went and rescued someone. Other people that are getting pets who go to breeders are looking for a toy, an accessory. They're not looking at someone who genuinely needs their help. And they're perpetuating that someone be born into existence to be used. So I hope that answers your questions. You were
Yeah, I got my dog from an older lady that lived down the street, but she got her from, she rescued her. She was a runaway. Ended up like at the pound or whatever. But she had her for a few months and she was too much for her because she's like super energetic. And she already had a couple other dogs. So she wasn't getting any attention. And then she kind of picked me too. So yeah, I tell people that I'm her human. She's not really my dog. She makes all the rules.
very egotistical.
She's vegan too.
Ridiculous. Are you ready for another one?
I think so. Let's do it.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna play one of these other videos. I got a couple lined up here. Hold on. Let's do
Aren't you vegan yet? You've been listening to a conversation I've just been having.
Yes.
And it seems like you have some questions or some ideas or thoughts. So let me know what you think.
So
we'll go back to VSL in a little bit.
my first question for you is, what is your opinion on the native tribes such as the Inuit who live up in Alaska who don't have easy access to these fresh produce that you're wanting them to eat and instead rely on the animals they hunt?
Yeah, well, the issue of what we do to animals is an issue of necessity. This question of veganism comes down to the options and choices that we have. So there are obviously people in the world who don't have the availability or the access to be plant-based or to be vegan, who are maybe in tribes and in indigenous communities where they don't have the access that you and I have, where we live with the the means that we have. And so as a consequence of that, the morality of that situation is very different because they hunt animals and eat animals out of necessity. But the point of me being here with the banner about why aren't you vegan yet is to draw on the fact that it's about you and I and the situation that we have and the means that we have, which is why it becomes a moral issue for us.
I mean, you talk about, us like we are not part of these indigenous tribes. I mean, these indigenous tribes, yes, they live, out remote away from, civilization, but many of them, they don't see veganism as like, they don't want veganism because they...
Well, what about you?
I don't want to be vegan.
And why don't you want to be vegan?
Because, one, I I'm a neurotic, which means I'm very sensitive to certain things, so I already am, picky about what I eat, and so...
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier, right? Just because somebody's sensitive to some things, or they're picky, they're like, automatically, like, vegan is stupid, I'll never be a vegan, like, I can never do that, like, it's crazy.
So trying to find like a substitute for the nutrients that I need is very risky. So eating meat that I know, meat that I understand, it helps me that way. However, with these...
How does she know and understand meat? Like, she's just comfortable with it because that's like, yeah, that's what she's comfortable with. Like, I don't think she really understands what she's doing.
These indigenous tribes, they, because you have to understand, veganism is very much a white colonized thought. It very much is.
Well, people say that, but then also people say that when you look at the roots of non-harming animals for diets, it's deep-rooted in places like Hindu cultures and Jainist cultures. And so the idea of abstaining from eating animals is very much deep-rooted in kind of like Buddhist, Hindu, and Jainist cultures, and not necessarily in a white colonialist process, at least.
Yes. But like Hinduism, they don't eat cows. They believe cows are sacred, but they eat other meats.
Well, not many don't, and historically many haven't as well. So I'm just saying that it's not strictly true that this idea of non-harm to animals is a strictly white colonialist thought. So I don't know if that holds up historically speaking.
Yeah, historically speaking, it's not. But this sudden boom of veganism is historically colonial.
What do you mean by colonial in this context then?
I mean colonial as in the white colonizers, as in the Europeans coming colonizing half the world. I mean the Americans colonizing the West. There's a recent surge in, white liberals who believe they're doing good and who believe, such as, you and I. And I'm not saying vegan is bad. Veganism is not bad. If you want to be vegan, be vegan.
Yeah, cool.
But when it comes to pressuring other people who don't want this and who have different beliefs. For instance, are you aware of the view of cosmocentrism?
No, you explain it to me.
So cosmocentrism is a worldwide view believed by many of its indigenous tribes in which everything is equal to each other. Me, you, the trees, the grass, the water, the rocks, the animals are all equal to each other. And animals hear us and they understand us. And so with many people, such as the
Yeah, I like that to an extent. If she believed that, she would probably be vegan. I think if you believe that, you're probably vegan. That's kind of what that means, doesn't it? Isn't that kind of like what she was saying, in other words? Like when you're vegan, you respect everyone and everything as much as you can. Like I'm not wasting plants. I'm not out there trying to kill plants just because I like killing plants. You know what I mean? I harvest the plants that I need to eat. I don't need to kill any animals.
Not the Inuit tribe. There's another tribe in Alaska. It starts with a K. I can't remember at the moment. They believe that the earth was made by the raven. Their god, to put it in terms, is a raven.
Yeah.
But they hunt elk and they hunt moose.
Yeah.
But they don't just hunt them, they respect the animal. They take everything from the animal and they thank the animal.
Yeah.
And they thank the animal in several ways. They don't talk about hunting moose. They just say, I'm gonna go out. Because they know the moose hears them. And if they say, I'm gonna go hunt moose, the moose hears that and says, they're not worthy to have me.
Oh, okay.
See you, Jeremy.
They are not worthy to eat me, and so it hides.
because they presumably don't want to be killed if they're going to be alerted to that. But the point that I'm making is that I'm not in those areas of the world talking to indigenous people in those areas. I'm talking to people here. And whilst we may make the argument that when we look at the rise of veganism as a popular cultural thing, it's kind of emerging from places in Europe, Australia, and the US. Actually, when you look at the growth rates of veganism, in America, one of the biggest demographics in terms of adopting veganism are African Americans. And so to make the claim that it's a strictly white colonialist thing doesn't hold up, especially as white vegans aren't going to indigenous communities in Alaska and aren't trying to impose that on them. You know, I'm here in Dallas talking to people like yourself.
Physically, but through social media, there has been a push of people saying, you know, Inuit tribes who hunt beluga whales, which are not endangered in any way, people are saying that's wrong, you can't do that, and they say that is our only source of nutrients.
But at the same time, what can be easy to do, especially when we have views about a certain group of people, is we can take people from that group who kind of maybe portray views that could be considered extremist or views that could be considered impractical, and we can use those to try and almost, you know, more of a nuanced understanding that there are people in the world who have a different relationship based on the environment that they live in, and hence I'm not going to make the claim that people who are hunting belugas out of necessity to survive should be held to the same moral standard that you and I can with the choices that we have. And that's what's important.
You say moral standard because you're saying that them hunting beluga is morally wrong.
No, I'm saying in a situation of necessity, it's different. Like with humans, if I said, you know, shooting a human is morally wrong, it is. But if you have to shoot a human out of necessity, then it becomes morally justified. So I can say harming an animal is morally wrong, but if you have to harm the animal to survive, then it can become justified. So issues of morality are always nuanced based on those circumstances. But by and large, the general rule should be, if we can avoid causing unnecessary harm to someone, morally speaking, we should try to pursue that option. What do you think about that?
I mean, yeah, I fully agree. And so my question is just, why are you here asking these people why we're not vegan? What is your reason for that?
Because it's a thing that we don't often think about. It's an idea that most of us don't kind of like consider when we're buying food. And most of us in society are against, you know, animals being unnecessarily harmed. And so morally speaking, we already agree that reducing suffering for animals is morally preferable. But when we go into a supermarket or onto an ordering app or whatever and we buy food, we don't really think about the process of what we're supporting because, you know, it's culturally normalized. We've been raised with that. And so the purpose of me being here isn't with this kind of naive opinion that everyone's going to sit down, agree with me and be like, hey, I'm going to be vegan now, but it's to try and like maybe ask questions and talk about topics that people maybe haven't considered and to try and get maybe a deeper reflection on those values and ideas, because it is a moral issue, and morally we do agree with reducing suffering. It's just that we haven't always thought about the suffering that occurs for our food that we consume.
Okay, so I know because I was raised in the Texas education system. Yeah. I'm sure many people here were.
I'm sure.
We were all taught high school, like health class or whatever, how fast food was made, and they show us like the slaughter camps and all of that of the animals and whatnot, and they try to traumatize us and whatnot, and they're like, don't eat fast food, that's why you only eat, you know, real meat and whatever. But then they don't say that that exact same process happens for real meat. So one, that's, you know, a whole issue, but you have the plant-based produce, right? You have, who is growing this plant-based produce? It's immigrants who are undocumented, who are being paid cents a day they are being exploited on their own reason. Yeah. Yes, animals are being exploited and they're being harmed, but so are humans. Yeah. And so you saying that, you know, what's, you know, morally, you know, overall better to have plant-based, that's also like, it's a gray area because you're also furthering harm on these people.
So we have a very
little thing about fast food, and the first stream when we were watching Ken Berry and reacting to what he said on ChatGPT about eating what was it, all the preservatives and stuff like that in the processed meat, and then cooking it at higher temperature. That's where all the carcinogens come from, and all the bad things in all the meat. Ken Berry it was a short I saw right after my stream. It was his McDonald's order. He went to McDonald's and just ordered 7 patties all stacked up. and was just eating the patties. Like, so from his video, the research was showing that you shouldn't eat processed meats or meats that are cooked at a high temperature. And then in his short, he was doing that exact thing. It was just kind of funny. Yeah, Ken Berry. 7 like quarter pounder patties. That was it.
Imperfect system, not just agriculturally speaking, but just generally speaking. There is a huge amount of exploitation that happens in all different systems, and that's unfortunately a thing that needs to be challenged. So I will never say that veganism is perfect. But
that's why he's got so many followers. He just does stupid like stuff like that, especially like be viral. It's clearly not healthy.
Plant-based production is perfect. It isn't. What it is it's a reduction of harm. And the reason it's a reduction of harm is because everything you just described in terms of what's happening to humans happens in the animal farming industries as well. It's the same people growing the feed for the animals. It's the same people working in the factory farms and undocumented migrants. And it's those people working in slaughterhouses. And slaughterhouse work has been shown to increase rates of PTSD, mental health problems, suicide, drug and alcohol abuse. So the situation of animal farming also causes intense human suffering, and in many ways the same, and also with an add-on of what happens in a slaughterhouse. So it's a reduction of suffering, but it doesn't mean we should stop there. We should challenge.
I didn't go back in the live stream and get that link. If you want to send it, if you want to copy it into the chat again, I can grab it now. Otherwise, I will grab it.
That, and what we need is a plant-based food system that takes out the animal suffering and challenges that suffering of humans as well, to create a fairer system for everyone.
I agree. Have you considered going about it perhaps the other way, saying we need to focus on humans first? We need to focus on getting these undocumented immigrants, one, that, making them welcome in this country, giving them fair pay, giving them fair rights, all of these things, making them not fear being deported, because then once you get their support, they'll be much more likely to help us in reducing the harming of animals. They'd be able to help us, say, to go on strike against these slaughter facilities. It's all about how you go about things. Yes,
we can do both at the same time, though, is the argument I'd make. But we can tackle this animal exploitation and the human animal exploitation at the same time, and create a system which is growing plants which is best for animals and takes into consideration the rights these humans deserve, so that we create a fairer system for everyone.
In a perfect world, we can go about it at the same time. This is not a perfect world, and that it would be an incredibly difficult thing to do. And so,
but it's incredibly difficult, whatever. So we might as well try to do that.
So that's one way to really disrupt these industries, is to cost them money, right? A mink place that they just broke a bunch of minks out of, I think, recently, or something like that. It's going to cost them a lot of money, so that they might have to shut down. We need to do that on a larger scale. Other industries.
And the first thing we can do is abstain from the animal products, and then with our time, if this is something like you yourself clearly care about, and for a righteous and just reason, we can take out the animals and then campaign to create accountability for farmers to make sure that they're treating humans right. Of course it's going to be a challenge, but it's a challenge whichever route we take, so let's take the route that gets us to where we want to be for the benefit of everyone.
I mean, either way, you're going for the benefit of everyone. That way is just your worldview. You're wanting to help the animals first and then humans second.
We can do both at the same time.
Yes, but you are deliberately going animals first, slaughterhouses, then to the agricultural plants. It doesn't matter if you are also helping humans in that slaughterhouses. Your main focus is those animals, is it not?
My main focus is to create a better agricultural system for everyone, and veganism is that, because veganism isn't just about consuming plants, it's about creating a system that reduces exploitation, and that's not just to non-human animals. So as a vegan, I wouldn't be, if we had a situation where it was just plant-based agriculture, but everything you're describing still exists, well, as vegans, I would hope, and I certainly would as a vegan, think, well, this isn't where we want to be. So I'm not saying that it's about just animals, I'm saying it's about humans as well. But we shouldn't just say, hey, let's try and help the humans in slaughterhouses, but not help the animals in slaughterhouses, when we can help animals and humans in slaughterhouses by not paying for it, and then help those workers.
Get, plant-based products from those type of companies? Do you know those companies that do that? Are you avoiding that, or are you still buying from those companies?
Well, the supply chain is murky, isn't it? And so I can't sit here and say honestly that I don't pay for that to happen, because I can't honestly say that. But that doesn't mean that I agree with it. And if I had the choice in front of me in a supermarket to say, hey, this comes from here and this comes from here, if I had that choice, I would buy that. But we don't have that choice yet, because the supply chains are so, ubiquitously bad. So we need to challenge that as well.
Meat-based products, there are companies that do that, but there are also companies that don't. There are organically grown.
But they still cause harm. They still end up in the same slaughterhouses. They're still killed in the same way.
No. I'm talking about those that are like very local, very.
Yeah, I know.
They kill animals again in a humane way. Again, the idea is that.
But what does humane mean? When we say humane,
if you kill them in a humane way where they don't.
Yeah, thanks. I got the folder.
Don't feel pain in a halal way, right? They don't feel pain where they are cooked a certain way, right? They don't have any added stuff, any non.
What is halal? How do they kill animals halal?
They kill them without pain.
How describe the process?
I cannot tell you specifically because I am not Muslim.
But you can tell me that they die without pain, but you can't tell me how they're killed.
Yes, because I have Muslim friends and I ask them, I'm like, what does halal mean? They say basically they're killed in a very specific way where they, as less pain as possible.
Can I tell you how they're killed? They have their throats cut, but they're not rendered unconscious. So they're conscious and they have their throats cut.
Is that how they're killed in the halal way?
Yeah. Kosher and halal, that's what it means.
But, okay, so again, that's all about anatomy.
Do you think that sounds compassionate?
It's more compassionate than other ways of killing them.
It is, but is it more compassionate than not killing them?
They're gonna. The base of the problem is, if you have respect for the animal, right?
Can you respectfully cut their throat for an unnecessary reason?
That's what indigenous people do. Indigenous people hunt in a respectful way.
But people who buy meat from slaughterhouses when they don't have to.
People from slaughterhouses, no. But again, if you go from organically sourced, small, very small companies, their meat is expensive because they are so small. But
they're still killed in the same way, though. They may be raised slightly different, but they're still killed in the same way. The standards still apply. Halal, kosher, or even just the USDA, humane regulations. It's the same in all slaughterhouses.
Yeah, but. Yeah, so they're kill them. I'm saying you can kill them in the cosmocentric worldview. You can kill them in a respectful way where you thank the animal, where you.
Does that help the animal? Does us thanking the animal
in a
help the
cosmocentric worldview? Yes, it does.
But would it not be better just to eat the plants?
No, because
morally there's no difference.
Has to remain balanced. So
there's no balance in animal farming. Animal farming destroys balance. It destroys the environment. We're artificially breeding animals into existence. We're selectively breeding them, giving them hormones, and then we're killing them in slaughterhouses. But we're talking about slaughterhouses right now.
I'm not talking about slaughterhouse. I'm talking about locally grown ranges,
which
right?
still go to the same slaughterhouses.
They do not go to the same slaughterhouses,
They do. They may be raised differently, but they're killed in the same ways. They're killed in the same methods with the same techniques. They're killed in the same
ways, but they do not go to slaughterhouses. They stay at the ranch. These are their own meat suppliers. They grow and kill their own meat.
They may have local slaughterhouses, but it doesn't matter. They're killed in the exact same way. They may not go to some of the big industrial Smithfield slaughterhouses, but they're still killed in the same way. And for that individual animal, the experience that they endure is the same because the method and the action is still the same.
The action is still the same, but it's, again, least pain as possible, so they're cutting the throat at the right place where the cow, honestly, just falls unconscious. They don't feel
They bleed out. And are we saying that is it compassionate to unnecessarily kill someone else? Is that compassionate?
Someone else? No, it's an animal.
But we're animals too.
We are animals too, but we are different from animals in that we have conscious thought.
So do they. They're conscious. And if they're not a someone, what are they? A something?
They are some.
16 minutes into this, and she's doesn't realize that animals are conscious and have conscious thoughts.
Thing that, see, that I'm trying to explain the cosmos, like with cosmocentric worldview and with animism, right? Again, something indigenous people, most indigenous tribes believe in. There is a difference, right? You know, you have to understand that the indigenous people, they were doing.
Yeah, exactly. That's the worst part. She's not open to being wrong.
This before us.
But I'm not so interested in indigenous people. I'm not interested in people in those scenarios. I'm just talking about the everyday
person. It doesn't have to be in their scenarios. I myself am trying to follow the cosmocentric worldview, and so I only try to buy meat products that were sourcely grown, raised, and slaughtered here, right? So I know that they living their full life. They were not stuck in 2x2 pens or whatever. But they were still respected, right?
But they don't live their full life. You know, they're killed, you know, cows can live to 20, 25, they're killed at 12 to 24 months. And respect is a mutual thing. When you sat down with me, we've had a respectful conversation because we've listened, we've engaged with each other. You know, we haven't shouted over each other, we haven't cursed, we haven't been nasty, and that's respectful because it's a mutual. I'm trying to understand your thoughts and your feelings, and you know, I feel like you're reciprocating and doing the same for me. But what we do to animals isn't respectful because it's a non-consensual thing. We force them into these environments for something that we want.
Not necessarily non-consensual. Again, with the cosmocentric worldview, the moose will gladly give himself up to the hunter.
But does the cow gladly walk into the slaughterhouse and present their throat?
No, technically, no. But a cow is different from a moose in that they are domestic,
sure,
right?
But they're still sentient. They still have feelings. To domesticate just means that we've kind of like, you know, given them certain traits to make them more passive, so we can farm them. But they're still inherently the sentient, conscious beings, just like the moose and the elks and other animals in the wild.
Yes, but it's hard to explain if I don't have my notes with me, but there is that nuanced difference that many indigenous tribes have followed. You have, for instance, the Comanche tribes, right, who hunted buffalo or the bison. They hunted them, some could argue, in an inhumane way. They would chase them off cliffs. They would, you know, they would kill them. They would feel harm. But they still thanked the animal. They still took everything from that animal. If we took everything from the cow and put it to use instead of just taking the meat and throwing the rest away.
We don't. We boil the bones down, turn it into gelatin. We do use everything. We use blood and make it into different things. So we do use everything from the animal. But that issue of respect, again, I think you can do something more respectfully when you have to, which these indigenous tribes, they have to. But for most people in society, they're paying for animals to be put into a slaughterhouse when they don't have to. And these things are being done to these animals, and it's not consensual. They don't willfully walk there. So it's an unnecessary action that doesn't need to take place by the virtue of it being unnecessary. And we have an option that reduces that harm that we can cause. And that's the primary argument I'm trying to make, that we have a choice. We have choice. And when people have choice, that's when these issues become moral issues.
Would it be different if I were to say, grow my own chickens and kill my own chickens and eat them?
No, because we're still killing them. We're still taking their life from them when we don't have to. So whilst that system may be preferable for the chickens up until the point that they're killed, that point still has to arrive. And that point is when it becomes an immoral thing because you're needlessly taking their life from them.
I'm not needlessly taking their life. I gotta eat.
But you don't have to eat them.
That can be argued, right?
Well, no. For most people, it can't be argued. That's the point. For most people, it can't be, and that's the point I'm making. For most people, they don't have to cut the throat of the chicken. They could just eat something else instead.
Yeah, okay, if you don't want to eat meat, don't eat meat, all right? That's the fair thing. But you trying to, you know, you say broaden the horizons of these people, but really you're wanting to make them feel guilty for consuming these meat products.
No, I'm not trying to make anyone feel guilty. I'm just having a conversation where I'm asking people why they're not vegan and trying to establish their views on it. I'm not trying to make you feel guilty. I'm just trying to ask questions and, you know, and respond to your questions that are, you know, authentic to my...
If you eat meat, you should feel guilty.
Feelings, and in a way that potentially allows us to reach some commonality, which I think is important here. So I'm not trying to make you feel guilty, but interestingly, guilt is an emotion which comes from the sense of morals. You know, if we feel guilty about something, it comes from the sense of there's something to feel guilty about. You know, if I pick up a rock and throw the rock on the floor, I don't feel guilty. If I pick up a piglet and throw a piglet on the floor, I do, because I recognize that that action is causing harm, and that's why I feel guilty. So guilt can often be a powerful emotion in helping us determine how we view something when it comes to that being right or wrong.
Last thought before I go to class. You were talking about picking up the rock, throwing it on the ground. Indigenous people see that rock as a soul. It has a soul,
sure.
Right? And so they also would not pick up a rock and throw it on the ground.
I'm not saying that I would do that, but I'm just saying that I would feel less guilty because I recognise that action causes less harm. And the feeling of guilt that you have comes from the concept that there's a notion of harm being inflicted.
So what I would encourage you to do is to look into cosmocentric worldview and to look into how these indigenous people have lived their lives thousands of years before we have come to them, and recognize how they were able to hunt, but in a way that's a community. They bring the community together in a way that honors the animal, in a way that even with the cow, the domestic cow, they do it in a way that honors the animal. Even if they're being killed or not, the animal is giving up its life for us. We are thankful for that animal for giving us its nutrients.
Indigenous people that have to hunt to survive, I have no bones with. I'm accepting that people have to do that to live. So, like I've said, and just want to say right again at the end, the situation I'm describing is not the situation I'm here to oppose.
No.
I'm asking people at this university in Dallas why they are vegan. Because they're not an Indigenous person in Alaska who has to hunt to survive.
Yeah,
they're a person who is paying for an animal to be unnecessarily killed.
It's not about, what I was describing then can be here at UTD Dallas. That's what I personally try to do.
Stake is nothing like what they're doing. The only thing is an animal has died, but in that situation it's justified, but in this situation it isn't.
I gotta get plus.
Okay. All right, thanks so much, Q. Have a great day.
And she ran.
Animal sanctuary in Victoria. We're going to go meet the animals.
Oh.
Oh, this must.
Alright, now this will be a little bit different. This will be happy at least.
Must be in memory of Edgar the Pig, 2003 to 2000. The pig, because look, there's all these references. There's rescue. We should go ask. Okay, I guess I'm doing this. Everyone, disinfect your boots. If we could live happy and healthy lives without harming others, why wouldn't we? Followed by a pig. I love you. Look at him. Is that Kelly?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's Kelly from South Australia. Are you from South Australia? Yeah. Kelly? Yeah, how are you going? Good to see you.
You too.
I was just asking at the front, is Edgar the Pig that this place is named after?
Yeah. So it started when Pam rescued him. Pam teamed up with Animals Australia as part of their Save Babe campaign.
Yeah.
They wanted to get a photo of James Cromwell on the steps of Parliament House with a piggy.
Yeah.
And they did, and that piggy was Edgar, which then led to the start of Edgar's mission.
Wow, like a fantasy playground for animals. It's amazing. Where should we start? Can we do like the whole round trip tour?
I'll grab some Wheat Bix and chicken food. We can start in Chicken Village.
Okay, yeah.
And then kind of walk around the whole sanctuary.
Chicken Village? Yes. Oh my god, look at his hairstyle. Okay, we're in the chicken wonderland called Chicken Village. And there's Rod Stewart. Oh, look at your legs. Hey kids. Look at your hair.
Oh, okay. 8 minutes.
Oh, better not. They might peck my finger.
I like chickens.
So the brown hens, these ones, they're called eyes of browns. So they're typically rescued from commercial egg-laying industry.
Yeah. Check out, they got little houses. Oh, they got little house here. A little wind chime. This is so good. How good, eh? Look, they've got their own little park bench.
That's cool.
A little chicken bench. Hello, mate. Hello. The eye in kindness. What a good idea. Oh my god, he's got a turkeys.
Oh, man.
Oh, hello.
Turkeys.
What's your name?
Ballerina.
Okay, Ballerina. A couple of years is a long time for them to survive after something like that, yeah?
They're actually doing really, really well.
Wow. Do they cut their nails so they don't fight in captivity?
Yes.
Are you guys used to people? They're used to having visitors and stuff like that, hey?
Yeah, so he's fluffing himself up now to impress you.
Oh.
So he won't steal his girlfriend.
I don't want that. I've got a girlfriend, that's fine. Wow, they're so amazing. I love turkeys. And their ears are so amazing when they've got the little fur on their little ears.
It's so cute.
Oh, hello, darling. Oh, you're lucky to be here in the animal wonderland here.
Come say hi to Eddie.
Hello, Eddie.
Good to meet you.
Oh my God. 3 legs cruising around, yeah?
Really well.
Oh dear, you like scratches.
Buddy.
You're beautiful, Snow White. Where's the dwarfs? Where's the 7 dwarfs? In the chicken village? Eddie's got to come for the tour.
Yeah.
Eddie's got
Ring in,
Okay.
right here in Victoria.
Okay.
And
It's the same leg that my cat was missing.
Oh, these are awesome. So good.
with her 2 babies.
Oh my dear Lord, have mercy. Look how adorable. Okay, so the guys here at the sanctuary put... Wow. Is that yummy? Did you like that, Hansel? Like a big puppy dog. Where's Hansel from?
So Hansel was rescued from a dairy farm.
Okay.
He was just a week old.
Okay.
And he's 10 years old now.
Wow. Because the boys in the dairy farm usually, they're slaughtered really young, aren't they?
They're usually killed in their first week of life.
Yeah.
It's wastage.
Yep. So he was very lucky.
He was very, very lucky. We also have a few other cows in here too. I think Clarabelle's coming over to say hi. So Clarabelle, she's the lighter coloured Jersey cow just behind
Yep.
Hansel, and she was on a dairy farm for 5 years. Every year she'd given birth to a baby
Okay.
and had the baby taken away from her so her milk could be used for human consumption.
Yep.
And she ended up here because she was actually marked for slaughter at the time, but pregnant.
Okay.
And we were able to arrange her rescue here, and so we knew she was pregnant but didn't know when she was going to give birth, and she was actually in this paddock here, so it had the bushland along the side. And she was always really friendly to start off with, would come over to the fence to say hi and for food and pats and cuddles. And then one day she was slightly more withdrawn.
Yep.
And one of her teats had dropped. And we're like, and she kept looking back to the forest area. And we're like, oh, she's had her baby. But couldn't find her baby anywhere.
Wow.
And she'd gone and hidden her baby in the forest area. And she did that for about 3 months. So every time we went and found her baby, she'd go and make her stand up and move her somewhere else. And she did this for 3 months till she realized, you guys aren't going to hurt my baby anymore.
Yeah.
And kind of proudly brought her out to show the world. And her baby is named Valentine because we found her on Valentine's Day. And her baby is this big baby in the paddock here.
Oh, the bronze sort of brown.
Always still with her mum, which
wow.
is... I think
What
it's
a
such a
beautiful
beautiful story that really highlights that bond, that it's not
Yeah.
just us that have that with our children, it's all animals as well.
Yeah.
And so beautiful that Clarabelle gets to spend the rest of her life with one of her babies.
Because like I'm doing a campaign at the moment and people are saying, well, they don't understand their calf has been taken. You can't call it kidnap, they don't know. And this just proves that after, 5 abductions of her calf, she's just, you're going to take this one away, I'm going to hide this baby. Yeah. So like this just disproves all of this nonsense that they don't understand. I mean, the dairy industry is just so traumatic for mothers and for everyone involved. It's so horrible. But to have a beautiful story like this is just, it's wonderful.
So Babe was born completely blind.
Oh
and
dear.
Sophie is her friend on the left, and Sophie is her seeing eye cow. So
Oh.
like we went Ray.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. Trying to hide the baby. It's like animals want to trust us until we break the trust. Yeah, it's really sad.
And Lambini.
Yeah.
Lambini wears the collar with the bell. So Sophie wears a little collar on it with the bell. So Babe can always hear where she is and follow around by the sound.
Wow, babe, you got your own seeing eye cow helping you out.
So they're the best of friends. And Sophie loves to groom Babe, so she loves licking her face. And it's like,
Oh, so you're looking after each other. Thanks for helping out, babe. Thanks for helping out, babe. You're a true friend.
Pretty crazy.
Let's try to get some honest actors up here. I know that's a lot to ask, but please, can we have some honest people? That'd be great. Okay. Taco, are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm over 18.
Okay. So why aren't you vegan yet?
I never really put any thought into it. I mean, why are majority of people not vegan is kind of the question too. What are the benefits of being a vegan?
Okay. So is it just that you said you hadn't really thought about it? The benefits.
Yeah, I don't see a point. I don't know the benefits.
Is that, yeah, the benefits are, you know, that you're respecting others the way that you demand to be respected. That's the benefits. And if you do it, you can do it so that you're really healthy. You can do it just to live like, you know, with junk food or lazy. You know, you can do whatever, however you want. It's just about living without using someone else, without their consent.
That's interesting. I mean, didn't humans get to where we are using animals?
I mean, we got to where we are using slaves too.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that our society, yeah, we did do a lot of things in the past because we had to do it to survive. And now, luckily, we have the technology that we don't have to do it anymore. You know what I mean? Like, we have the ability to no longer cause this suffering, this like immense suffering. And so being vegan is just saying, hey, I don't want to be part of this anymore.
That's cool. That's cool.
So why aren't you vegan?
I mean, I don't see the moral benefit of switching. You know, like, yeah, I understand where you're coming from, and you know, I can respect that. But
I mean, do you know what veganism even means?
Yeah, you don't use anything animal products.
I mean, that's a result of it, but that's not what veganism is. Veganism
So what is?
it's a principled stance against the exploitation of sentient beings. Specifically, we focus on the exploitation of animals and human-caused exploitation, but we also care about human rights.
So even eggs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unfortunately, the egg industry is pretty messed up. The chickens do not usually live a very good life at all, and it's a very short life.
So so technically you could still be vegan and eat meat based on what you said. If it's about exploitation. I mean, what if you came across an animal that has already passed and is deceased and you use it to consume the food and there's no exploitation involved? Isn't that still like you're not crossing the barrier into, you know, like,
I mean,
do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's pretty gross. I mean, I guess if you want to do that, but
Well, like if you had like, I mean, I know this is a dumb example, but let's say you had a pet, or, and I'm not trying to be a troll at all, or, you know, like you got animals that live in your back field and one of them, hey, it moves on. You're not exploiting it at that point. You're actually,
Why don't we do this to humans?
well, we do. Humans do that to humans.
Someone plops over and they take that body and pull it apart, sell the or eat the meat and use the bones and the skin and the hair.
Have you ever heard of the term cannibalism?
Do you really think it's that common?
No, it's not. But I mean, it's
okay. Humans, of course it exists, but why do you think it's not common? Answer it.
Because it's nasty.
Nasty. It's just because it's gross?
it's not nasty to other cultures. Other cultures have been doing it for thousands of years.
And what's so gross about it? What's gross about it?
Eating another human?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is
gross?
a cultural practice in some parts of the world.
I don't know. Why do they do it?
Why is it gross though?
Well, it's not well, it's in my opinion.
We're talking about yeah, exactly. I only want to talk about your perspective. Why is it gross to you?
I don't know. I think it's something ingrained in most
I
people.
offer an
That's why
answer?
most people don't do that.
I can
What,
offer
an
an
answer
answer.
for me?
Yeah. You might relate
Yeah.
with it.
No,
Is it
for
that,
sure. Go ahead.
is it that you see yourself in other humans and that you wouldn't want to be cannibalized or
I know, yeah, that's a really good.
right? They don't want to be in that situation, most people, if they're being unalive for it, of course.
I do have a question, Taco. It's slightly related, slightly unrelated. How do you feel about other countries that regularly consume dogs and cats? I'm just curious, and like dolphins and stuff.
Dogs, cats, dolphins. I mean, how do I personally feel? That's see.
Like, do you think
I
it's
could.
acceptable?
I mean, it is what it is. Like, it happens. It's clear, you know. And people eat rats and insects and all kinds of stuff. But I mean, when I think about it, and you directly ask me, like, how would I feel about eating a dog? I mean, that's. I don't think I would necessarily want to.
And why is that?
Again, I think it just years of companionship, you know, wolves and domesticating them, and we've, you know, I've never eaten a dog or had the thought to want to eat a dog because they're our friends, you know.
That relationship, what do you think we learned about each other? What do you think we learned about them that made us not want to eat them?
Well, they help us. Dogs are, you know, like really beneficial tools throughout.
Okay, so it's only because they're a tool.
What are you trying to get to with the dogs and cats?
Is it that in a dog that we see they have a personality, that they're an
Well,
innocent being?
You get attached to them. I mean, you could have a pet fish. What if you had a pet catfish and it died? Like, people eat cat.
So, I've had a bunch of fish too. Not a bunch, but a couple. And a friend of mine has this huge fish tank, and he's probably had 100 different fish. And I talked to him about it when I first became vegan, and he was like thinking about it, all his fish, everything about them. Like, they have their own personalities. Like, he interacts with them and stuff. It's really cool. I've never seen anything like it. And, like, I haven't seen him much since then. But, like, he was thinking about it, and it made me really think about it.
Catfish.
I was upset when all my fish died. Like, throughout the couple of years that I had a couple of fish or whatever.
And you had a connection with someone, someone inside of
I wouldn't eat my dog.
And the thing is that pigs, I don't know how much time you've spent around pigs and cows and sheep and goats. I've spent a lot of time with them because I've worked at an animal sanctuary. They are just as intelligent, if not more intelligent than dogs. As loving, as affectionate, as funny as a dog.
So, yeah, and there's like a whole, you know, issue with the way that we pump them full of steroids, and then, you know, slaughter them and package them up, and, you know, you do that, and then it's on.
I was gonna say, imagine being that individual that lost their life to also being thrown away, and to add to it, actually, even if they weren't thrown away, to be the body that was unalived, consumed, and then pooped out into the sewers, I feel like is even more of an insult.
What are your thoughts on? Yeah, there's a whole lot of complications with that. It's unethical. I mean, I think people that eat meat also agree with that. You know, the whole KFC stuff. But
I'm not even describing fast food. I'm saying any animal that you consume, right, had to lose their life so that that's what their destiny is.
Not only that, and their whole life was 15 minutes of a tasty sandwich to you.
What is it? I have nothing.
You know?
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point. And it's there's a lot of people that don't even need to be eating that food in the first place. It's just gluttony.
I mean, most people do not need to eat in 2025. It's pretty easy now.
The Octopus Teacher. I will definitely check that out.
Honestly.
So why do more people not do it then? What do you think the answer to that is?
Actually, this is a great question, because right now in the vegan community, there's a lot of back and forth on what is holding back the animal rights movement. Often you see commercials, billboards, radio ads, constantly talking about how to be a man eating meat, how to be social eating animal products. You know, you're only going to be healthy if you consume animal products. Calcium only comes from cow's milk. Protein only comes from animal products. How often are you fed those messages versus us, the abolitionists, speaking up for the victims? You know, that's why we don't have more people.
It's very, very hard for anyone, whether it's diet, whether it's lifestyle, anything really. It's hard for people to change, you know, like especially if we were raised one way for a very long time, it's hard to move away from that, whatever it might be. So, I mean, if we were raised thinking that meat is great, we need it, it's part of our culture, our family gatherings, like we have all these advertisements. I mean, it's difficult to shift your mind away from that.
Were you always vegan, or if not, when did you make the decision to switch over?
I've been vegan for 10 years and I'm 36 years old. I was raised eating a lot of meat. It's, you know, I'm Jewish and a lot of Jewish food is very like meat heavy. And I grew up fishing with my dad and all that, you know.
Did you like the taste of meat?
Loved it. I loved the taste of meat. I would make steaks regularly. It was like my favorite food. I'm never going to be one of those vegans that says that the taste of meat was gross to me. It wasn't. It was great.
So why did you become a vegan? Like, what was that defining moment in your life where you're like, okay, this...
Have any of you guys had the Juicy Marbles or the Chunk Foods steaks? I really want to try them.
This makes more sense, and you know you're gonna go down that path now.
The light bulb, I will say that, I mean, there was a lot leading up to it. There really was. But the light bulb moment for me, and I want to be careful with what I say because I don't want anyone to get in trouble. But I was doing, in my younger years, some schmikadelics. and when I was coming down from it, I needed to eat, and I was gonna make some meat, and then I looked at it and I was like, what is this? This is an actual...
This is Chunk Foods. It's just like Juicy Marbles. They have a couple different products. But, oh, I guess that was the one here. These are the ingredients right here. So soy protein. Yeah, it's cultured. They have like this pulled steak. I think I went to a restaurant and I think they might have had something similar to this. But they have like a thick one. This is like a thick steak. Beet juice. Yeah, it's really close to the real thing. Like, I think it might bother me too if I try it, but I just I want
Life
to
that
I want to try it once at least, but just because I think it's, you know, it's, I don't know, I think it's interesting. So it's one of the cleaner ones that is out there, like less ingredients, minimal ingredients, and it's got the nutrition's pretty decent, so I'd probably try it. I like trying new things, but I don't know how well I would like it.
like I am not even thinking about taking. Like, I don't know, I had this moment. It was a long time ago, but I just couldn't after that. And so it did take me, I'll be honest, it took me about a year to fully transition into being like 100% vegan. Cause like I said, it's very hard to change.
Probably make like one of Derek Sarno's recipes with like a really good sauce or something like that, and yeah, it would be with like a bunch of other things.
I did it slowly, and I really do think it's like one of the best decisions I've ever made.
What substance were you on? I've done almost everything, a lot of them too. I'm just curious.
Can I say?
Not, because even mentioning legal things actually will get the live pulled down.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just say a gel tab, if you know what that is.
Yeah, okay. No, that's interesting.
I would say, though, for me, the story was a little different. I didn't fully learn about dairy at first, so I became vegetarian when I understood. I saw footage of animals in a slaughterhouse, and I have yet to see footage where an animal, I don't feel bad for them, and that I would never trade places with them. I've never seen an animal where I'm like, hey, you know what? I would trade places with that animal.
The footage will make you sob.
Yeah, and then later down the road, I saw more about how, especially the background of chickens and what we have done to them. And when you support chickens, what you're encouraging to support further. And then I also learned about dairy at the same time, and that we're perpetually, most animals are being graped into their feces essentially to make more animals. Or they're not being permitted to turn around, or they're just absolutely always held down so that we can make them reproduce. Personally, I can't.
Yeah, I'm kind of like that too. I like to shop by certain brands. So I do try to pick companies that are like just vegan if I can. I know some are more expensive, but I think Junk Foods is a vegan brand.
Cannot handle the idea of someone being allowed to fiddle with my bits, make
Oh, no.
me pregnant without my consent, and constantly steal my babies because they want to either take my babies and turn them into meat, or they want to take the fluid that comes out of me. And I can't justify what we do to animals because I see no moral difference between us. So when I learned about that we're so much the same, I couldn't do it anymore.
You know, I got two kind of points. One of them's kind of personal. The other, have you ever seen the show Alone, where it's like a survival show and they go out and they literally survive with just like a hatchet?
Have you ever looked at the like damage those shows do? They literally destroy the ecosystem that they film in because they.
I guess I can.
Damn, I didn't know that. Do you guys know about that? What do they do? Did they went in there and killed a bunch of animals before they would film? That's crazy. I didn't know that. That's really sad. I did watch some of those shows sometimes. Yeah, wearing fake leather. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's the kind of the same thing as like having a dog though too, because people look at me with my dog and everyone always asks me like, well, did you rescue that? It's like when you have a dog, I guess people can see that as kind of like, promoting buying from a breeder because they don't know any better. The people don't know any better. They could look at it and think that I got my dog from a breeder, even though I didn't. So, like, I understand it. But I don't know. I still have a leather.
Terrible.
I can look into that. I guess the point I was trying to make is
It's unnecessary is the point. If you were literally in a space of survival, vegans recognize that. I could literally justify consuming a human baby in survival mode, right? Like, I could say that this baby will suffer more if I don't unalive them in a survival situation, right? If I'm like stranded on an island and all I have is a baby, am I going to let that baby So the point is, though, survival doesn't morally justify systematically exploiting someone or even going into the woods to take someone's life when you have options.
No, I 100% agree with that. The point I was going to make is when you're watching that show, then, like sometimes you'll watch them hunt, I don't know, a squirrel or whatever. And like, it's strange because you see like they have so much more respect for that animal and like understand, like, hey, like they respect that animal and are, I know you're
Both of them, and probably helping myself too at the same time because I kind of wanted another animal because I just my best friend, my cat, just passed away, so I wanted a new friend, and she needed a new friend too, and that lady did not need that dog, so it was the best for everybody.
I know you're laughing.
Did Jeffrey Dahmer respect his victims? He actually would try to stun them so that they didn't really experience everything that he did to them. Is he a moral person because he tried to find a humane way to use his victims? Because he honored them.
It's interesting. The whole survival aspect, which is completely different than what society today experiences.
When you work harder for something, absolutely, you're going to have a little more respect for it.
That's respect for like the thing that you have to do.
In a survival situation, they put themselves there so that those animals suffered for just entertainment. There was no survival actually happening.
No, I get that. It's just a different outlook on, the whole morality of it.
Of course.
The other point
I just justified to you that I could unalive a baby even if that was my own baby and I wanted them to grow up to be an adult, right? I would respect that baby, but in survival I could justify consuming them. But that doesn't mean in our situation it's moral to go to the grocery store, pick up baby bacon and eat it, right? Because I'm supporting a system where they're forcing babies to exist to be unalived into bacon, right? That doesn't make sense. That's not moral.
No, for sure. I can see that side. Yeah. The other point I was going to say is I work in industrial manufacturing. Like I'm in a sales position that does services for a bunch of different types of facilities. So, I've been in Tyson plants and a lot of food and beverage manufacturing facilities. Dude, when you leave those places, you don't want to eat. Like, I don't think people understand USDA guidelines, and your food's not really always coming from the most clean place.
No, it's disgusting. And also, I'm sure that you're fully aware of this, that a lot of times, the people that work there are not working in good conditions. They're not happy to be doing what they're doing, and their rate of injury is very high.
The most vulnerable populations, too.
Yeah, go if you're curious about it. Anybody go get a part-time job at one of those places and see where your food comes from. It's really eye-opening. I'd say.
They have the highest turnover rate as far as a job, and whenever a slaughterhouse, yeah, that's fine to probably say, whenever a slaughterhouse is brought into an area, the violent crime in the area goes up. The people that work there have higher rates of domestic violence and alcohol abuse. It's not a job that anybody.
It's so crazy when you look at all the statistics too. It's just so bad. It's so bad for the people that are involved. So if you just care about other people, then it's easy to be vegan.
He really wants to do, it's not a job we even need to have around.
And it pollutes the surrounding environment. Like a lot of times when people live near those plants, they're very more likely to get asthma and to get other illnesses.
Yeah, hey.
Hi.
Hey, I just had a question. Is Taco the same one who at the beginning said they just hadn't thought about it before?
Yeah.
That's just interesting because you are now talking about how you've been to Tyson plants and how disgusting it is and how it makes you not want to eat, animals and stuff. So that's just interesting that you said that at the beginning of this conversation. It sounds like you kind of, I don't know, maybe like it.
See you, Pia. Thanks for being here. I'm probably not going to stream too much longer. I've been here for a long time.
The idea that you don't have to eat meat or that there is a choice just didn't come to fruition yet.
Is all over the place. Like you're saying you can get all the proteins you need.
It's not really. It's not all over the place.
Not when you know how to read actual studies. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't, but
yeah. You can get all your nutrition from plants, beans, rice, leafy greens, just to name a few really nutrient dense options.
Are there any vegan cultures that are 100% vegan?
There are, I can't think of them, but it doesn't really matter. The point is that we know better now, because there was a culture of using humans. That didn't make that moral, and that culture made change, or at least many of them have.
Actually, I did some research into that myself, trying to see if there was any civilizations in the past that were fully vegan, and actually I couldn't find any from all the research that I could do. Yeah, there were no fully vegan civilizations that I could find.
Made change, and this is just another one of those situations where just because we've been doing it a long time, it's in our culture, tradition, this doesn't justify violating someone, even if they're just not as intelligent as us. It's just
No, I can see that for sure. Where's the largest population of vegans in the world?
I don't know.
What's the largest group of them? Is it just scattered?
It's not important. It doesn't matter. That shouldn't really influence your choices, which is what we're here to talk about.
So we've talked about that before. I think we said it was Israel. I don't know if I have that. I don't think we actually looked it up. But I think Israel has the most. Okay, but as a percentage wise, there's probably more vegans in Israel as a percentage.
And honestly,
but somebody can check that, maybe. I might be wrong.
You've been up here for 23 minutes, and I just don't like to keep people up longer than that.
No,
so
cool.
I'm going to leave you to go watch Dominion or, one of those documentaries, although you've already been in there. So I guess it's just a matter of if you want to use animals and keep supporting that oppressive system, keep seeing them as objects instead of sentient beings like your companion.
I'll hop off. I'll keep watching. I enjoyed your
Bye, Neil.
Information and the conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you for being reasonable.
More like a real human.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Appreciate
Yeah,
that.
no problem.
All right, appreciate you, Taco. Yeah, I just I don't want to stay too long with someone. I want to help other people that he clearly has good ideas now. Should just go check out maybe nutritionfacts.org. It sounds like nutrition is the only thing that might be holding him back, but science is in. We can thrive on a plant-based diet.
Yeah, he should look into it.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
I get it though, because it is, if you really, studies can be very confusing to read. And if you're getting most of your information from social media or like people who, even a lot of doctors, they don't get a lot of nutrition training. And so like they are just parroting what they've also learned in school, but I don't know. You get what I'm saying.
5.2.
Yeah. Part of me wanting to get skinny and get healthy or whatever.
5.2%. I would have guessed 6 or 7%, so that's a little bit lower than I would have thought.
Was what kind of started me towards veganism, and then I learned about the rights violations that were happening. But yeah, like you can get everything you need.
Fortunately, I was just gonna say that's how it is for a lot of vegans though. They go plant-based for a different reason and then they connect with the animals.
Yeah.
That is the biggest barrier for people.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I hope that, and a cheap diet, it happens to be the healthiest diet. And what I like about nutritionfacts.org is that they make videos about those studies. And it's not that they're like the sole, I'm not like worshiping their information. I just like how convenient it is, and that they're not like trying to get your money, and they're just trying to help people get healthy. Anyway.
Hey.
Oh, I didn't even notice that someone came up.
I brought them up because
cool.
they're being obnoxious in the comments about coming up. So I guess let's see.
Let's do it. Are you over 18?
Sorry. My phone glitched.
Oh, that's all good. That's all good.
So, hey, can I respond to the prompt?
Are you over 18?
Precisely, yeah.
Okay. Yes. Why aren't you vegan yet?
So, the reason why I'm not vegan is because many people who are vegan, and even the ones who are carnivores, they don't know what things are compatible with the human body, and they still support the wrong industries that corrupt the world. So an example of this real quick here, like in the comments just now, some guy was like, Impossible Whopper with exclamation points. And then a vegan moderator replied to him and was like, yeah, for sure. But if you're eating an Impossible Whopper, right, there's no meat in it. But number one, you're still supporting fast food corporations. Then number two, an Impossible Whopper has ingredients in it that are just as bad as meat. So people are not.
Before you continue, first let's clarify
I live
something.
a holistic lifestyle, by the way.
Okay. So what does veganism mean?
I live a holistic lifestyle. So to me, veganism is a collective group of people who avoid meat.
You've been here for a while, Maestro. I've seen you in the comments this whole time. You should know what veganism is by now.
Yeah, that was not a very good definition there, buddy.
I've been here for about 10 minutes. But
No,
could you
you've been here
respond to
much
anything I
longer.
said?
You were here the whole last guest.
Yeah, could you respond to anything I said, though, about why I'm not vegan?
First, I'm going to tell you what veganism is first, because I don't think you understand. It sounds like you think it's a diet. Veganism is actually a philosophy and a movement for animals. It's a principled stance against the exploitation of all sentient beings. So it's not about avoiding animal products. That's just a side effect.
Oh.
It's about that we don't want to demand someone's oppression for our benefit.
Oh, that's what I mean. So when we talk about holistic as opposed to vegan, right? So vegans, they claim to go against these occult practices.
But we're talking about you, and I'm like confused because you're saying because other vegans are hypocrites, you can't live vegan?
No, so the point I'm trying to make here
My
is
prompt, because you said you wanted to answer my prompt, is
Yeah.
why aren't you vegan?
right. So
Okay.
so
Why
in
can't you
this
be vegan and not support those fast food companies?
so yeah, but this is the point I'm trying to make here is that even with me approaching this idea, like I'm getting kind of negative feedback from you. So the point I'm trying to make here is that the consensus amongst the vegan community, right? You
Deflecting
made the
again.
state
You're deflecting again. My question
You
is,
took a survey
very
of all the
disingenuous.
vegans.
Could I
not
finish
only
the
that,
statement?
you're not answering for yourself. You're literally going to say, all vegans are hypocrites, therefore I cannot be vegan. That doesn't make sense.
That's not the point I'm trying to
That's
make.
like saying, because I can't eliminate all
But you're not even
racism.
allowing me to say my.
I know, but you're not listening. Like, you're literally going on
You're talking
about,
over me. What do you mean I'm not listening?
God, are you here to listen or just to yap? Like,
He's not answering any questions.
I know,
like,
he's literally
that's
just going
clear.
to keep saying vegans are hypocrites. That's all he can say. And I'm like, stop saying that. That's not what veganism is. It's not about us. It's literally me personally saying, I don't want to support oppression. Me. I don't want to do
Right.
it. So why
And
can't
neither
you
do I.
adopt that? Why can't you say, I'm going to avoid oppression to the best of my ability? Why can't you do that?
Yeah, that's the whole point
Yeah.
I'm
Why
trying
can't
to.
you do that?
See you, Dennis.
Okay, if you
Can
let
you
me
answer
get to
for
my.
yourself and not all vegans? Say, I can't do it because.
Okay, can I explain
As
why?
long as you answer it as I just said. I can't do it because
Yes, okay, the reason why I can't be vegan is because the vegan community.
Oh my
If you're not going to be genuine, if you're
Are
not going to
you
be
serious
genuine
right
and let
now?
someone talk, like where do we
That
go
guy's
from
funny.
here? You
I
weren't
don't know. I guess
interrupting.
nowhere, honestly.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, wow. Clearly can't get
guess
over
he's-
it.
He's
Other
talking
people are
to
hypocrites,
vegan.
therefore I can't be. Like, you gave him 3 chances too.
And you can be vegan and not eat Beyond Burgers or whatever. Like, I don't understand.
Exactly. I can't be vegan because you guys are hypocrites. Which is totally valid. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just cracks me up. The point is veganism, as we already said many times, personal thing. I don't care what other vegans are doing. It's what I want to support. And what would I want if I was the one being oppressed? What would I
We're
want
not a
my
monolith.
oppressors to do? Yeah, no, we're not
Right.
a
I
monolith.
don't care flying squirrel what other vegans are out there doing. I don't want to participate in the oppression of animals.
That's exactly it. Yeah. And if I can avoid demanding someone's oppression, I will do so. It's not hard.
Yeah, I rarely eat fake meat too. Mainly soy.
That's like when people will be like, vegans are so mean to me, so I'm not going to go vegan. Okay, that's the reason you won't go vegan? Because a couple vegans were like not nice to you one time?
Yeah. They were even
He's-
saying that too. Yeah.
He's still going in the comments. He's saying fast food is an oppressive industry.
Okay, so don't buy fast food
Then
then.
don't. Yeah,
I
literally.
eat fast food.
And you know what's
I quit eating fast food a couple years before I was even vegan. I don't even remember the last time I went to a fast food place. It's been years.
an even more oppressive industry? The meat and dairy industries, not just to animals, but to humans.
Yeah.
Because the majority of humans that work in those industries are immigrants or very marginalized groups who don't have any other choice but to work in those heinous industries.
Yep. Exactly.
Holistic therapy. Okay.
Well, I mean, you're not really holistic because you don't care about your effects on others. You only care about your benefits. So how is that holistic? Holistic, I don't even think you know what holistic means. Oh, he's a puppy. Holistic means the effect of everything.
Oh my God.
I love you, face. I love it.
Yeah, if you buy meat, dairy, and eggs, you're still supporting
I don't have the money to go out and eat and buy fast food. I live closer to the grocery store, so whenever I'm hungry, if I need something, that's the closest place and the cheapest place, so I just go there. And I don't mind cooking. I have the time, so I like doing it. I like doing it, so I make the time. But everybody has the time to cook. A lot of people meal prep and you cook for like a couple of days. You should be able to schedule a little bit of time to cook like every couple of days. People have time for that. You know, if you eat too much fast food for the convenience, you're going to end up taking years off your life when you could have just spent a little bit more time cooking, and you would have probably lived a lot longer, you know.
Exploitation and oppression of sentient life. Not just of animals, but also of humans, if that's what you're concerned about.
Thought everyone could use a little puppy break.
Yeah, thank you.
Little palate cleanser.
Yes, little palate cleanser.
Thank you.
He's the best, guys. I can't get over it.
Yeah, it's just a sweet baby.
All I do is send vegan stoner lady pictures of him. You can ask her.
We're trading pictures of companions.
Yes.
All right, let's bring up. Oh, Lori, you were there. Oh my gosh, Lori. Did it bring you up, or did I click on someone random now?
Maestro, you're done. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bring
you.
You
had a chance.
I'm sorry, Maestro.
You're all good.
Hey, Lori. Yeah, it put you at the bottom, and the window that shows me who's requesting does.
For it to be any sort of, what's the word I'm looking for?
Then why would you buy any products that are supporting that system?
I try to limit it as much as I can by buying locally from farmers in my area that raise their animals with respect. My father raised pigs, and I to kind of go back to a previous statement that one of you said, comparing it to like your own dog and stuff like that. I've had the situation where I raised a pig, named it, had fun with it every single day, and then still had to, after 6 years, eat it.
You wouldn't do it to a dog, because it's just cultural that you did it to a pig.
If I was in a country where dog was available, I would try it.
Okay.
fucked up.
Yeah.
At least to understand their culture. I mean,
Okay,
like you
so-
said, it's a cultural thing.
Do you think it's moral for me to like lock a dog in a hot car?
No, 100%.
Okay. Is it
100% no.
moral for me to breed dogs for dog fighting?
No.
Okay. Why not?
It's immoral. You should treat animals and all beings with respect. And I understand that the current status of how we mass produce meat and how we get it into our stores is completely unethical and
What
needs
if
to be
I
reformed.
raise dogs the way that you think that the animals should be raised? What if I raise dogs that way for their flesh?
Yeah, with respect.
If it's in your culture that is a thing that you do, it is a way that your people survived for however long. You know, it's
Doesn't
most
have
of
to
the
be
time.
culture, it's just taste pleasure. I know they taste good.
I really like the Jack and Annie's brand. They make all their stuff out of jackfruit. I think I just recently found out that they're not a fully vegan brand, though. They make like some breakfast sandwiches that have cheese in them. But yeah, I like some of their other products.
That for me, I believe as far as like dogs and stuff like that, it should be for cultural reasons. Like I'm not gonna watch someone here in America
The
do
issue
that.
with cultural is that there have been a lot of things that are cultural that are extremely immoral, right?
Right, I agree.
So just because something's cultural, that doesn't mean that you should have the right to do it.
Baby girl, it's hot out here. Get inside, please.
Like, it could be my culture to enslave my children. Does that make that moral?
Oh no.
Right. Even though it's my culture?
And then if it should be cultural to eat dogs, why not pigs? Because you admitted that, you know, you see that pigs are very similar to dogs.
100%. More intelligent than dogs, but more often than not, they do offer the same amount of companionship. As I said, I've raised them before.
So, like, why should we not do this to like humans?
Because cannibalism's wrong and weird and does things to your body, both physically and mentally.
So human flesh is actually the same level of safety as animal flesh. As long as you cook it, and as long as the human isn't infected, it's safe.
Correct.
So,
And
what's
even the
wrong
cultures
with
that do
us?
consume people, they don't
yeah.
do. It's not a staple in their diet.
Okay.
Do you guys drink kombucha? I quit drinking soda and alcohol. I started drinking kombuchas.
So why don't we though breed humans that maybe just have lower cognition? Let's say the cognition of animals. Why don't we breed humans and use them for labor, for their flesh, for their whatever else we can get out of them? Why don't we do that?
I see the point you're trying to make. I believe there's still a distinction between people and animals. I don't
What
think
is that?
The only difference between people and animals is that you're a person. You're a human person, not a non-human person. There's no difference.
They're our own. They're a part of our community. We shouldn't be treating.
I just want to be clear. I'm just trying. So if we know we don't need to use them, we know that they can suffer. We know they're having their own subjective experience. We know that they care immensely what happens to them. They're the subject of their own universe. Why is it moral for us to use them, to steal their babies from them, to grape them, to oppress them for our benefit when we don't need to? What morally justifies that?
And what is...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
As I already said, I believe it's immoral and that there needs to be reform in the way that we produce our meat.
In the
produce our
nicest
dairy.
farming. Like, why is it still immoral to put a human in that situation?
I think it's just a psychological thing. I wouldn't want to see a human doing that.
Is it because when you look at a human, you see yourself and that you would want to be treated with respect, despite whether you're able to verbalize what you want or, you know, express that you want autonomy? People should recognize you're a subject, right? You see yourself in them.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
but
why
I
you
see-
respect
I see-
other humans, because you see yourself in them. The
Correct.
animals are no different.
Yeah, I can see.
Alright, yeah, let's watch this. This is what he just dropped in the comments there. Culture, though.
Anh ngồi xuống đi. Ngồi xuống đây chờ đợi nhá. Đằng sau đừng có rơi nữa. Em nói đi. Cẩn thận đừng xô vào cháu ơi. Đừng xô. Nó khỏe rồi em ơi. Cháu đâu? Con mạnh ơi. Một tăng ra. Chưa ngồi xuống đây. Ngồi im không chen đâu. Đừng chen. Đừng chú ơi ngồi xuống đây chú ơi. Xuống ơi. Xuống ơi ngồi đi cháu đâu. Ngồi xuống. Không chặn mày đi. Ngồi xuống. Không chen đâu.
Damn, look at that thing he's holding. Yeah, I've never seen this one before. I don't know if I want to watch it either. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna play it, but I think you guys can see what's gonna happen. It's pretty horrible. I'm sorry.
Because they don't, just because they're not.
I saw myself in the
okay,
pig
but
that
you're
I
still
raised.
allowing a knife to be drawn across their throat, or you're demanding that their
That had a lot of views too. A lot of people watch that crazy stuff.
babies be stolen from them, or that they be raped over and over again. Like, how do you morally justify any of this?
And how is that respectful? Like, what is the respectful part? I'm so confused about that.
Well, as I said, the way that we're doing it currently is not respectful.
Tedious.
The way
How
that
do
we're-
you do it
way that-
respectfully? Yeah.
Yes, baby girl, what's up? Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm just having a quick conversation. Okay, give me just 1 second. Sorry about that, you guys.
No, if you want, do you want to
It's
take?
okay.
I was gonna say actually, if you want to take 5 minutes to go, do you want to help your daughter or your child? Actually, I don't know who they are.
You're correct, daughter. I appreciate you. Yeah, give me just a couple minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put you on mute then. Okay.
I don't mind playing the graphic stuff sometimes, or some things that are a little crazy like that, because some people need to see that. I know a lot of people here have already seen stuff like that, but sometimes, you know, some people haven't, and they need to.
Hey, I was going to ask you still have me on mod abilities or no?
I did. I removed you and I added you back because that's like the little trick to be able. Did it not give you all your jobs or your abilities?
No, it helped with my microphone, but yeah, I can't help you bring anybody up or tell you anybody's waiting and
Let's see.
do anything like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it turned off
That's
the
not the
managing.
shit. Oh.
Ah, it's so annoying. Just work. Not you, the TikTok thing.
I was just asking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For
Does
some
anybody
reason,
else-
when I was just gonna say, for some reason, when I tap on people, like on the panel, you know how usually a little thing like bar comes up you can tap on to go to, or like to see their profile, or like to mute them. For some reason, I haven't had that for a while, but I know that you were like trying to get it back for me, but for some reason it never came back. I'm not sure why.
You, yeah, you have 3 too waiting, Anna. 3.
Yeah. I always remember that the industries don't want you to see those things. They don't want you to see the animals dying, being killed. They're not dying, they're being killed, literally. Like, well, sometimes they're dying, but they're dying because of how they were treated so horribly during their life. So, yeah, sometimes, you know, when the new investigations come out and things like that, I don't like watching them, but I kind of make myself watch them sometimes because I know the animals are going through all that crazy stuff. So, we have to get people that haven't seen that stuff to be able to see it and realize what they're paying for.
I was gonna give him like 5
Okay.
minutes.
Nova?
I don't know if I should bring. I just don't know if I don't want to make him like wait. Then if we have someone else up here.
I really want to ask him a question about like referring to him hunting.
Yeah, that's a good idea. He sounds like he is a compassionate person and cares about the suffering of even.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
He sounds at least
In
open.
his way.
I'm hoping he is. Okay,
Well,
I
when he-
removed you, Sierra, and I added you back. I don't. Did it change anything?
I don't think anything's going to get to him. I think he's just going to go in circles and say he doesn't want to be vegan.
I mean, he sounds like a somewhat reasonable person.
Yeah. We'll see what he says when he comes back.
I'm gonna have to come back up to.
Oh, we gotta tap the screen, guys, too. Tap, tap, tap.
Sierra. So I did. Okay. I say you drop down, but.
Yeah, the halal slaughterhouse investigation. I added a link to that into my description. It's gonna go into my like lives and stuff. I think it's probably in the it should be in the description of this video too, with under like Pignorant. I put that in there because talking to that Muslim guy the other day. I wanted him to be able to go to my channel and look up look up those resources. Because it's crazy what they do in there.
But I did remove you and added you. I'll do it again.
But I put the link to the not as graphic one, where it's more talking. He blurs out some of the other stuff. It's a little easier for some people to watch. So but at the same time, they don't want you to see it, so blurring it out is kind of helping them, I think, in a way, you know.
Just real quick, let's see. Sometimes that helps. Lori, did anything change for you? Are you able to?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
back to where it was. Now you have 4 in the queue.
Yeah.
Just to let you know, 4 people waiting.
Tedious. I didn't.
And I'm just wondering if anybody's gonna get him to change his mind at all. So.
Well, I'll bring up someone, but if they have to be willing to stop and let us continue talking to Tedious when he comes back. So if you come up here and you're not willing to do that, I will drop you. Just FYI.
He's back.
Oh, you are Tedious? Are you back? Oh, he's
Maybe
back.
he doesn't know how to unmute.
Oh, it could be TikTok. It has also. I've had it where guests aren't able to unmute themselves.
I believe they force, but give people the initiative to live a more vegan lifestyle while also leaving.
Shouldn't be killing any birds with any stones. I wish people would stop saying that.
Yet, and the only way to do that would be to reform out of life, give them the respect and space that they deserve, and which would in turn raise the cost of all those things sky high, and would again essentially force a lot of people to consider and lean towards a more vegan lifestyle. That is probably not the best way to go about it, but I believe it would be the only way that you would get a large amount of people to start considering it all at once, while also leaving the avenue for people who are wanting to continue to leave meat in their diet. A way to do that, because I believe.
So Tedious, do you know why factory farms were invented?
No, I don't know the reason why factory farms were invented, other than supply.
Okay, that's some pretty important information before you start saying that reform is needed. Reform is never going to happen, right? That's just not going to happen. An industry is not going to scale down. The reason factory farms were invented, I don't know, like 40, 50 years ago, is because there was such a demand for it, and it's the most efficient way to mass produce billions of animals each year, right? That's why factory farms were invented. Hold on. Because to use modern technology in the most efficient way, we pack millions of animals into these humongous sheds. There are often like several sheds on one property, and all of them combined usually host millions of animals. It's the most efficient way to do it. So that's why factory farms were invented. 99% of animals we use for like food, meat, milk, and eggs come from factory farming.
Yeah, I understand that. And I believe when I said I didn't know, I did say that was probably supply and demand. The thing is, I understand that.
To be clear, it's not really supply and. I mean, it is partly because it is what she said. It's us asking for more and more, but it's also profit, right? Somebody wanted to make money, and animals were on farms already being objectified, right? They're already a food source. So if we're going to unalive them anyway, might as well get it to it quicker, right? Get them fatter, quicker. That's the whole thing. So once someone has been objectified, it's just about becoming more efficient about producing a product.
Exactly. Take out tens of thousands to millions at a time.
I understand that. And just because something might seem impossible doesn't mean that it is impossible. The only way that they will even consider reform is if a large amount of people do something similar to what I'm doing and either source their own meat and things themselves and stop buying from grocery stores.
The way we do it is by people abstaining as much as practicable and possible. That's how we do it. The way you're doing it is called welfarism, and we have evidence that welfarism delays liberation. So you saying that it's okay to use animals despite the fact that they're sentient beings means that it's okay to continue enslaving them, ignoring, what they prefer, and using someone's body without their consent, and saying that just they're not really aware of things. Like, we're justifying using someone who may not be aware but is vulnerable. We're saying because you're vulnerable, I can use you. That's the mindset. So it's not about the environment. It's not about being nice to them as you do it. It's that they deserve autonomy, just like us. And if I were in a state where I couldn't vocalize that I want my autonomy, I would hope that there's somebody defending me. And at minimum, not someone not exploiting me, right? The minimum is just not using someone. It's the same thing for the animals. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I can smell the shit you're stepping in.
Okay. So what is it? What is it that I'm saying? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, sorry. You weren't finished. Keep going.
Well, I just want to make sure he did understand, like, what is it that I'm saying?
You're saying that that people should be putting themselves in the mindset of, if I was in the situation that these animals are being forced to be put into, wouldn't I want somebody in my corner? Wouldn't I want there to be people fighting for my own rights and helping me get what I deserve as a sentient being? Am I correct in that?
You are. A lot of people come up here and they'll just say they understand just to move on, and so I do appreciate that you clearly did understand. So thank you.
Yeah, and you guys have given me a lot to think about. The reason I joined this podcast, this live, was because me and my wife kind of have these conversations because of how we're wanting to raise our kids and the way that we want to instill the value of life in our children for both people and animals. The value of life should be the same for both. The amount of respect should be the same for both. But I also understand the fact that there is going to be people who are just never going to do it. And I think that there should still be an avenue for those people because it is their right to choose their own diet.
No. So what it should be is not about other people. Veganism is just about your personal choices. If you want to make faster change, though, and you want to speak up for the animals, telling people to take baby steps is, again, welfarism. That's not demanding immediate liberation of the victim. So.
Right, but I believe you'd have to understand that some people can't take that big leap. Some people are going to...
up that you want an alternative for this. It would bother you because, principally speaking, you're crossing a principle to survive. So, but someone who maybe has a situation where they don't have access to vegan alternatives keeps saying, I can't be vegan because of this, isn't going to be looking for the alternatives, right? Because they're more thinking, I enjoy whatever I'm benefiting from. They're not thinking of it as, this is against my principles to harm someone. So someone in a hardship situation, yes, can be vegan, but the vegan would be looking for an alternative to whatever it is they have to do, because no vegan wants to subject someone to oppression. If we can avoid it, we should. Oh yes,
I can honestly
Kelly.
say I was in that exact same situation like less than a month ago. I was like, I really care about the animals, but I don't want to give up my comfort of taste pleasure. And then I just had to decide what's more important to me, taste pleasure or the not oppressing animals and demanding things from them with their knowing that they have their own autonomy. And I've only been vegan since July 3rd. And you know what? July 4th, that was a hard day for me. I'm not going to lie. But I had tons of other options to eat. And I immediately went the next day and just started looking for vegan alternatives. And I found them. I found tons of vegan alternatives. And I didn't even have to give up, I would say maybe 50% of my diet I had to give up. And that.
It's actually really crazy how many more vegan options there are when you start looking for them. And just like through the past year, I've noticed my grocery store, at least the one that's closest to me, is always adding new stuff. Like I go there pretty frequently, and every time I go there, there's at least like 1 or 2 new items, like every single time, like every week. Yeah, I've been on here like all day since this morning. So yeah, I'm probably gonna wrap up in a few minutes. I gotta go take a shower and probably gonna go play with these dogs for a little bit.
That's about it. And the rest I got to still continue to eat.
I was trying to wait till I got a subscriber because I got all this new stuff hooked up, and I was hoping I'd get a subscriber while I was live streaming and it would like pop up on the screen. I was trying to wait to test out some of the new stuff to see if it would work, and I don't think I got a new subscriber all day.
And I continue to find more and more delicious alternatives that don't involve the oppression of the animals, I guess you would say.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to say congratulations. You're super strong for being able to do that. Cutting out 50% of your diet is something that would take me a while to be able to achieve. You're an incredibly strong person for being able to make that mental decision and stick to it.
Yes, before you continue, I would just say I would give you some resources. Like I know that changing how you're eating and you maybe don't know where to find it in other sources can feel overwhelming. This nutritionfacts.org, they have, I don't know if you've ever seen this website, but they break down studies in videos, and they've come to the conclusion of what is a healthy diet. So they made up what's called the Vegan Daily Dozen. You can just Google Vegan Daily Dozen, and it just shows you what you need in a day. Really easy checklist. And that's what I used when I was trying to be a healthy vegan, because I wasn't sure, you know, how to get everything, because I wasn't taught how to eat. I eat out of taste, pleasure, convenience, and habit. So definitely check that out.
I understand that you can 100% go full vegan and live the rest of your life super healthy, super happy, and not have any health
It's about
concerns
if
or
you
anything.
want to, though. You have to want to. The want is what drives you to live the plant-based lifestyle. It's not about, oh, I have to take all of this out. It's more like this epiphany that you don't want to demand this oppression, and you're like, oh my God, it's everywhere. How can I stop supporting this? And everywhere that you have this power, you use your power to make the choice away from the oppression. That's what veganism is.
Okay. I do have one question, because I don't want to hold you guys up. I know you like to keep it down to like.
Yeah, because we're at the 20-minute mark, and I'm starting to get itchy.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I have one question for you guys, and I'll.
Yeah, thanks. Now you don't have to unsubscribe and subscribe again.
Feel free to boot me. With the way that I currently live my lifestyle, where I would say about 90% of all dairy and meat products in my house are sourced either by myself or from farmers who I know personally, that I believe give proper respect as far as what we can do for animals that they take care of. Most of the chicken eggs I get are from chickens who are well past 10 years old.
Go ahead, please.
Oh,
Chickens don't lay eggs past 10 years. Chickens that are 10 years old don't lay eggs. I don't think he. That's what I thought. But yeah, they don't show these many streams these kinds of streams to a lot of people, I guess. My last stream in Gettysburg, it was only a couple hours, and I got like 10 subscribers, so that was cool. But they shared it around to a bunch of people, so they don't really share these streams. But I'm not really doing anything. I'm just watching other people's stuff, so I don't really expect a lot of people to be watching this. But yeah, this is more just to hang out, and so I can get to know the regular people that are watching my videos and my streams. So yeah, definitely appreciate you being here. And yeah, I was able to stay all day because I took some breaks, and it was different people showing up all day too, so it was kind of cool. But yeah, some people have been here most of the day with me. I didn't do some of my other stuff, but met my dog and her friend, one of her friends that's here. So yeah, learned a couple of things, definitely. Yeah, it's fun just relaxing. But yeah, like I said, I gotta go take a shower and do some other stuff, so I'm gonna get going. But thanks for being here, everybody. I'm gonna do more streams like this. There wasn't many people here early this morning, but I still might do some early morning streams, and then like maybe some later maybe like in the afternoon around this time, because this is like when most people are on, I think. But yeah, or if you guys have any suggestions, whatever times would be best for you, just let me know. You can do different times. And cool, thanks, I appreciate it. You're from Belgium, nice. It's just 3 in the afternoon now. I started early this morning. I'm a early person, so I got up like 5 this morning, yeah. Yeah, 8 p.m. Yeah, you're 5 hours ahead. Cool, cool. Alright, I hear my dogs barking, so I'll see you guys later.